Go on the feet, you know. See him in my gear. He might look for you now.
So as we wait to confirm the time for class 1, let's go to the track for class 2. 2 sections to come. The lead record 13.73 seconds set back in classic time won by Alexis Jones. So 2 sections to come.
Welcome to the Western Championship. They call it the Coca Western Championship. The County of Cornwall Athletics Association. We do apologize for the late start. Had some technical difficulties though that we did not actually expect. There's a power outage this morning. So power outage this morning which prevented our broadcast from starting on time. But nevertheless, you have missed the 110 meters hurdles. Boys class 1 and 2. And class 3 100 meters hurdles on the boys side, and on the girls side you missed the 100 meters hurdles. We are going to play back those races for you a little later on in our broadcast. I'm Sean Grant, and with me the entire team cruising through on this glorious Saturday afternoon. It's a Western Championship. The defending champions, that's on the boys side and also on the girls side. They're in the house. And certainly we've seen 2 good performances so far. Shamir Blake winning section 2. Time to final though. The boys class 1, 110 meters hurdles. On the girls side, the defending champion Alexis James of Petersfield. She took the top spot in that event. She is a world under 20 silver medalist. Alexis James. We're getting ready now for class 2 girls. 100 meters hurdles. Burke of Petersfield is in lane 2. Beside her, Abiba Harris of Stets, the favorite to take this section. You have Colstock from Green Island in 4. Dobson, Rhodes Hall in 5. Nelson Lacovia in 6. Campbell, Cedric Titus in 7. And Morris from Mannings in lane 8. Kinando, no athlete in 5. So Jackson of Rhodes Hall is missing in action. Gunn has set them away. Great start for Abiba Harris. Abiba Harris goes away from Colstock of Green Island. But Abiba Harris, a brilliant hurdling technique. The long socks telling on the day. Abiba Harris takes section 1 of 2 in the girls class 2. 100 meters hurdles ahead of Colstock of Green Island, finishing in 2nd. But Abiba Harris taking the top spot. No clock on the ground, so we can't tell you her time right away. We'll tell you a little later on as they are published. So Abiba Harris takes the top spot. Record here, 13.73. Held by Alexis James. That was done back in 2021. So section 2 coming up on the girls class 2. 100 meters hurdles. And looking on, just making sure. Lacovia's Ingram. Akila Ingram in 1. Tassani Coot Anime from Rhodes Hall in 2. Salmon of Stets in 3. Crystal Salmon. And you have Amelia Thompson, William Nibb in 4. Vidal Montalvernia in 5. Wilson of Mannings in 6. Williams Black River in 7. And Connell of Green Island should be in lane 8. So let's see if it's a full field in this section. Time to final. It is. So 2 sections we have seen for all races except the girls class 1 100 meters hurdles final. As has been a beautiful day so far, though, but the electricity went earlier this morning. And you're here this morning doing our preparations. It was there, but as the meet was about to start, it just went right there. Came back a short while ago. And no, we don't have any generator down here. So persons who are going to be asking. Well, this is a wonderful meet at the western end of the island. And you may say, Stets, a western team. Yes, they are. Right to the border for the western and central.
In lane 1 from the Covia, Akile Ingram.
So Ingram in 1, Coot in 2,
Lane 3 from
Salmon
Central
in 3,
Technical. One class 3 last year,
Thompson
Crystal Salmon.
in 4,
In lane 4
Vidal
from William,
in
lane
5,
5,
Wilson
Thompson.
in 6, Williams in 7,
Lane
and
5
Connell
from Mountain
in lane 8.
Benito Vidal.
So I'm looking to see now.
Lane 6 from Manning, Zanika
No one
Wilson.
in 2.
Lane
It should
7
be
from
Coot of Rhodes Hall.
Acacia Williams.
So Coot of Rhodes Hall is missing in action
Briana Connell. That's the lineup for section 2.
as we get ready
Class 2, 100
for
meters.
the second section. We can't tell you right away who is the overall winner in this time, the final, because there's no clock on the grounds. But we'll keep you updated as best as possible. The point standings, though, this is the final day of the championship. We'll give you a rundown of what will be happening throughout the day. Scheduled to finish maybe after 6 or so this evening. It's a full day of activities on the grounds of St. Elizabeth Technical High. Second section coming up. And if you see a picture on the infield when the cameraman picks it up, is Eldemar Smith, who passed last week Saturday. Been a coach of Stets for many, many years. Athletes on their marks. Girls, class 2, 100 meters hurdles final. This is section 2. Gun has set no way. Saban gets out well on the outside of Salmon from Mount Alverna Vidal. But now Salmon has moved away from Vidal and she's taken over the entire field. What a commanding performance from this first year class 2 athlete. So Crystal Salmon taking the top spot. She won class 3 last year and winning section 2 in class 2 her first year. We don't have the time just as yet, but she goes up against a strong individual, Habiba Harris, her teammate, who won section 1. So winner of section 2, Crystal Salmon of Stets, taking that top spot. Next event on the track is the girls class 3, 80 meters hurdles. And again, this we will not see 2 sections, we will see 3. So 3 sections in this final 80 meters hurdles. And adjustments will be made to the respective hurdles though. So I stated before about Eldemar, a coach of Stets for many, many years, as Edward Hector is what can be said about Edward Hector. He was the vice principal of Homo Technical. He also passed this week, and Smith passed on Saturday last week. But 2 outstanding coaches, 2 stalwart in track and the field in Jamaica, developing the talent in the island, and 2 individuals who were committed to their respective schools or respected institutions and has gave their life track and the field. Edward Hector had a heart attack. In fact, he had a surgery a few days before. Was released from the hospital, and then he had a heart attack right after. Wow, and the surgery he had was a heart surgery. So a great loss, not for one, but for both, because they would have easily given back. They were at their institutions for many years. I remember speaking to Eddie Hector, going there for 5K and having a chat with Edward Hector. Sat for the whole day after the 5K was finished early in the morning and had a chat. He's a lover of middle and long distance and has coached many, and head coach of the Homo Technical boys team for many years before he became a vice principal. Then he had to retire right after. He was at the teaching, I think he was a institution doing some coaching also, a teacher's college at one point after he left Homo Technical. had a stint there, but what a huge loss. And when you say someone loves track in the field, both epitomizes what love is, or what passion is, or what care is for athletes. So in terms of winners happened so far this morning, Shamir Blake, winner of Section 2. His teammate, he had Rajon Brooks of Stetsy. He won Section 1 just ahead of Gibbs, Jared Gibbs of William Knibb. Pretty close going towards the line though, but Brooks took that section 1. But I don't think, in my mind though, the performance I saw from Shamir Blake was outstanding. No, I don't have a stopwatch, or I didn't have electronic time, but just eye judgment, I thought that Shamir Blake's performance would have given him the overall winner, because he was heads and tails above everyone else, and certainly produced one when it mattered the most for his school. He ran a few weeks ago at the National Stadium, ran the 400-meter hurdles, broke the meet record. Youngster Goldsmith broke the meet record, however it was broken back, and he ran the 110 meters hurdles, and he won his section in the 400-meter hurdles, second overall, and he won the 110 meters hurdles final. So he's an excellent athlete. He's an athlete with a lot of range, can do the 800, can do the 400, can do the 4 hurdles, can do the 110, can do the 2, and can do the 100 meters. So a lot of events. And not that he can do it, he's good in all that arena from this young man, Shamir Blake. Winner of Section 2, we don't have the official results just as yet. But no, there we have the girls, the boys class 2. And it was interesting though, as Ricoy Hunter of Stets, he won second section. He looked pretty good doing it though, and he looked extremely confident when he left out of his blocks. He won that Section 2. In the boys class 3, this is the 100 meters hurdles. It was Antoine White of Stets again who took the top spot. James of Green Island was close, but wasn't close enough. The girls 100 meters, Petersfield, Alexis James, the former athlete, the world under-20 silver medalist, second year class 1 athlete, the defending champion here at the Western Championship, Alexis James, coming through on top to retain her title, to defend her title in the girls class 1 100 meters hurdles. So the next event on track is 80 meters, first of 3 sections. Robinson of Lacovia should be in 1, White Rhodes Hall in 2, and Taylor of Magatic in 3. You have Smith of Black River in 3, and Levine from Petersfield in 5, and Harrison from Froome is in 6. Smith of Black River is in 4. Let's see if all have faced the starter. So what we see here though, in lane 2 should be White of Rose Hall, but I don't see her in there at all. Taylor of Magati is there, and then you have Smith of Black River, Petersfield, Levine, and then you have Harrison of Froome. So 5 facing the starter. So missing in action was White, or is White. And at this age sometimes, though, maybe class 3, class 4, you're not seeing the greatest hurling technique from the athletes, as still learning the craft, still learning the respective techniques. And if you hear the noise in the background though, or the voice in the background, I should call it Donald noise, is the announcer Donald Smith, who went to the World Under-20 Championship and announced, and the World Championship seniors, and also announced that he has been to 2 global events as an announcer. Outstanding achievement by Donald Smith. So here we go for the first of 3 girls class 3 80 meters hurdles. So Robinson again from Lacovia in 1. In 3 you have Taylor of In 4 Smith of Black River. Levine from Petersfield in 5, and Harrison Froome in lane 6. 5 facing the starter. As the athletes are standing behind their respective blocks, awaiting the instructions from the starter. It's bright and sunny here in Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth, on the grounds of Stets. And if you don't know what Stets is, what it stands for, St. Elizabeth Technical High School, they have produced a lot of athletes throughout the years. Again, a 5-woman field. Girls class 3, 80 meters hurdles. Athletes now being asked to go into their respective blocks. Robinson, Taylor, Smith, Levine, and Harrison. $80 meters hurdles for girls, class 3. Section 1 of 3. Clean start it was for Taylor of Magate. So Taylor of Magate has a slight advantage on the inside. Is Robinson of Lacovia. But is Taylor holding off Robinson? It's going to be Taylor ahead of Robinson. So Taylor takes it ahead of Robinson. And in third is Smith of Black River. But Rihanna Taylor of Magate takes it ahead of Robinson of Lacovia. And in third, you have Smith of Black River. First, second, and third. The girls class 3, 80 meters hurdles. That's section 1 of 3. Section 2 coming up. Western Championships. Coca Western Championships, though. We were at the Western Relays at GC Foster College last week, Saturday. While the schools from the West will journey for the relays at GC Foster College, they will not journey to GC Foster College for the championships. Now, they have not been to the Montego Bay Sports Complex for 5 years because of the track, which has not been repaired just as yet. The Minister of Sport, Olivia Babs-Grange, did promise them that she would do it, though. So I'm hoping it will be done very soon, as they're not at home for 5 years. And when you have athletes like these, outstanding athletes from the West, you'd want them in their championship. Maybe if it's a meet, fine. But at a championship meet, you'd want them to perform at the best place possible. And that would be the Montego Bay Sports Complex if the track was changed. So hopefully, within the next year or so, that track will be changed. We've heard a lot of talks about the National Stadium improving on it and making 20,000 more persons coming in. But I don't want persons to concentrate on the western end. We don't want 20,000 more. They want 20,000 to be in that Montego Bay Sports Complex for a track meet. So hopefully that can happen as we get ready for Section 2. So Smith of Petersfield should be in 2. We see Smith Honeygun from Black River in 3. Morgan Herbert Morrison, she is in 4. In 5, Dunkley of Stets. That's Abby Dunkley. In 6, you have Patricia Parkinson from Green Island. And in 7, you have Williams from Mannings. Senior athletes lined up for this section, Section 2 of 3.
So Section 2 coming up now, class.
So Petersfield, Smith is there. Herbert Morrison. Morgan is in lane 4. And Dunkley from Stets is also there. So just 3 facing the starter in the second section, the penultimate section. So the athletes going into their respective blocks. Girls class 3 80 meters hurdles. Smith, Morgan, and Dunkley. Oh, shaking in the blocks though. Or Dunkley upstairs. She has to be careful.
So slight break at the start there. Remind you, these are time finals.
So let's see what card will be carried over to Dunkley upstairs. She is in lane 5.
Followed by the class 4 girls 70 meter hurdles.
The starter producing is a yellow flag, caution flag in his hand.
So just the warning card shown to the
So caution shown to Dunkley, but it means to the entire field. So section 2, 3 facing the starter. Time the final for these events. Smith, Morgan, and Dunkley. Smith in lane 2, Morgan in 4, and Dunkley in 5. Good start this from Dunkley of Stets. Dunkley is trying to stride away from Smith. So Dunkley just ahead of Smith. Smith on the inside, Dunkley on the outside. Here comes Smith, and Smith goes past Dunkley and takes a top spot. The young lady from Petersfield, Smith, takes a top spot in section 2 of 3 in the girls class 3 80 meters hurdles. Smith made a move with about 2 hurdles to go, going past Dunkley of Stets like she was not there, like a hurry of a breeze, just blew past her and took the top spot in this section. The penultimate section, the girls class 3 80 meters hurdles, won by Ikana Smith of Petersfield. So the next event on the track will be section 3 of 3 80 meters hurdles. And for this section, we see 4 athletes coming out, 4 competitors on the track. In the last race, or last section, it was actually 3 and not the 6 that was listed before. So Spencer of Herbert Morrison should be in 1. We see Herbert Morrison athlete. Plummer or BB Coke in 2. We don't see BB Coke just as yet. Atkins, Rhodes Hall in 3. Horton of Stets in 4. Horton is there. And from 5, Garvey of Mannings. And 6, Gale of William Knibb. We don't see any athlete from William Knibb. So just 4 athletes though. And the Plumber of BB Coke should have been in lane 2. I'm making some adjustments to the blocks as they look on. I was looking at the blocks though for the Mannings athlete. That's Garvey. We have a friend by the name of Garvey. That's his nickname, not his right name, not his real name. So hopefully we can get this race off and running. As stated before, we're scheduled to start at 9 a.m. However, because of a power outage, we were not able to do that. But the meet did start though. Not necessarily on time, but not far from it. So Spence of Herbert Morrison is in 1. Atkins, Rhodes Hall in 3. Horton, Stets in 4. And Garvey of Mannings in 5. Third and final section, girls class 3, 80 meters hurdles. Light breeze blowing over the grounds at Stets. Many persons ask the question why we call it the breadbasket parish. A good start of this from Horton of Stets. Horton of Stets is moving well on the inside is Spence. But Horton is still holding the advantage over Spence of Herbert Morrison. Horton of Stets takes the head of Spence of Herbert Morrison. So Horton of Stets takes a top spot in the girls class 3 80 meters hurdles, taking the final section, section 3 of 3. And remember, it's time the final. Remember, this is a championship where Stetsy are the defending champions. So 2 sections coming up in the boys. This is class 4, 80 meters hurdles. And then after that, you have 3 sections in the girls class 4, 70 meters hurdles. And point standings coming into today. Combined point standings. Give you the top 10. Rhodes Hall, 19 points. Black River, 9th, 22.50 points. Cornwall College, 8th, with 24 points. Mount Alvernia, 7th. They have 27 points. In 5th, you have Magati and Herbert Morrison. They're tied on 40 points apiece. William Knibb, they're 4th in the standings coming into today, 53.50 points. 3rd is Monroe College with 63 points. Petersfield, they're 2nd with 78 points. And St. Elizabeth Technical High, they are the top team. They are the defending champion, though, 88.50 points. And we'll give you the breakdown, the female and male. Remember, there were some events that took place at Herbert Morrison and then at Stets. Those are the qualifiers and respective finals on those 2 days in this week. The first was Herbert Morrison. The next day was at Stets, and we're back here at Stets on the grand, or in the grand finale for the 2023 event. So again, the boys class 4, 80 meters hurdles, will take center stage. You have Knight of Cornwall College in 1, Grant of Monroe in 2, Horn of Rhodes Hall in 3, and Guthrie of Mannings in 4. I'm looking at Rhodes Hall uniform though in class 3. You don't normally see them in that color. It'll be confusing though. So Grant of Monroe is in 2. But the Grant is spelled G-H-R-A-N-T. I've never seen Grant spelled like that before. So not G-R-A-N-T like how my name is spelled, but G-H-R-A-N-T. That's Grant. R in lane 2, or he is in lane 2. From Monroe. And the man from Stess is there. Witter, he is in lane 5. So 5 facing the starter in the first of 2 sections. The boys class 4, 80 meters hurdles. The height of Witter may tell the tale in this event. Athletes on their marks. Clean start, a great start from Mannings. You have Guthrie from Mannings. Oh, no, the move is now made by Witter on the inside from Cornwall College. Knight on the inside, Witter on the outside. I think the Knight of Cornwall College sneaks through on the inside to take the first section in the boys class 4, 80 meters hurdles. It is Joyden Knight of Cornwall College getting the better of Jelani Witter of sets first and second in section 1 of 2 in the boys class 4, 80 meters hurdles. Remember, it's a timed final when you see 2 sections. The 100 meter, you'll see semi-finals. 3 semi-finals on the cards for the 100 meters. And then after that, after the luncheon interval, we'll have the final for respective heats, respective genders, respective events. So the second section coming up. In the meantime, let me go back to the point standings. We gave you the overall point standings. Now for the top 10, I'll start from 8th though, because 3 teams in 8th position on the female side. Herbert Morrison, B.B. Coke, and Rhodes Hall. They're all on 7 points from the finals which happened earlier this week. Nolakovia, they're 6th with 11.50 points. In 5th, you have Magati with 12 points. In 4th, Mount Alvernia 27 points. In third, William Nib, 27.50 points. And in second, St. Elizabeth, 50.50 points. And at top team, Petersfield High leads with 51 points under their belts. So, Petersfield out in front by half a point though, 51 to 50.50. St. Elizabeth Technical High, the defending champions on the girls' side, they are in second. Let's go back to the track. Second and final. You have Graham of Herbert Morrison in 1, Bennett of Mannings in 2, Samuels Rhodes Hall in 3, Riley Monroe in 4, in 5 Campbell of Green Island, and in 6 you have Hines of Cornwall College. So 6 facing the starter, 6 down to compete. Remember, it's a time to final, depending on the time you ran in your previous seat, and if you won, you have to sit and wait to see if you are the overall champion, depending on who or what times are posted in the second or third sections. Graham, Bennett, Samuels, Riley, Campbell, and Hines. Gun has set no way. Great start for Hines of Cornwall College. Try to come through Riley of Monroe. Try to go through the two is Campbell of Green Island. Campbell of Green Island and Graham and Herbert Morrison on the inside. It's going to be Graham of Herbert Morrison in lane 1. Graham of Herbert Morrison takes the top spot. Section 2 in the boys class 4. 80 meters hurdles in second should be Campbell of Green Island. But Gordon, or should I say Graham, sneaked through to take the top spot in section 2. In the boys' class 4, 80 meters hurdles, Campbell of Green Island, he took his sweet time to build up momentum and build up pace because Riley on his inside, Hines on his outside were leading him when they went over the first 3 hurdles. Then Campbell felt something. I said, hey, I need to get a win on the day. He went through, but not looking at Graham, who was in lane 1, who sneaked through to take the top spot. So Graham taking the top spot ahead of Campbell in section 2, boys' class 4, 80 meters hurdles. The final event on the track in the hurdles, the girls 70 meters hurdles, class 4. We have 3 sections once again. Right after will be the 800 meters for girls, class 1. Then for boys, class 1, 800. Interesting days ahead. And Magati, though, Magati has shone bright in the middle distance this year. And talking about middle distance, if you love middle and long distance, you can journey to Jamaica College this afternoon. The first of its kind will be held in Jamaica, middle and long distance event. I have to pick up our cameramen on location and the entire team. But as I was stating before, Brother Johnson, Dwayne Johnson, the middle distance coach at Jamaica College, has organized the meet. Was not on the J3's calendar for this year. So it was suggested by Hubert Lyons to say, okay, and one should be made, one should keep. And JC, having a track and having a great middle distance program, introduced this meet this year. So from what I know of, I don't know if Mr. Hamlin of Kingston College can tell me anything different. I've never heard of a middle and long distance meet before. Maybe before my time it was held, but not during my time. I've never seen it. Next event on the track. This is the girls. Class 4, 70 meters hurdles. And just to say, though, thank you very much for being a part of the Track Alert family. And we look forward to your suggestions. And sometimes your harsh criticisms. That's how it is at times. But the fact is, we read through after the broadcast and see where, if it makes sense or if it does not make sense to us. But I think that majority of the suggestions that you guys have put forward does make sense. I've spoken to at least 1 or 2 individuals this week and see where we can improve our broadcast. And that's a great thing. And thank you very much for the suggestions and keep them coming. No matter how harsh it is, we don't mind at all. And thank you very much. You have not actually subscribed to Track Alert. We're asking you to do that. Watch, share, like, subscribe. And the notification bell, you can click it. So whenever we're posting any videos at all from this meet after, then we can actually, you'll know when it is posted. So persons watching from all across the globe, thank you very much for being a part of the Track Alert family. Next event, 70 meters hurdles on the cards. Arnold, Mannings, Osborne, BB Coke, Willery, Rosal, Lewin, Hotel Verna, Stuart Stets, Carr of Petersfield, and Bates of Green Island. It is said though that Stets is one of the hottest places, or St. Elizabeth, or Santa Cruz to be exact, is one of the hottest places in Jamaica. I don't know about that though. I've been to the wharf and 3 miles. When 3 miles gets hot, it gets hot. Well, not as it is now though, with the highway going over. Porsche Simpson Miller Square. So let's look back at the clock. So Osborne is not there though. So Arnold is in 1 from Mannings. Willery from Rosal is in 3. In 4, you have Lewin from Mountain Verna. Stewart of Steds is there. Let's check it through the lanes. Stewart of Steds is in lane 5. And beside her, Carr of Petersfield. And then you have Bates of Green Island. So lane 2 is missing in action. So lanes 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 being utilized in this first of 3 sections. Girls class 4, 70 meters hurdles. Hush comes over the ground. And a great start this from Lewin of Mount Alverna, but moving well past Lewin is Stewart of Stets, but on the inside from Mannings is Arnold. Arnold holding off the crowd. Arnold on the inside and Stewart on the outside. But I think the Arnold of Mannings gets a top spot ahead of Stewart of Stets, who finishes in 2nd, and Carr of Petersfield finishing in 3rd. That was close, but Arnold held her own on the inside in lane 1. Never looked across, concentrated on her race, concentrated on her technique, and just finished how she knows what she did in training, she produced. So that is section 1. Getting ready for section 2. Johnny Hill of Mannings in 1. Of Chen of Irwin is in 2 in the light purple vest. In 3, Ramsey of Petersfield in the yellow vest with the green up on top and black tights. Newell of BB Coke is in 4. No one's in Newell as yet. Yes, Newell is there with the green top with the white on the top of the vest. And also there, looks to me like William Nibbs. Watson should be in lane 5. She is in 5 on Lacovia's. Allen in 6, and Spencer from Magati is in lane 7. This is going to be intriguing though, the second and the penultimate section in the girls class 4, 70 meters hurdles. So Hill of Mannings in 1, Chen of Irwin in 2, Ramsey Petersfield in 3. You have Newell, BB Coke in 4, Watson, William Nibb in 5, and Allen of Lacovia in 6. Spencer of Magati is in lane 7. We'll give you the point standings on the boys' side after this event, the final hurdles event. Well, final segment of it though, because this is the penultimate section. At the end of the third section will be the final hurdles event, and then we switch from hurdles to middle distance in the 800 meters. Again, a hush comes over the grounds. Gunhard setting them away. And let's see on the outside, it looks to be like Spencer of Magati. But coming through from Petersfield, Ramsey has moved away from the entire field. It is Ramsey taking the top spot. Wow. She seemed like she was relaxed after the first 3 hurdles. Then she let it go. Then she let it out. And Ramsey of Petersfield stepped away from everyone and motored away to win section 2. Good performance from Ramsey of Petersfield. We see the athletes now out for the third and final section in the girls' class 4, 70 meters hurdles. With 34 about point standings. We gave you the girls' point standings coming into today. At the end of the hurdles, it will change once again. So we keep you updated about the results as best as we can, and also the point standings, who is leading in what category, boys, girls, or combined. So the top 10 on the boys' side, Rhodes Hall, they're in 10th with 12 points. You have Cedar Pagan, Agricultural, they're 9th with 13 points. In 8th from Black River High, 15 points. 7th, Cornwall College, 24 points. 6th, William Knibb, they have 26 points. In 5th, Petersfield, they have 27 points. In 4th, Magati, they have 28 points. In 3rd, Herbert Morrison with 33 points. In 2nd, St. Elizabeth Technical High with 38 points. And 1st, Monroe College, they have 63 points on the boys' side. And a lot of throwing events happened on the through 2 days. And Monroe, a formidable throwing school. It's always been like that for many years. So the 5 facing the starter in lane 2, Irwin Campbell from Irwin. In lane 3, Bird from William Knibb. And then in lane 6, Robinson of Lacovia. 7, Motel Verniers, Pang. And Watson from Stets is in lane 8. So Brown of Green Island should have been in 4. And Derby of Rhodes Hall should have been in 5. They're missing in action 5 facing the starter. Third and final section. Girls class 4, 70 meters hurdles. Time the final. Gun has set away clean start. This is by Pang of Motel Vernier. Pang of Motel Vernier is striding away on the rest of the field. Bird of William Knibb is in 2nd, but Pang of Motel Vernier slows down. We're going across the line. 2nd is Bird of William Knibb, and 3rd is Campbell of Irwin, and finishing in 4th is Watson of Stets. But certainly, Mount Alvernus Pang taking the top spot in this section, section 3 of 3 in the girls' class 4, 70 meters hurdles. Next event on track. So getting some results from the long jump. Alia Foster, Motel Vernier, registering 6.19 meters. So that's a meet record for the girls' long jump. Alia Foster of Motel Vernier, 6.19 meters. Thank you very much, Paul Reed. He's on the field, on the infield. So the long jump was going on, still going on as we speak. Well, that is a very good jump, though, from the Class 1 girl, Salia Foster, from Mount Alvernia. So, the hurdles have been taken off the track, and the next event on the track is the 800 meters. Cruising on this Saturday morning. I'm going late to this evening though, and hopefully we can get an updated point standings to give you after the hurdles here. So we're going to take a break and come right back as we continue our coverage from the County of Cornwall Athletics Association Western Championships, the 2023 event.
Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4155. Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157. Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or welcome back to the County of Cornwall Athletics Association Western Championship, the 2023 edition. I'm Sean Grant alongside the entire team of Track Alert. We'll get ready for the next event on track, the girls class 1 800 meters for competitors in this event. Jones of Magating, she is in 1. In 2, Brissett of William Nim, the defending champion, he is in 2. Johnson of Stets in 3, and Pearson Petersfield in 4. A fast start from Johnson of Stets, goes out hard though, cuts on the inside, moving well. William Nim, Brissett goes out in front, and she is the defending champion, and moving well on the second, Brissett of William Nib, and in third from Stess Johnson, and in fourth, Pearson of Petersfield. Well, Anika Brissett out in front ahead of the young lady from Magati Jones. We spoke about Magati and their middle distance program though. We've seen a lot of improvement on the boys side, especially what we saw on the Jamaica College meet in January earlier this year. So Anika Brissett of William Nib still holding the front position, the top position you may say. She is the defending champion. She looks strong, and she is the favorite to take the top spot. So Jones of Magati is in second. In third from Sess is Johnson at the back of the pack. Pearson of Petersfield. On the front stretch for the first of 2 times is still Anika Brissett of Manatee holding just a slight lead over William Nibs. That's so far over Magatis Jones, pardon me, within second. And in third from Stens, you have Johnson and Pearson at the back of the pack. Now the field extending out. And in the lead from William Nib, Brissett just opening up her lead over the young lady from Magatis Jones. On the backstretch for the final time, Anika Brissett extending her lead over Magatis Jones, who's in second. Right behind Jones, about 8 meters. In third is Johnson of Sess, and 10 meters behind Johnson is Pearson of Petersfield, with about 220 meters to go. Anika Brissett, the defending champion, cruising on this Saturday morning, extending her lead over Magatis Jones, who's in second. Now Magatis Jones has upped the tempo somewhat, but I don't think that will be enough. She's still settled for second. Anika Brissett from William Nib now tries to go into another gear, try to up the ante, begin to pour her arms as she goes into the home stretch. At front has changed into home, but here comes Jones of Magatis, trying to cut the deficit, but it won't work this morning. Maybe another day, but not on this Saturday. Anika Brissett will take the top spot in from William Nib, taking the Class 1 girls 800 meters. Anika Brissett ahead of Jones of Magatis, and in third you have Rihanna Johnson of Stens, and in fourth you have Pearson of Petersfield. Top 4 in the girls Class 1 800 meters. You just saw Anika Brissett of William Nib, the defending champion, retaining her title. So we'll give you the updated point standings as we get them. Have to be good on the run on their team. They're working behind the scenes. So next event on the track, we see here the boys Class 1 800 meters. So Antoine Dove from Petersfield should be in 1. Farquharson, Kevon Farquharson of Magatis in 2. In 3, Reed of Petersfield. In 4, you have McPherson of Magatis. In 5, Smith of Stens. In 6, Darrell James of Rhodes Hall. In 7, you have Robinson from Stens, and in 8, Warren of Cornwall College. Well, times coming in, though, you have to look out for McPherson of Magatis. He will be in lane 4 at a time of 2 minutes 02.42 seconds. 2:02.42. All those coming in is Smith from Stens. He had a clock in of 2:03.86 seconds. That was his qualifying time heading into this final. Those are the top 2 you have to look out for. Also in the mix is Reed of Petersfield. So 2 from Magatis. And from Stens, 2 from Stens. So it's a Class 1 boys 800 meters final. Herbert Thomas has the meet record, 150.06. Will that be challenged this evening? That is the biggest question, you guys say. So from Stets, Smith, he is in 5, and Robinson in 7. Farquharson of Magatis, he's in 2. Wearing the Magatis headband. They have to look for Farquharson and McPherson. Their lanes 2 and 4. The chairs will go up for Smith because he's from Stens, and where we are broadcasting, the Stens supporters are to our right. They're enjoying the moment, enjoying this championship. Boys Class 1, 800 meters. This is the final. Will Farquharson go out fast, as we have seen him all season? From Magatis with the headband, the red headband. That's a big question. Now James of Rhodes Hall has clocked 2:06. in qualifying for the final. As you see, the athletes are awaiting the instructions from the starter. Boys class 1, 800 meters. Onika Brissett of William Knibb, she retained her title. In the girls class 1, on the boys side, I said before about Magati, one of Cornwall College. He is in lane 8. He has clocked 206 also. The times ranging from 202 to 207 as Dove from Petersfield in lane 1 clocking 207. Seems like they're not ready just yet, as athletes stay warm and not from the sun. Eight facing the starter at Western Champs. Again, Dove, Petersfield in 1, 207, 23, pardon me. Farquharson, Magati in 2, 207.75. Reed of Petersfield in 3, 205.09. McPherson in 4, Magati, 202.42. Smith of Stets in 5, 203.86. Have James of Rhodesall in 6, 206.12. Robinson Stets in 7, 206.85. And Warren of Cornwall in 8, 206.20. Reed of Petersfield. Not looking too comfortable at all. 2 from Petersfield, 2 from Magati, 2 from Stets. 1 from Cornwall College and the other from Rhodes Hall. It's a Petersfield. Settled somewhat. Still trouble at the start. And we saw the hand of Rita Petersfield going up. He was not comfortable. But hopefully everything in the next couple of seconds will be worked and ironed out. Boys class 1, 800 meters final. Western Champs, Western Championship coming to life. The final at the grounds of Stets. The sun is extremely hot. As pointed out earlier on, sources are saying that Santa Cruz is the hottest place in Jamaica, or one of. So the starter is ready now. Dow Fox, Reed, McPherson, Smith, James, Robinson, and Watson. And going in front from Cornwall College is Warren. Warren goes in front and followed closely this by the man from Magati, Farquharson. Farquharson slips in front. We told you before about Farquharson. He goes out fast all the time. But seems like Warren of Cornwall College maintaining the top spot over Farquharson, who is in second. And then simply into that third position from Stets looks to be Smith. Smith has gone into third from Stets. And in fourth from Rosal, James. That's the top 4. But Smith now trying to go by Farquharson for the second spot. So Smith going into second position. But still, the man from Cornwall College, Warren, maintaining the top position. Going alongside Smith is schoolmate Robinson, has gone into third. Now slowing up somewhat is Warren of Cornwall College, and the move has been made by Smith on the outside. Smith now passes Warren, the man from Sets, and then Robinson of Sets has slipped into that second position. So that's the top 2 at the present time. It is Smith of Sets ahead of his man, they call Robinson. Smith and Robinson, first and second, and striding away from Cornwall College 1, who is in third. Now slipping into that third. It looks to me like Farquharson of Magati. They're going back with about 180 meters to go. Smith now striding away from Robinson. He finished second in this event last year. He's trying to improve by one. Smith from St. Technical High in this boys class 1 800 meters final. Smith uses his arms to power home. Smith ahead of Robinson, extending his lead over Robinson. Is going to be Smith. Bahrain Smith offsets, taking the boys class 1 800 meters final. Bahrain Smith followed by Robinson offset second, and coming through for third from Magati McPherson, and for fourth is Farquharson. So 1, 2 for sets, 3, 4 for Magati. Boys class 1 800 meters final, and finish up at the back of the pack from Rose Hall is James. So Eldemar Smith, speaking about Smith, so they go in front of the picture of Eldemar Smith. Eldemar Smith, the middle distance coach for Steds for many, many years. As both athletes just reflecting in front of the picture of Eldemar Smith, a long-time coach who passed on Saturday, having a special prayer as they were close to Eldemar Smith. So 1, 2, 4 Steds, as Bahrain Smith taking the top spot ahead of Rodri Robinson, and finishing in third for Magati was McPherson, and in fourth Farquharson of Magati. That's the top 4 in that boys class 1 800 meters final. Now we get ready for the girls class 2 800 meters final. The record is 2:07.83, held by Shakina Foot of Petersfield. That was an outstanding time on grass. 2:07.83. That was done in 2018. That was not done in grass. In the meantime, Griffiths from Stets in 1. Thompson, Petersfield in 2. Barrett of Petersfield in 3. Ferron of Cambridge in 4. Linda B.B. Cook in 5. And you have Atkinson, Montalverna in 6. So they have a mix up here. So in 4. So for BB Cook. So there you have the 6 competitors, the 6 finalists. Athletes standing, getting ready for the girls' class 2 800 meters. That class 2 time. .156 for Bahrain Smith. So God has sent them away. And moving on the inside, strong, looks to be Griffiths upstairs. He wants to go out in front though, and that's what she's doing at the present time. And Barrett of Petersfield is in second. She is wearing the black tights. Slipping into that third position is, looks to me like it's Lindo of BB Cook in that third position. Alongside Lindo from Montalvernis Atkinson. That's the top 4 at the present time. And going back to the top of the pack, young lady from Stets out in front, Griffiths, for a closer by Barrett of Petersfield, who is in second. Almost shoulder to shoulder though, in third, looks like Linda of BB Cook, and in fourth from Montalverna is Atkinson. That is the front pack, that is the top 4 coming on the front stretch. But still, Griffiths of Stets maintaining the top position. Closing out, or should I say coming close to the first lap of 2. Girls class 2 800 meters, having a 4-meter lead over Petersfield Barrett, who is in second. So Griffiths with a lap to go, maintaining the top position over Barrett of Petersfield in second, and dropping off the pace. BB Cook Linda, who is in third, being challenged for the third spot now for Montalverna is Atkinson. Atkinson now going around BB Coach Linder for the third spot. But now on the backstretch for the final time. Griffiths offsets, maintaining her 3 or 4 meter lead over Petersfield Barrett, who setters looks cool and easy in second position with about 250 meters to go. Still the young lady from Sets, Griffiths, maintaining the top position. In second from Petersfield is Barrett. Barrett is now cutting the deficit inch by inch. Barrett now making the move on the outside as Griffiths seemed like just hit the side wall. Griffiths trying to up the ante as the two athletes are bunched together, shoulder to shoulder. And now Griffiths has gone into another gear and leaving Barrett behind. It's Griffiths coming around into the home stretch. She picks up the tempo and picks up the pace. The young lady who's running at home in front of the home crowd. It's all Griffiths taking the top spot in the girls' class to 800 meters. It is Griffiths, shakes her head and she goes across the line. But then for second, Bart holding off Montalverde's Atkinson. So Bart is second from Petersfield, and Atkinson from Montalverde third, and from BB Cook, Lindo finishing in fourth. They're coming through now for Petersfield. Thompson in that fifth position. She goes across the line. It's girls class 2, 800 meters final. And I see like we're missing one though. Fair enough, Cambridge. Maybe she stopped. And looking around the track though, there's no one on the track. I think fair enough, Cambridge. I think she's walking across though. She stopped running and she's walking across. The next event on the track is the boys class 2 800 meters final. Bugam of Monroe, he's in one, qualified with the time of 2:13.34. .34. Now his qualifying time. Morris of Black River in second, 2:14.61. Green of Stets is in 3, 2:09.82 seconds. Miller of Stets, he is in 4, qualified that time. He's a favorite, 2:06.22 seconds. Bowen of Magate also there, 2:06.80. Johnson of Sydney Pagan, 2:10.75. We have Hansen, Herbert Morrison in 7, 2:13.31. And Connolly from Magate in 8, 2:12.28 seconds. So 2 from Magate, 2 from Stets. As they get ready for the start for the boys class 2, 800 meters. So you have to look out for Bowen of Magate and Miller of Stets. Not to forget about Green of Stets. What's the strategy that will be taken out? Because Stets, so they're talking about Green. No, in terms of the two, not showing the same form as he had last year, Green. Well, let's see if he can step up. He is a major talent though. So Miller is very confident. And whenever he goes on the track, he thinks he can beat anyone, no matter what class. So, Mr. Bowen, the real deal. No chair going out for him. Although not having the speed though, and I remember the late Neville Myton, the national junior record holder, says for you to run 800 meters, speed has to be a part of it. And it broke it down for me. He said most of the Jamaican athletes, when they go for the third 200 meters, they always slow down, and that's where the problem is. That third 200 meters for most of the Jamaican athletes, if not all, they always slow down to go hard in that last 200 meters. He passed of a year now. Let's see what these athletes can do. Gunn has sent them away. And going in front, expected to go in front, it is Green offsets. He's a big man though, be followed closely by the man from Magalty, Bowen. Bowen who clocked 2:06 in qualifying for the final. Bowen has gained in confidence after finishing in the top spot the 1500 meters and the boys champs last year. But Bowen, he can travel on the backstretch. He does that very well, although not being speedy. Maybe has increased his speed or improved his speed for this year. Bowen now goes in front, ahead of the man they call Green. Rashid Green has slipped into that second position. But Bowen, he will carry out the field though. He is that strong, and his lung can extend that much. Bowen of Magalty. We told you before that Magaty's middle distance program has increased. So Bowen and Green. Bowen, more noted for the 1500 meters. 1 lap to go. Green trying to sneak through on the inside. He does just that. A powerful man is this man called Green offsets. He is at the top of the pack so far. Goes ahead of the man from Magalty. They call him Bowen. So Green and Bowen tussling for the top spot on the back stretch. Green trying to extend the lead. Here comes the other man from Magalty trying to go through. Let's see what he can do on the day. But now is first, second, and third sets with Miller try to reel in the pack. He is in fourth. Miller offsets, but Green offsets, still maintaining the top position. Here comes Bowen now on the outside. The man from Magalty going strong. Connolly is also there. And here Connolly on the outside, and also Green is also there. It's going to be a fight to the finish. It's Green on the inside. He's holding off the Magalty duo trying to come on the outside. It is Connolly. Oh, it's a Magalty duo. Connolly and the man they call Bowen. Connolly and Bowen, a tight finish for the two. Connolly, you're in the green spikes, and the man from Bowen, from Magalty, Bowen, and it is the defending champion being dethroned because Magalty's Bowen and Connolly first and second. Wow! Connolly on the outside and Bowen on the inside. Taking 1-2. It was close, and I thought though that Bowen may have gotten it on the inside as Connolly was on the outside. That was close as they went by. Green obsessed last year's finalist, though, last year's winner, pardon me. Green now beaten in this year. We said before about his strength and his speed, but one thing has shown for Bowen is his speed. He has improved his speed. He eased off after completing the first lap. You saw that Green took full control. And then on the backstretch, he still relaxed, allowing his teammate Connolly to join him. And right there in the mix also, from sets, was Miller. So all four hit the 200 meters mark. Still at that time, Green was in the lead. Then the run was made in the last 120 meters by the duo of Connolly and Bowen. Connolly went on the outside, Bowen went on the inside. Mesmerized, Green did not know where to look, left or right. And he finished third. However, the duo from Magalty finishing in first and second. So we get ready now. Class 3 girls, 800 meters. As we look now for these ladies. As the Mannings. So Johnson from Sidney Pagan is in 303.46. Buchanan and Mannings 256.44. In 2, Harding of Lacovia is in 3. In 4 from Lynch from Montalverda. You have Lynch with a time 240.48. Harding's time was 237.98 seconds. In lane 5, Hunters of Sidney Pagan. She had a time of 227.90. And Doyle of Magalty 246.51. Simpson of Magati 253.76. And Gooden of Stets 247.12. The big favorite here is Hodges of Sidney Pagan. We're in the same color, closest sets though, but different design. Blue and yellow shorts, you see this stripe at the side of the shorts, blue and yellow top. For the young athlete from Sidney Pagan, Hodges, her first name is Danae. Girls Class 3, 800 meters, 2 minutes 15.48. Monique Stewart did that in 2020. Well, I sent them away. And hometown girl, Gooden, goes to the front of the pack. She's from Stets. Goes pretty close, goes out hard. In second, you have Hodges of Sidney Pagan. Set as well in second position, though. But not too comfortable with what I saw from Gooden of Stets. Went on extremely hard, though. Had to dig in hard. And the big question sign will go, can she maintain it? No, Magatis looks to me. The Magati duo is there, but Doyle has gone into second position from Magati, trailing the leader from Stets, Gooden, about 8 or 9 meters. So Gooden of Stets still maintaining the pace, coming around in the front stretch. The crowd will be urging her on, will be cheering her on, because she is running at home. The Western Championships, COCA they call it, County of Cornwall Athletics Association. Now the move is being made by the favorite from Sidney Pagan. Hodges goes back in that second position, making a move on Gooden, who's at the front of the pack with about 350 meters to go. With every step that this young lady from Sidney Pagan take, Hodges, who qualified the time of 2 minutes 27.90 seconds. The Stets horns have died down because they see Gooden is tying up somewhat. On the back stretch, Sidney Pagan's Hodges is extending her lead. She has taken over and ruling like the queen she is in this Class 3 event. Hodges is motoring away from the rest of the field. We called her an overwhelming favorite, and she's showing it on this Saturday. This young lady from Sidney Pagan with 180 meters to go, maintaining the top spot, and I don't see anyone catching her as she begins to up the ante somewhat and pick up the pace as she will turn front into home in the next couple of seconds. Sidney Pagan, what a performance from Hodges. Danae is her first name. She goes now into the home stretch. Danae Hodges from Sidney Pagan is cruising home on this Saturday. What a gigantic lead she has, and will take the girls Class 3 800 meters final. Danae Hodges of Sidney Pagan taking the top spot. In second will be Gooden of Stets, maintaining that second spot. Yes, she does. And finishing in third from Magati is Doyle. And from Montel Vernon, it is Lynch finishing in fourth. And in fifth from Magati is Simpson. And certainly Lacovia coming in, it is Harding finishing in that fifth position. Sidney Pagan's Johnson goes over the line. And then Manning's McCannon now goes over the line now. And she brings up the rear in the girls' Class 3 800 meters final. Next event, the boys' Class 3 800 meters. And in this event, you have two from Magati, one from Stets, William Nib, Mannings, Sidney Pagan, Green Island. We told you before about Magati. Brown of Magati is in 2 minutes 13.68 seconds. Williams of Green Island in 2 26.76 seconds. Blake of Stets in 3 2 minutes 21.42. Honeygun of Monroe in 4 2:22.08 seconds. Reed of William Nib in 5 2 minutes 18.63. You have Rockland Mannings in 6 2:23.04. You have Honeygun from Magati in 7 2:18.20, and Plummer of Sidney Pagan in 8 2:19.45 seconds. So Jaden Brown expected to win though. Jaden Brown expected to win. I think the big question would be what time will he put down. The record here held by Adrian Nethersole ran 2:02.78 seconds. That was back in 2018. Outstanding Adrian Nethersole of Stets. But you have to know, look how Honeygun. It's a 2 from Magati. And the shortest in the field is the favorite. And 2 from Magati. And 2 Honeyguns though, one from Monroe, the other from Magati. Green Island, Stets, Monroe, William Nib, Mannings, and Sinnepagan. 2 again from Magati. Jaden Brown, he's in lane 1. And he wants to go to the front of the pack. Jaden Brown, cutting in front of Jaden Brown was Williams of William Nib of Green Island, pardon me. Now tossing for that top spot was Honeygun of Monroe. Honeygun of Monroe goes out, but now Brown just allowed them to go in front. He went around the 2, but now the man from Stets is right there, Blake. Blake from Stets goes out hard, and for the closer by Brown. The diminutive one was certainly the champion, many may say, because he was crowned the champion the boys and girls track and field championships last year. He is a class act. Jaden Brown of Magati. He goes back in front as he passes Blake like he was not there and cruises on the front stretch. The man from Magati, Brown. Jaden is his first name, extending his lead. When I say he's a class act, he's a class act. Some say he runs against the clock. His teammate also there, Honeygun. Honeygun is there, settles into second position. Brown out in front, and Honeygun, the taller of the 2, is in second. And in third from Stets is Blake. The top 3 with about 310 meters to go. It is Jaden Brown of Magati. You know that he won't slope at all. He's on the back stretch and trying to extend his lead in this boys class 3 800 meters run. The final 800 meters on the day are in the championship. It is all about the County of Cornwall Athletics Association. What a lead, what a lead. He's expanding and moving away. The young man from Magati, they call him Jaden, his last name Brown. He will change the front into home when he comes around. And what about a 60-meter lead he has over his teammate, his schoolmate Honeygun, who seems like he's tiring. But now he begins to pour his arms. He's running against the clock. It's all Jaden Brown. Look at him go. Oh my word. Jaden Brown, he takes the boys class 3 800 meters. His classmate, teammate Honeygun, he finishes close him and he slows down. And for second, and I think though that William Nib Reed was right there for third. It will be a photo finish though between the 2. Between Honeygun and William Nibs Reed for that second spot. But I think, though, that Honeygun got it ahead of Reed in this boys class 3 800 meters. I would like to hear the time for this event. Diminutive one, but he is certainly a class act. So, the next event on track is the girls' semi-finals in the 100 meters. This is class 4. We have 2 semifinals, class 4, 2 semifinals, girls class 3. And for class 2, we have 2 semifinals. And then we have boys class 4 and class 3 on the boys side. And 2 in class 2, you have 2 semifinals also. I'll tell you in terms of the rankings in the top 3. If normally when there's 2 semifinals, top 3 in each heat plus the next 2 fastest times. Well, it's not said on this paper, so I don't know for a fact. So don't quote me on that though. But I'm telling you what normally happens when you have 2 semifinals. When you have 3 semifinals, it's the top 2 in each heat plus the next 2 fastest times. So I'm thinking that's what they do, top 3 in each heat plus the next 2 fastest times. So coming up, the girls class 4, 100 meters semi-final 1. McDowell Lakovia is in 1. She had a time of 13.70 seconds. Elena Forrest from Mannings in 2, 13.90. You have Lassith for Herbert Morrison in 3, 13.29. Murray of Montalverda in 4, 12.68 seconds. You have Dixon for William Nib in 5, 13.24. Doyle Black River in 6, 13.51. Mackenzie Rosses in 7, 13.66. And Mackenzie again, this from Petersfield, in 8, 13.34 seconds. That's Alicia Mackenzie from Petersfield. So 3 events going on today. Track alert, they want was, let's say you want to be a part of the middle and long distance event, however that never worked out. I think that's very innovative by Dwayne Johnson, the middle distance coach at Jamaica College. As we get ready for the 100 meters. Interesting though, it's the respective coaches, athletes, but still awaiting the first set of point standings after we get the first set of results. Then we can give you the updated. Does not make any sense. We'll repeat the same thing over and over and over again. Because I'll give you the last point standings combined. The defending champions, Stets, they had 88.50 points. Petersfield second, 78 points. Monroe College third, 63 points. William Nib fourth, 53.50. And in fifth, Herbert Morrison, 40 points. Also with 40 points was Magati. That is the top 5. On the female side of things, the top 5, Magati, fifth, 12 points. Montel Werner fourth, 27 points. In third, William Nib, 27.50 points. In second, you have St. Elizabeth Technical, 50.50 points. And Petersfield, they're first with 51 points. On the men's side of things, on the male side of things, Petersfield, fifth with 27 points. Magati, fourth with 28 points. In third, Herbert Morrison with 33 points. In second, St. Elizabeth Technical High with 38 points. And first, Monroe with 63 points. So, the first heat coming up, that is the point standings from the 2 days of qualifying and respective finals. And those were more so field events so than track events. So the athletes are now being lined up for the 100 meters. This is class 4, 2 semifinalists. What we had before though in the hurdles event, only 99% of the hurdles event had sections. Only the girls class 1, 100 meters hurdles never had a section event. It was just one straight run. Alexis James, she took the top spot, the world under 20 silver medalist. Now, we'll have 2 sections, but not sections anymore. They're heats. Because what will happen later on after the luncheon interval, we'll have the 100 meters final. So this is the semi-final of the day. So getting ready for that 100 meters final, semi-finals, pardon me. And then we have the 400 meter hurdles. Then we have luncheon interval at about near 1 o'clock. Then we come back at 1:30. So in the meantime, girls are lined up. And getting ready for the first of 2 heats. Semi-finals, pardon me. The record here is 12.10 seconds, held by LaShana Dennis. That was done back in 2007. Matt Dowell. Dowell, Lakova in 1. Forrest of Mannings in 2. You have Lyseth from Herbert Morrison in 3. Murray Montalverno in 4. She's a favorite to take this heat. Dixon from William Nib in 5. Doyle Black River in 6. Mackenzie Rosses in 7. And Mackenzie of Petersfield in lane 8. First of 2 semifinals, girls class 4, 100 meters. Clean start for the favorite Mount Alvernia. Murray with the lead over the entire field. Murray is certainly putting in a commanding performance. It is Murray slows down before going across the line. The young lady from Mount Alvernia is close for second, but certainly Gianna Murray qualified the time of 12.68 seconds, coming through to take the top spot. And we said before she was the favorite in this heat and to take the overall title. I personally think she can challenge the record, though, although being on glass, because when this record was run, it was in Montego Bay, 2007. So Murray taking that spot from Mount Alvernia. Getting ready for semi-final 2. Smith of Stets in 1, qualified with a time of 13.72 seconds. Have Cox of Mouchette in 2, 13.89. Ramsey Petersfield in 3, 13.30. Parker of Magalty in 4, 12.98. Christy Herbert Morrison in 5, 13.20. In 6, you have Street of Rossies with a time of 13.50. 7, Rockland of Mannings, 13.60. And in 8th, Farquharson of Mount Alvernia, 13.59 seconds. Christy Herbert Morrison, Parker of Magalty, lanes 4 and 5, you have to look out for. Girls class 4, 100 meters. This is the semi-final. And semi-final 2. We had semi-final 1, which was won by the defending champion from Mount Alvernia, Gianna Murray. But now getting ready for semi-final 2. At the end of the 100 meters, we'll have the 400 meters hurdles. And that's final. And then we have the lunch and interval. And then come right back. So Smith in 1, Cox in 2, Ramsey in 3, Parker in 4, Christie 5, Street in 6, Rockland 7, and Farquharson in lane 8. High jump going on the infield. Long jump still going on. I gave you one result from the jumps earlier on. I'll give you. So in the meantime, getting ready for the next event. As we get ready. I told you before, though, the meet record, Class 1 girls long jump. Alia Foster from Mount Alvernia, 6.19 meters. That is now the new mark. Alia Foster, 6.19. Athletes standing behind their respective blocks for the second semi-final. Girls Class 4. .100 meters. Smith, Cox, Ramsey, Parker, Christie, Street, Rockland, and Farquharson. Athletes go into their respective blocks. Parker of Margaret. She's in 4, though. On our outside, Christie of Herbert Morrison in 5. Started not happy with something. Cox of Mouchette does came out of her blocks. Not wearing the Mouchette colors though, in the blue and black. Ramsey Petersfield 3. 12.98 seconds was the second fastest time, advancing through to the semi-finals. As we just saw, Murray of Mount Alverna clocking, well, we don't know her time just yet, but she clocked 12.68 seconds in qualifying to the semi-finals. Here we go once again. Smith, Cox, Ramsey, Parker, Christie, Street, Rockland, and Farquharson. No, great start. This from Christie. Now coming through, looks to be Parker of Magati. Parker of Magati is streaking away from the rest of the field. It is Parker of Magati takes it ahead of Herbert Morris to Christie, who is in second. But Parker of Magati takes the top spot. This girls class 4, 100 meters. Parker taking the top spot, automatically qualifying for this afternoon's final. And in second from Herbert Morrison was Christie. As we told you to look out for lanes 4 and 5. Girls class 3 coming up, 100 meters. Semi-final 1. Jodian Tomlinson from Rose Hall in lane 1. Qualify with a time of 13.58 seconds. Yeah, Liana Honeygun from Black River in 2. 13.65 seconds. Brianna Hawthorne from Herbert Morrison in 3, 13.18 seconds. Tana Shea Gooden from Mushet in 4, 12.66 seconds. Bell of Mount Alverna, Sharia Bell, 13.15 seconds. And in 6, yeah, Smith of Petersfield, 13.43. Simmons of Troy in 7, 13.58. Robinson Lacovia in 8, 13.40. Lanes 4 and 5 a short while ago. Lanes 4 and 5 in this. Shara Bell of Mount Alverna, 30.15 seconds. I know she can go faster than what she's put forward to advance through to this semifinals. Thank you for being a part of Track Alerts broadcast at the College of Cornwall Athletics Association Western Championships. So we will just ask you to click the subscribe button if you have not subscribed before. If you have, leave it alone. If you haven't, ask you to click the subscribe button, watch, share, and like, and ask you to click the notification bell. So Gooden of Mushet in 4, but Sharia Bell though, Mount Alverna, she is a class act though, and the question would all be raised, how come? And we're not talking about JPS because we had a power outage earlier this morning, but Mount Alverna tends to have a lot of outstanding athletes in class 4 and class 3, and then maybe an athlete or two will go through to class 2 and class 1, but it will not be the plethora you see at classes 4 and 3. And we're talking about standards which are high. Girls class 3, 100 meters. This is semi-final 1. Tomlinson, Honeygun, Hawthorne, Gooden, Bell, Smith, Simmons, and Robinson. It's 4 and 5 once again. Oh my word, lanes 4. Gooden of Mushet. Gooden of Mushet came out before the entire field. Let's see what will be given to her. We see the official walking across to her lane. Mushet's Gooden gets a red. She's out. Oh my word. She is out. I am shocked. Not shocked, I'm surprised. I'm disappointed for her though. She was one of the better athletes in this event, coming in with the fastest time. But they gave a warning to another field though, but that young lady as we see our coach consoling her. But the race will continue. Shara Bell now in 5 is the overwhelming favorite to take this semi-final from Mount Alvernia. And we see Bell gets out well on the inside of Bell from Herbert Morrison's Hawthorne. Hawthorne is going, but here comes Sharia Bell. Sharia Bell maintaining the top position and going away from Hawthorne, slowing up somewhat. Sharia Bell ahead of Hawthorne from Herbert Morrison finishing in second, and Robinson on the outside in lane 8 from Lacovia finishing in third. Disappointed though from Gooden and Mouchette. I'm not saying that the starters did anything incorrect. It's up to the starters' discretion. It's not a must when you first start to get a red, but it depends. They weigh their mind, the weight of what happened. In the first instance, when the young lady received a caution, she clinched in the blocks. So she flinched in the blocks, and that is a false start. Could be a judge of the false start also. However, they came across, gave the field, her and the entire field, a caution. But at this point, the favorite in this event, Gooden, was not flinching at all. She ran out of the blocks. So you can see the disparity between the two, why they would give one a red card from the other. However, they did not have to. Yes, it's a championship, I agree. But sometimes you can use your discretion. I ask why, but you can. It's in the rules. It's in the rules. It's up to the last call. It's up to the starter. So when you first start, you don't have to give them a red card. No, you don't. But she did first start, and that's the penalty she has to face. She has to live to fight another day, though. But a good talent from Mouchette. Tarashe Gooden. And our coach has been working with that team for a long period of time now. And let's go to semi-final 2. Kayla Jones of Froome is in 1, had a time of 13.62 seconds coming in this semi-final. Serena Reid of Herbert Morrison, 13.63 seconds. She is in 2. You have Tiana Powell from Rose Hall in 3, 13.40. You have Tishona McDowell from Lacovia, the favorite in this heat, 12.76 seconds was her time coming in. Now Sashane Godfrey of Petersfield, she is in lane 5, 13.10. And in 6, you have Tessan Bennett of Stets, 13.45 seconds. In 7, Neela Graham from Magotty, 13.61 seconds, pardon me. And in lane 8, you have Ratigan Delanique from Black River. So Delanique, 13.57. That's was her time coming into this semi-final. McDowell of Lacovia, the favorite. On our outside, Godfrey of Petersfield. Girls Class 3, 100 meters. Great start from Lacovia's McDowell. Oh, out of the blocks like a bullet. McDowell of Lacovia. She's striding away off the rest of the field. It is McDowell on the outside. Godfrey of Petersfield finishing in second. But McDowell taking the second semi-final in the girls' class 3 100 meters. It is all to Shauna McDowell of Lacovia ahead of Sashane Godfrey of Petersfield for second. First and second semi-final 2 girls' class 3. This is 100 meters. Next event on track, still with the girls though. Class 2 will take center stage. And this will be interesting though. Yes, it will be interesting. What event one particular athlete will be doing. And what event another athlete will be doing. Class 2 and Class 1. Lavanya Williams, Class 3 champion in the Boys and Girls Track and Field Championships. is a favorite to take this event. However, she's not the fastest class 2 athletes we've seen all season. A young lady, first year class 2, Dockery of Lacovia, who is noted for the 400 meters, has run some superb 100 meters. Who is the fastest in class 2 this year so far? I don't think she'll be doing that at Champs, Boys and Girls Track and Field Championships. So Campbell of Cedric Titus in 1, 13.35 seconds. Burke of Petersfield in 2, 13.59. Walters, Herbert Morris in 3, 12.80 seconds. Lavanya Williams, William Nib had a time of 12.21 seconds into this semi-final. Brene Grizzle of Rossies in 5, 12.54 seconds. Rihanna Rary of Montalvernia in 6, 12.83. You have Belafonte of Magati in 7, 13.14. And Rochelle Wint of Nain in lane 8, 12.99 seconds. That's the first of 2 semifinals, 11.58 seconds. Ashana Hay, she has a meet record. That was done back in 2018. So, in the meantime, so Lavanya Williams, who competed for a C's when she won in class 3. Now moving over to William Nib with her coach. Let's see what she can do. So we're getting ready now. We have to look in lane 4, Lavanya Williams, a class out from William Nib. Expectations has grown from this or for this lady. She's the last to go into her block. She's in 4, purple top, green tights. Well started, not happy. Because on the outside of Williams, Grizzle of Rossies and Rary of Montalvernia. So, persons are following football all over the world, the EPL. The Arsenal fans are happy with that victory earlier this morning over Aston Villa. But let's concentrate on track and the field. The gun has sent them away. Lavanya Williams, not a clean start at all, but she gets up well. On the inside of Lavanya Williams is Walters, but Lavanya Williams cuts it down and jogs it. Oh, brilliant performance for Lavanya Williams. Grizzly is second and Walters of Herbert Morris is third, but Lavanya Williams of William Nib looking confident, looking supreme as she shut it down with about 40 meters to go, but she takes semi-final 1. In the girls' class 2, this is the 100 meters, showing her class, Lavanya Williams. So getting ready for semi-final 2. Yep. Carly of Aberdeen in 1:13.31 seconds. As White of Mannings is there, 13.42. Campbell of Cedric Titus in 3, 12.80 seconds. Now you have Roach from Herbert Morrison in 4, 12.32 seconds. Ramson Petersfield in 5, 12.50. Thompson of William Nib in 6, 12.80 seconds. Reed of Irwin is in 7, 13.12. And Smith of Montalvernia in lane 8, 13.04 seconds. So Louisiana, Smith of Montalvernia in 8, 13.04. Destiny Reed of Irwin in 7, 13.12. Amelia Thompson of William Knibb in 6, 12.80. Shanice Ramson from Petersfield in 5, 12.50 seconds. And Rassian Roach from Herbert Morrison in 4, 12.32. You have Versa Campbell from Cedric Titus, 12.80. And in 2, you have Kimmery White Mannings, 13.42. And Tashar Cawley of Aberdeen, 13.31. So, getting ready for the girls' class 2, semi-final 2. The hurdles are being put out for the 400-meter hurdles right after the 100 meters. Interesting though, the 100 meters, look across. On the girls' side. I'm thinking though, the 100 meters on the girls' side will be straight final, depending on the amount of entries, because we don't see semi-finals for them in our listing. Next event on track with the boys' class 4 100 meters, and then 3, 2, and 1. So the 100 meters, no semi-finals on the girls' side, class 1. That would be interesting. Carletta Bernard of Mount Alvernia, Alexis James, Petersfield. And the gun has sent them away. And looks to be Roach of Herbert Morrison. Roach of Herbert Morrison maintained the top spot on the outside of Roach. Is Ramson of Petersfield. So Ramson over Roach. Is Ramson of Petersfield gets the better of Roach of Herbert Morrison. Petersfield Ramson gets the better of Roach of Herbert Morrison. A strong performance from Ramson of Petersfield. Held her composure, held her form. But you looked at Roach though, she dipped about 5 or 3 meters above the finish line. She was not over the finish line just yet before she lowered her head, thinking that she was there. But in the meantime, Ramson does stride away. But Ramson takes it ahead of Roach. Both will be in this afternoon's final, the girls' class 2 100 meters. On to class 4 now, boys. So as I was stated before, the class 1 girls not listed. So I'm thinking that it's not no semifinals. They had the semifinals earlier on, in terms earlier in the week, had to be straight final. Depends on the amount of entries that you had. Carlton Bernard, who's a class act. And Carletta Bernard, I think, will run the 100 meters. We've seen her before this year, has been a dynamite of an athlete. And last year, running 11.4 in the girls' class 2. And once upon a time, running 11.4 in class 2 would have been an absolute cracker. But not always seeing the performances from these young ladies this year. 2 from Heidel, outstanding 11.2 on the cards. And then you talk about Edwin Allen, has been phenomenal. Which is a class act. Well, let's get to the boys now, class 4. Allen of Newell had a time of 13.38 seconds. He is in 1. Riley Monroe, 13.63. He is in 2. You have Scott of Herbert Morrison in 3, 12.83 seconds. Hilton of Stets in 4, 12.42 seconds. Smith of William Knibb in 5, 12.73 seconds. Crooks in 6 of Green Island, 12.97. Green of Cornwall College in 7, 12.97. 13.25, pardon me. And Wright of Sinnepagan in 8, 12.98 seconds. You have to look out for Smith of William Knibb and Hilton of Stets. Not to forget about Crooks of Green Island. Javani Crooks. Is he there though? What is semi-final? Seems like Monroe's Riley is missing in action. Also missing is Crooks of Green Island. And Wright of Sydney Pagan. A 5-man field for the first semi-final. Gunn has sent them away. Man from Stets, Hilton. Hilton gets out well and is moving away from everyone. On his outside, it looks to me like it's Smith, but it's going to be Hilton taking the top spot. Smith of William Knibb is second, and in third from Herbert Morrison is Scott. So Jermaine Hilton of Stets takes semi-final 1 ahead of Smith of William Knibb, and third looks to be Amelia Scott of Herbert Morrison for third. This boys class 4, 100 meters. Semi-final 2 coming up. Jamil Bernard of Mannings in 1, 13.54. Dawkins Irwin in 2, 13.56. Robinson of Irwin in 3, 12.87 seconds. We have Houston Herbert Morrison in 4, 12.54. Kelly of Stets in 5, 12.67 seconds. Mackenzie William Knibb in 6, 12.88 seconds. And Dixon Green Island in 7, 13.19. Campbell of Overseas in 8, 12.99 seconds. Semi-final 2, rocking and rolling. In semi-final 1, it was only 5 competitors as Riley, Crooks, and Wright were missing in action. They were from schools Monroe, Green Island, and Sydney Pagan. Let's see if any will be missing in semi-final 2 in this boys class 4, 100 meters semi-final. So both are from Irwin in this heat. Dawkins from Irwin, Robinson from Irwin. They're lanes 2 and 3.
For section 2, class 4 boys, 100 meters semifinals. In lane 1, 13.4 coming in from the Manning School, Janeek Brown. Lane 2, 13.6.
Let's look back on the lane assignments though. We saw a short while ago from Stets Hilton was first in semi-final 1. Remember, we don't have an electronic clock to watch. Give you the time. Smith of William Knibb second. Herbert Morrison. Scott was third. That was in semi-final 1. Now, Bernard, Dawkins, Robinson, Houston, Kelly, Mackenzie, Dixon, and Campbell. They are all in semi-final 2.
Section 2 of 2, class 4 boys, 100 meter semifinals, top 3, sure to advance.
I'm looking ahead. Athletes on their marks. So no one in lane 7. So from Green Island again, Dixon is missing. 7 facing the starter. Great start. This in lane 4 looks to be Herbert Morrison. Houston going out well. On Houston's outside looks to be Kelly of Stets. But Houston, he is small but certainly swift. Houston looks like he's about 4-0, but he takes a top spot in this semi-final. The man from Herbert Morrison, Adrian Houston, had a time of 12.54 seconds to qualify for the semi-finals, but held off the challenge of Kelly of Stets to take semi-final 2, advancing through to this afternoon's final. Boys class 4, 100 meters semi-final. Next event on track is a boys class 3, semi-final 1 of 2. Madan of Mannings in 1, 12.53 seconds. Distin, Little London in 2, 12.47. Garvey Herbert Morrison 3, 11.98 seconds. Daly of Cornwall College in 4, 11.61. In 5 you have Shadane Lewis of Petersfield, 12.06 seconds. In 6 Lewis of Stets, 11.86 seconds. In 7 you have Brian Winter from Monroe, 12.49. And in 8 Sinclair of Green Island, 12.38 seconds. For the first 2 semifinals, athletes were missing, or one athlete was missing in the last semi-final. That was Dixon of Green Island. We see Green Island missing in the 2 semi-finals in boys class 4. Because 3 were missing in class 4, section 1. Riley of Monroe, Crooks of Green Island, and Wright of Cedar Pagan. In the second section, second semi-final, Dixon of Green Island was missing. The Green Island athletes in class 4 missing in action. Saw the vice principal earlier on. Technical director and vice principal. Now, class 3 boys take center stage. 10.94 seconds. The record held by Dexter Lee, 2005. When you talk about a global youth champion, that's the man. One of the few was taken 2. Jail Hyde, also special as a junior, also as a senior. In the 400 meters hurdles, which is the next event after the 100 meters have been finished. Taking 2 junior titles. Madan from Mannings 1, Distin, Little London 2, Garvey, Herbert Morrison 3, Daly from Cornwall College in 4, Lewis of Petersfield in 5, Lewis of Stets in 6, Winter, Monroe in 7, and Sinclair, Green Island in lane 8. Semi-final 1, class 3. These are boys. So missing in action is Monroe's Briana Winter. A 7 facing the starter. Have to look out for Daly of Cornwall College. He's in 4. Gets a great start. Oh, hell is dry phase. Daly of Cornwall College on his outside from Stets. Lewis. But Lewis now goes ahead of Daly. It is Lewis of Stets ahead of Daly. Lewis looks across and highs Neelis from this man from Stets. Lewis ahead of Cornwall College's Daly. Bullet start from Daly. However, Lewis on the outside took over the reins after 40 meters and carried it home. This is semi-final, not the final. This is the boys class 3, 100 meters. So Usain Bernard, Petersfield in 1, had a time of 12.63. Now John Salmon from Monroe in 2, 12.76. Raquel Reed from Cornwall College is in 3, 11.92 seconds. Walters of Stets in 4, 11.84. In 5, you have Tyreek Bennett of BB Coke, 12.34. Fitzroy Harris of Herbert Morrison, he's in 6, 12.17. Tyreek Sinclair of Green Island in 7, 12.95 seconds. And Sean Smith of Aberdeen in lane 8, 12.45 seconds. 7 faced the starter a short while ago, as Monroe's Winter was missing in action. He was supposed to be in lane 7. Let's see if all have faced the starter. That is the big question on the day. And we've seen some great performances so far, and I use the term great. And I continue to use the term great. Great times happening on the day. Great performances on the day. Boys class 3, semi-final 2. Bernard, Salmon, Reed, Walters, Bennett, Harris, Sinclair, and Smith. So Herbert Morrison, Harris has making the adjustments to his blocks. No sitting athlete in 4 though. Should have been Walters of Stets. Walters of Stets is there, pardon me. So there are no athlete in 2. So Salmon, Monroe, and also missing action is Bennett in 5. A recall. Let's see what will happen here. I did not see who false started. So the assistant has a yellow and a red flag. Let's see what flag he will show and what lane he will go in. He's going into lane 3. No, he's not. Wow. So red card being shown. Wow. From Green Island. Sinclair. It was in lane 7, received the red card. Sinclair of Green Island. He's out. So the field now down to 5. And 1, 3, 4, 6, and lane 8. So the athletes are just standing after they saw Sinclair receive that red card. Just to have the false started in the second class 3 boys 100 meters semi-final. The white flag being raised by the official. So the athletes will once again. So 6 in the starter. So BB Coke is there. Never saw him before though. BB Coke's Bennett in lane 5. The gun has set them off. Great start from Stetzer Walters. Stets Walters riding away from the rest of the field. It Walters of Stretton inside. Looks to be Reed of Cornwall College. But Walters of Stets takes semi-final 2. In second is Reed of Cornwall College. He qualified for the semi-finals. The time of 11.84 seconds. But Reed was gaining, although you can say that Walters of Stets slowed up somewhat, allowing Reed, Cornwall, to cut the deficit as they went over the line very close. But certainly Walters was ahead of Reed of Cornwall College. Boys Class 3, 100 meters semi-finals. Class 2 is up next. I never saw Bennett though of BB Coke lined up before the false start, so maybe he was there and maybe he wasn't. Beckford of Troy, semi-final 1 in the boys class 2, 100 meters. Beckford of Troy, 12.02 seconds was his qualifying time. Petgrave of Irwin, he's in 2, 12.03. You have Caradice of Stets in 3, 11.51 seconds. Smythe of Mushet in 4, 11.28 seconds. Seymour William Nibb in 5, 11.50 seconds. Hemmings of Herbert Morris in 6, 11.55. Wright of Petersfield in 7, 12.02 seconds. And Drummond of Bannings in 8, 11.78. So you have to look out. The record is 10.40 seconds, held by Dexter Lee. So Dexter Lee of Herbert Marshall holds the record in the boys class 4, class 3, and class 2. And Nigel Ellis has a record in class 1. He's from Stets. Has been an MVP for some time. Let's see now. Athlete just standing around, awaiting the instructions. Beckford, Petgrave, Cardice, Smythe, Seymour, Hemmings, Wright, and Drummond. So 100 meters, class 2 boys. As I'm hoping to get some point standings and results, official results with the times very soon. Semi-final 1 of 2. Well, Smythe of Mushroom gets out well on the inside of Smythe. Looks to be Cardice of Stets. Cardice of Stets with about 50 meters to go. Smythe trying to cut the deficit, but Cardice and Smythe. But it's going to be Cardice of Stets ahead of Smythe of Mushet, who was looking across. For what reason, I don't know, because he was not in the lead. He was trailing Cardice by about half a meter or so, but Smythe looked across and said, oh, I have you covered. But you did not have him covered at all, because still, Cardice was still in front. We had a time of 11.51 seconds in qualifying. Smythe's time of 11.28 seconds. Well, both have advanced through the final. Herbert Morrison Hemmings was third, and his qualifying time through the semifinals was 11.55. However, we'll get the times they just ran in a short while. Second semi-final, boys class 2, 100 meters. Johnson of Green Island in 1, 11.97 seconds. Leslie Irwin 2, 12.03. Yeah, Blake of Sydney Pagan 3, 11.51. Todd of Stets in 4, 11.33 seconds. You have Stewart of Herbert Morrison in 5, 11.37. Reed in 7, 11.92. And Lawrence in lane 8, 11.70 seconds. And just want to make sure I'm saying this name correctly though. D'Souza Sinclair. So D'Souza Sinclair, that's his last name. I don't know if they made a mistake though. It seems like two names in one. D'Souza Sinclair from Mannings, 11.67 seconds. I've never seen the last name like that. D'Souza Sinclair. It's Nathaniel, first name. So you have to look out for Todd of Stets, 11.33. In from Stets. So let's see what Javane Stewart can do. So I've never seen a last name like that. No hyphen at all. D'Souza Sinclair is one name. Hans Akimbo from the Athletes. Todd of Stets will be getting cheers though. Well, think though that Stewart, as long as he is fit, what he showed last year, he's a cinch to take this semi-final. Full field, semi-final 2, boys class 2, 100 meters. Great start it was for the man from Herbert Morrison. Stewart gets on the inside of Stewart from Stets. Todd is high knee list from Todd, and Stewart is second, and in third looks to be Sidney Pagan's Blake. So that's the top 3, but a great performance this from Todd of Stets in second, Stewart of Herbert Morrison, and Blake of Sidney Pagan in 3. So those are the automatic qualifiers through to this afternoon's final. And just over 12 o'clock. Class 1 boys will take center stage. And Javed Stewart, though, who is a class act, Herbert Morrison. The big question is asking, is he holding back? Because he came out of the blocks extremely good. And then it was all about Todd, who took full control from Stets. Time will tell on that. Morrison, Mouchette in 1. This is semi-final 1 in the boys class 1, 100 meters. Morrison of Mouchette in 1, 11.69 seconds. Mailer Mannings in 2, 11.76. You have Cunningham from Cornwall College in 3, 11.25 seconds. Javerone Dunkley from Stets, he's in 4, 10.68 seconds. Thompson B.B. Cook in 5, 11.22. You have Michael Lee Hill of Herbert Morrison, he's in 6, 11.49. Then you have Devontae Miller of Green Island in 7, 11.64 seconds. And 8 Samuels of Racines, 11.53 seconds. So this is interesting, though. Many persons will think, though, in this class 1 boys, 100 meters, it will be Stets against Herbert Morrison.
Number 1, the class 1 boys, 100 meters semifinals, 2 sections to come. 10.20 seconds is the meet record.
So let's see what happens here. This is the Coca County of Cornwall Athletics Association. This is the Western Championship. Athletes are standing behind their blocks with instructions from the starter. As we get ready. So Yohan Dunkley is there. And you know that chairs will go out with this young man. He is a class act, Yohan Dunkley. Athletes standing behind their blocks. Yohan Dunkley of Stets. Many persons think that he can run 10.3 this year. Has ran 10.68 seconds. He is in lane 4. Hush comes over the grounds again. White flag raised by the official. Great start for Dunkley of Stets, who has the lead. We expected Dunkley to take control for the first 5 meters, and that he has done. And he's making mountain faces of who I don't know. It's just the semi-finals. Why would he be doing that? So Dunkley of Stets, Yohan Dunkley of Stets, making monkey faces. Will he be doing that though at the end of the final? That's the big thing. Or maybe he's doing that now because he realizes he can't do it in the final. So Yohan Dunkley, and they will call it youthful exuberation. I don't know if that's it though. It's a little bit too much, I thought. But that's just my thinking on it though. Some persons will enjoy that, especially persons from Stets. But taking pictures and showing the number 1 sign in a semi-final. But in the meantime, let's go on to the next semi-final for the boys class 1, 100 meters. Heaven from Cornwall College, he's in 1, 11.71 seconds. Anderson Mushet in 2, 11.77. Campbell of Lakova in 3, 11.29 seconds. DeAndre Daly, the Carifta champion, he is in 4, 10.98 seconds, has a personal best of 10.23. He finished at Champs last year 4th. See if he can actually step up from that placing. I was at 3rd, pardon me. And that was a great final last year at Boys Championships. And ran level 1, 10.25 seconds. Newbie was second, 10.26. As yes, he finished 3rd, 10.3. Rickram Graham of Wilmers was 4th, from my memory. And the St. Catherine athlete, 5th. And then Boaji finishing in 6th, 100 meters. Running 10.49, though, that was his fastest time in 100 meters at Champs. Now is the national junior record holder. Now this event, DeAndre Daly, Herbert Morrison, 10.98. Prasanna Dennis sets 11.02 seconds. Reed of Petersfield, 11.51. Ross of Green Island in 7, 11.63. Hides of Budrow, 11.60. So, when I said that it's Stets versus Herbert Morrison, you should know what I'm talking about. Prasanna Dennis of Stets, national medalist. He is also an outstanding youth athlete. But DeAndre Daly was one here at the West. We saw him at GC Foster College running 10.4 in a positive 2.1 wind. Let's see what he can do today, though. And he'll be challenged by Dennis on his outside in lane 5. Herbert Morrison maroon in 4. Stets gold and blue tights in 5. Daly and Dennis. Great start from DeAndre Daly out of his drive phase. DeAndre Daly looks pretty relaxed though. DeAndre Daly with a chain in his mouth and cuts it down. Dennis is a second. Looks to be Campbell of Lakova finishing in 3rd. Good performance from DeAndre Daly. I want to know his time. No monkey faces from DeAndre Daly, meaning he's serious. So that's the last 100 meters on the cards. Our next event on the track is the 400 meters hurdles. That is the next event on the track, 400 meter hurdles. We spoke about one individual earlier on from Stets.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS at Gmail. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157
400-meter hurdles, open event.
Welcome back to the Cocoa Western Championships. County of Cornwall Athletics Association. All about track and field. After that break, after 100 meters, they get ready to rock and roll once again. The 400 meters hurdles open. And let's see now. So in lanes 3, Briana Williams of Rhodes Hall. In lane 4, you have Vernes Lenzel from Lacovia. In 5, you have Janine Richards from Petersfield. And in 6, Chennai Jarrett of Stets. So this is a section 1 of 2. The girls open for 100 meters hurdles. 59.95 is the record held by Shakina Foote, done back in 2019 on this surface. So 4 facing the starter in this first section. Lanes 3 through to 6. Lewis, Rhodes Hall, Nelson, Lacovia, Richards, Petersfield, and Jarrett of Stets. Great start for Lewis of Rhodes Hall on the inside. We're moving well on the outside. In lane 6 is Jarrett of Stets. But you have to go back in lane 3 of Lewis of Rhodes Hall. She has covered Nelson of Lacovia. She has gone by the young lady from Lacovia, Nelson, and has gained on Richards of Petersfield. On the outside, it is Jarrett of Stets. On the inside in lane 3, Lewis of Rhodes Hall in the orange top with about 200 meters to go. Still maintaining a slight advantage. Out in lane 6, Jarrett of Stets. But trying to move on the inside is Lewis of Rhodes Hall. But she seems like she has hit a bump, because the young lady from Stets still maintaining the top spot, just barely over Lewis of Rhodes Hall. That's the top 2. They enter into the home stretch. It is Jarrett of Stets. She has a slight advantage over Lewis of Rhodes Hall. But certainly the final hurdle to clear, it is Jarrett of Stets. Still with a half a meter lead over Lewis of Rhodes Hall. It's a blanket finish, as it will be Lewis of Rhodes Hall takes the top spot. Found some energy in the last 5 meters to beat Jarrett of Stets. So Lewis of Rhodes Hall take the top spot in this section, the first of 2 in this girls open for 100 meters hurdles. Lewis of Rhodes Hall takes the top spot ahead of Jarrett of Stets first and second as we get ready for section 2. Time the final it is on this glorious Saturday afternoon. Jarrett in lane 1, William Knibb. In 2, Bennett of Stets. In 3, Green of Rhodes Hall. In 4, Ingram of Lacovia. And in 5, you have Jones of Magati. Don't see anyone turning up in lanes 1 and 4. Should have been 5 to face the starter. Well, we see a 4. And Ingram of Lacovia. And Jones of Magati out in lane 5. Missing in action is Jeffrey of William Knibb. And if that was the case at the call room, they could have actually made it into one final, because you had 4 representatives in section 1. But who am I? We're getting ready. As after the hurdles, we will take a break here. Will be the luncheon interval. As we see the athletes just relaxing here at the Western Championships. So 4 facing the starter. We don't see Jeffrey of William Knibb. So winning section 1 was Lewis of Rhodes Hall. Head of Jarrett of Steds.
Lane 1 is empty, apologies. Lane 2, representing St. Louis Botanical.
So you hear the cheers go out for Bennett of Steds. The Green of Rhodes Hall in 3. Ingram of Lacovia in 4. And Jones of Magati is in 5.
Jones, the lineup for the second section of the girls' open 400-meter hurdles.
So the open 400 meters hurdles. Again, 2 sections. Section 1 showcased Lewis of Rhodes Hall taking the top spot. Head of Giant. What's a blanket finish between the two, though? But Rhodes Hall, Lewis found something special. And last 5 meters, last gasp effort from this young lady, which gave her the top spot. But that's section 1, though. Not the overall title, not the overall champion. As you look on, ladies are
On your marks.
just waiting instructions from the starter. Look in lane 2, though. Bennett of Steds, only one to be using blocks. She's from Steds. Teammate standing on the blocks, making sure he doesn't rock back. Great start from the lady in lane 2. Bennett of Steds gets out well. And she's ahead of the entire field on the outside. Jones of Magati settled into that second position. But Jones has stepped up the ammo, is moving well on the backstretch. Jones is moving well on the outside. On the inside, looks to be Bennett of Steds. She is in the blue and gold. That's the top 2. She is in lane 2. But out in lane 5, it is still Jones of Magati in that top position. Now both have cleared the hurdles. No, they're neck to neck based on the stagger. Jones on the outside, Bennett on the inside with 140 minutes to go. Young lady from Magati is now going ahead. Young lady of Steds, that's Bennett. So Jones now going away from Bennett of Steds with one more flight of hurdles to clear. It is Jones of Magati has now moved into a 3-meter lead over Bennett of Steds. So Magati's Jones will take the girls open section 2 for 100 meters hurdles. In second is Bennett of Steds, and finishing in third from Lacovia is Ingram. And at the back of the pack from Rhodes Hall will be Green. So Jones of Magati takes section 2 in the girls open for 100 meters hurdles ahead of Bennett of Steds. And in third, Lacovia's Ingram. And in fourth, now going across the line from Rhodes Hall, met with some music from the music man, it is Green. And she finishing fourth from 4 in section 2. No times to be given. There's no board. Electronic board. Well, let's see now the boys, class 2. For 100 meters hurdles, 54.52 seconds. Shamir Blake will be competing in class 1. He won the 110 meters hurdles today. I'm looking to see if he's down to take part. Even speaking out of terms, though. Yes, he is. I'm not speaking out of terms. He'll be competing in section 303 in class 1. However, let's go back to class 2. So Troy Dixon in 1 from Mannings. Richard Farrier from Rhodes Hall in 2. Who's missing in action. Chavoy Thompson of Mushet in 3. In 4, you have Ronaldo Francis of Green Island. You have in 5, Jabari Matheson from William Nib. And in 6, you have Kevin Thomas from Herbert Morrison. So 5 facing the starter in the first of 3 sections. The boys class 2 for 100 meters hurdles. Do thank you for joining us on Track Alert for the coverage. County of Cornwall Athletics Association. The Western Championships, the qualifiers were earlier in the week at Herbert Morrison, and at this ground, instead, also was some of the throwing events. That's why we came into the final day of this championship day with some points. However, we have not received any more points, so we can't give an update. We'll give you them though, because we were promised at the luncheon interval we'll get some results, official results, and also some point standings, because that's important at a championship. I am not important, but more so the results and the points. That's important to see who will come out on top. Magati, Jones, Senior Jones though, of Magati, winning section 2 after section 1 was won by Lewis of Rhodes Hall. It doesn't mean that winning a section doesn't mean that you're the overall winner.
On your marks.
So we saw just Stead's athlete Bennett using the blocks in the 400 meters hurdles. Now 2 being used in the first of 3 sections. Jones was the winner. Now on to the boys. Thomas of Herbert Morrison in 6. And Matheson, William Knibb in 5. Great start from Matheson. He is in 5 on his outside. From Herbert Morrison is Thomas. But we said before, though, from William Knibb, Matheson has gained on Thomas and moved by Thomas. So it is Matheson from William Knibb with about 260 meters to go. Pardon me. Still Matheson with a brilliant start in his boys class 2 for 100 meters hurdles. So Matheson from William Knibb extending his lead over the man from Herbert Morrison, Thomas, who sits us in second. Also there, Thompson of Mushet in third. But what a great performance from this young man. This is a Matheson. He is in lane 5, almost falling on his face. He's all alone in the home stretch. Matheson from William Knibb goes over the final flight of hurdles with about a 30-meter lead. On the inside from Green Island is Francis for second, and for third it looks to be Thomas of Herbert Morrison, and coming through in fourth in lane 3 it is Thompson. At the back of the pack from Mannings is Dixon. But a good performance, good steady performance this from Matheson from William Knibb. He left all to the blocks and never looked back. Great performance in section 1. Section 2 coming up. Anderson from Sets in lane 3. Griffith of Herbert Morrison in 4. Otti Monroe in 5. In 7, Bennett of Magati, and 8, Birch of Cornwall College. So Brebner of Rhodes Hall is in 6. Brebner is there. Thought he wasn't there though. So 6th place in the starter. This penultimate section. Time the final in the 400 meters hurdles.
Lane 6 from Rhodes Hall, Antoine Brebner. Lane 7 from Magati High, Peter Bennett. And then lane 8 from Cornwall College,
So
Mario Birch. The lineup for
Mario
section
Birch
2,
from Cornwall College
boys class 2, 400 meter hurdles.
in lane 8. Light breeze going over the ground, though the light has certainly turned up somewhat. Still not heavy just as yet. It's bordering on heavy. Birch in 8, Bennett in 7. Brebner 6 from Rhodes Hall. In 5, Otti Monroe in the yellow vest, not wearing the blue. Herbert Morrison in 4. And in 3, Anderson from Stets. Boys class 2 for 100 meters hurdles. 54.52 seconds. Shamar Blake did it in 2021 on this grounds. told before about Blake. You'll be seeing him in Class 1 in the final section. He ran earlier this morning, the 110 meters hurdles. Looking for another victory. At the Youngster Goldsmith meet, he broke the 400 meters hurdles meet record. However, it was broken in the last section by Antonio Forbes of Kingston College. It shows that he's sharp. I'm talking about Shamir Blake. Must concentrate on this second section. Starter.
On your marks.
Given the signal. Anderson, Griffiths, Otti, Brebner, Bennett, and Birch. Western Championships 2023 edition. Great start this coming from Griffiths of Herbert Morrison, but Birch of Cornwall College goes out like a scared hare. Birch of Cornwall College on the back stretch. Now he is cruising somewhat and stepping low. Birch of Cornwall College, maroon, gold, red and gold, pardon me. But on the inside from Herbert Morrison. Looks to be Griffiths. He is in lane 4. But lowering to the top of the pack, Mario Birch of Cornwall College in the red and gold. Certainly extending his lead, moving away from the rest of the crowd. In second from Stets is Anderson. Anderson into that second position. But Birch in lane 8 is all alone. He's on the home stretch. He's gathering some momentum, building up his speed. And over the final flight of hurdles, it is all about Birch. In the top spot, Mario, his first name, into that second position. From Stets is Anderson from Stets second. And coming in for third looks like Magarty. It is Bennett for third. This is section 2 of 3. This is the boys class 2 for 100 meters hurdles. Mario Birch being consoled by Paul Reed, who is a team manager though. Works at the Observer. Paul Reed has been a track and field journalist for many, many years. He can't even count how long he has been one. He's from the West. The school he attended, Cornwall College. Young man from Magarty also down. That's Bennett. Seems like he's sleeping on the ground. He helped up. As we get ready for section 3 coming up. The boys class 2 400 meters hurdles. Blair of Cornwall College. He should be in lane 3. Yes, he is. You have Gordon of William Knibb. Don't see Gordon of William Knibb any at all. He's not there. Should be in 4. But Chambers of Froome in 5. He is in the white vest and green tights. And Newson of Monroe is in lane 6. McLeod of Stets in 7. 4 facing the starter in the third and final section. So Birch walking off the field, not in your sight right now, not on the screen, but his feet were trembling. Seems like he can't stand up straight. Hopefully he's okay. But he ran a great 400 meters hurdles event. Went out hard and kept that momentum. Traveled on the back stretch. Timing was impeccable over the hurdles. So 4 facing the starter in this section, section 3. Blair of Cornwall in 3, Chambers of Froome in 5, Newton of Monroe 6, and McLeod Stets in 7. So in the meantime, after the completion of this race, there'll be 3 sections on the boys class 1. Remember, these sections are timed final. You saw the 100 meters. Those are semi-finals. And the final will be run a little later on this afternoon. While for the other events, it's in 3 or 2 sections. Those are timed finals. Blair from Cornwall in 3, red and gold. Chambers, Froome, white top. University is in 5, pardon me. In 6 you have Newton, Monroe in the dark blue top and blue tights. Instead, McLeod, James McLeod, he is in lane 7. So lunchtime though, the team looks a little bit restless. And the broadcast team I'm referring to. And they're okay. I'll keep the comments peeling in or reeling in. Thank you for being a part of our broadcast. Track alert. County of Cornwall. It says the Athletics Association, all about the Western Championship. So on the outside is McLeod of Stets, going well on the inside from Froome. Chambers. Not great hurdling technique from Chambers. Seems like he's skipping over the hurdles. But on the outside, McLeod from Stets hit that hurdle. He's on the back stretch. But from Froome is Chambers, who is in second. But McLeod offsets with about 160 meters to go. A great technique over the hurdles. 2 different techniques. But the one who is strong seems to be Chambers of Froome. He's on the inside, the green top and the green tights. But the man from Sets maintaining the top position. It's all about McLeod of Sets with about an 8-meter lead over Froome the Chambers. It's all McLeod of Sets over the final flight of hurdles. Slowing up somewhat, a bit tired, but goes across the line in the top position and stumbles over is McLeod in the top position, followed by Chambers of Froome in second. From Monroe is Newton in third, and in fourth is Blair of Cornwall College. Only 4 athletes in this section, the end of the boys class 2 for 100 meters hurdles. The next event on track, it will be the boys class 1 4 hurdles, and it will be 3 sections. The class 1 will be on the track very soon, while the hurdles will be adjusted. In the class for class 1. Hurdles adjusted as after the lunch interval, we'll be having, hopefully having a plethora of results and the latest point standings. As we get ready now for the next section. So after the end of this event, we'll have a lunch after the 40-meter hurdles. And as we get ready for this first of 3 40-meter hurdles. So before the lane assignments, Jerome Williams from Monroe should be in 1. We don't see Williams. Chavoy Smith of Herbert Morrison is in 2. Campbell of Petersfield in 3. James of Rhodes Hall in 4. Robinson of Cornwall College in 5. Not there. The 4 facing the starter in this section. So Javoy Smith of Herbert Morrison in 2. In 3. Romaine Campbell in 3. And in 4, James from Rhodes Hall. There. And Wright from Mannings in 5. So we get ready for the boys class 1 400 meters hurdles. When this event started out, it was open for boys and open for girls. However, the J3 decided to have 2 sections, and ISA actually, class 1 and class 2. At that time, Hyde had the record. Great start coming out of the blocks from Petersfield is Campbell. On the inside of Campbell looks to be Smith. So Campbell of Petersfield, but gaining on his inside is Travoy Smith of Herbert Morrison. Travoy Smith now has taken control and has gained somewhat on Campbell as Petersfield. Shoulder to shoulder with the Petersfield Campbell and gone past the man from Petersfield Campbell and on the outside right of Mannings. So carrying the field around the bend, Herbert Morrison Smith leading the field, but trying to reel him in from Petersfield is Campbell. Says, you pass me, but you're not going too far. But inside is Smith of Herbert Morrison. On the outside looks to be Campbell of Petersfield. It is Smith and Campbell heading towards the line. It is on the outside, Campbell of Petersfield. It's going to be Campbell of Petersfield takes it ahead of Smith of Herbert Morrison. Campbell of Petersfield takes the top spot ahead of Travoy Smith of Herbert Morrison. Good fight back from Romain Campbell of Petersfield. He passed him on the backstretch, but the man from Petersfield, although was untidy in the hurdling, he had the strength and the power and the speed to take section 1 of 3 in the boys class 1 400 meters hurdles. It's a good win that was from Romain Campbell of Petersfield, coming back on the outside to get the better of Smith of Herbert Morrison. Second section coming up. Frater of Monroe in 3. Segree of Herbert Morrison in 4. Williams, Mouchette in 5. Johnson Stetz in 6. And Gibbs of William Knibb in 7. Just looking on though, making sure all the athletes are there. The man from William Knibb, although not on the track, is running on the infield coming over. I don't know if he left something, but William Gibbs finally comes on the track. They went for a rag, able to wipe the blocks. Lane 3, Frater from Monroe. 4, Herbert Morrison Segree. 5, Mouchette Williams. Johnson, Stetz, and Gibbs from William Knibb. So looking on though. So athletes are right there, starting from 3 to the 7. So 5 facing the starter. Young man from Stetz, Johnson. He went on the infield, now he's back in his lane on the track. Grass track here on the grounds of Stetz for the County of Cornwall Athletics Association. This is the Western Champs, the 2023 edition. Man from Monroe taking his sweet time. Frater to go into his blocks. On your marks. Frater, Segree, Williams, Johnson, and Gibbs. Great start on the inside from Herbert Morrison Segree. Segree has gained on Mouchette Williams, but moving well, it looks to be Johnson of Stetz has gained on Gibbs of William Knibb. Now the man from Stetz, Johnson, goes by Gibbs and is certainly moving along on the backstretch. Yellow top and blue tights. It's all about Johnson. He's gone into another gear, stepped up somewhat and up the ante for this school and for his performance so far in this race. So it's Johnson of Stetz. What a gigantic lead he has built. He hits into the home. It's Johnson of Stetz cruising along on the inside from Herbert Morrison. Segui in second, but no one can stop Johnson as he clears the final hurdle and heads towards the line. It's going to be Johnson offsets taking the top spot in section 2, and finishing in second from Herbert Morrison is Segui, and third Williams of Mouchette. But certainly Ronaldo Johnson of Stets taking the top spot in section 2 in the boys class 1 400 meters hurdles. The final section comes up, and this is the final section before we take a break, because the luncheon break will be coming right up after this event. Section 3, the boys class 1 400 meters hurdles. You have to look out now for the favorite, the overwhelming favorite, Shamir Blake, who has been in tip-top form. He competes from lane 7. Calvin of Cornwall College is in 6. Stewart Petersfield is in 5. Ebanks Green Island in 4. Forbes of Lacovia in 3. And Sutherland from Rhodes Hall is in 2. And we look from 3, from 2 to 7.
Lane 3 from Lacovia, Corday Forbes.
So Forbes is there from Lacovia. And then no one is there. Green Island, Tyrese Ebanks is out. So Mara Stewart from Petersfield. Stewart. So let's see. For Petersfield is in 5. Calvin from Cornwall College in 6, and Blake, the overwhelming favorite, in 7. He is the defending champion and one of the favorites at the upcoming boys and girls track and feeder championships in late March. Starts March 28.
On your marks.
Ends April 1. But this is the Western Championships. It's going on today. All eyes will be in lane 7. What's the approach he will take in this section? Section 3 of 3 in the boys class 1 400 meters hurdle. Shamar Blake goes on 12. Has approached the final first set of hurdles. So Shamar Blake jogged over that first set, ran fast on the second. You look at his performance and his technique, but on the inside of Shamir Blake, it looks to be Petersfield Stewart. So Stewart not allowing Blake to go too far. Shamar Blake off Stets. Remember, it's a timed final, so he has to go out hard. He wants to win overall. But Shamar Blake off Stets and Stewart of Petersfield is in second. Now heading into the home stretch. Shamar Blake crosses over and moves over the penultimate hurdle and approaches the final hurdle. It is Shamar Blake and heads fast quickly towards the line. Shamar Blake and making monkey faces again. And second is Stewart of Petersfield. And third from Rhodes Hall is Sutherland. And fourth from Cornwall College is Calvin. The top 4 in the boys 400 meters hurdle. This is section 3. Goes over to the picture of Eldemar Smith. The defending champion. So the point standings, we'll bring that to you after we come back from the luncheon interval. But has been a blast so far for the first of 2 sections in this County of Cornwall Athletics Association Western Championship. I'm Sean Grant. We come back after the luncheon interval.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157.
Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157. Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157. Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157.
Much less see violence, never go off in the boat. I'm a band as a fuck, so me mother never go away. Me no fight the way, I don't fight the way. Cause people love me, fight the way. Just make me in the street and me about that. No, you know that we're big, but all like I never tell her before I step a shot of sky. Pick up all your car, reach your love to me. Make up your body, got the love of me. I show me feeling on me, so the right just find it. Stay for you,
Welcome back to the Coca Western Championships, the County of Cornwall Athletics Association. I'm Sean Grant, and we are ready now to rock and roll after the luncheon interval. Have to big up the Track Alert team that's right here on the cards. And also, we are happy that you have joined our broadcast this afternoon. A moment of silence for Eldemar Smith, the former vice principal of Stets and a middle distance coach, a long-time coach though, and a cricket enthusiast, but more so known for track and field. Himself and Edward Hector were best of friends, and both passed in basically the same week. One passed on the Saturday, the other passed a few days after. And to be honest though, Eldemar Smith was ailing for some time, was in hospital, and then Edward Hector, the former vice principal of Homewood Technical, he was in the hospital, the same hospital, at the same time. He had a heart surgery, and both of them spent some time in the hospital beside each other. However, Edward Hector, he went home and had another heart attack, and Eldemar Smith, he passed off in the hospital. Both were vice principals, both were middle distance coach, both were huge friends for over 40 years, and both were at their respective institutions for over 40 years. Wow. Eldemar Smith loved by the athletes here. And both, if you ask any for information, they would not turn you away if you're an upcoming coach. That's as much I can say for both stalwarts. Jamaica has lost 2 stalwarts in track and the field. So condolences to the family and friends of Eldemar Smith. Condolences to the family and friends of Edward Hector. As we're getting ready now for the 100 meters, this is our first event. And the first event after the luncheon interval. So you hear the music in the background dedicated to Eldemar Smith. His picture is on the infield. And that's remembering the great contribution to Jamaica's track and field and beyond. Well, I told you before though, we're giving some point standings, but the scorers are having some difficulties, technical difficulties. So they're trying to iron it out as we come back online. We do apologize for not giving you any point standings thus far. Hopefully they can rectify the situation as soon as possible, and we can give you some updated point standings, because it's a championship of the Western edition. So we do want to know who's leading and who's in front, who's behind. But this is it, the 100 meters finals coming up. It's going to be a cracker, I think, on the girls' side, Class 1, on the boys' side, Class 1 and Class 2. But have a discussion, though, what happened earlier this morning. In the girls' Class 3, 100 meters, the semi-final, it was Tara Shea Gooden of Mushet who was disqualified in that semi-final, going into the semi-finals with one of the fastest time, 12.60. In fact, she had 12.66 seconds, pardon me. So another record on the day. I gave it a long jump record earlier. So 54.69. That is the discus record. We gave you the long jump record, girls class 1, earlier this morning. That was the first record to go on this glorious Saturday. But just to go back to the story, though, of Mushet's Gooden going into the semi-finals with the fastest time, but she came out of the blocks before the gun was fired, and she got the red card. But that was not the case. So the girls, class 4 on the cards. Doing lane assignments, though. Elaine 1, Ariana Street, Rossies in 1. Rodiana Rockland from Mannings in 2, had a time of 12.90 seconds. Christy Herbert Morris in 3, 12.63. Gianna Murray in 4. She is from Mount Alvernia, 12.02 seconds, overwhelming favorite. You have Kiara Parker from Magotine, 12.21 seconds. Regina Hassith from Herbert Morrison, 12.68 seconds. She is in lane 6 as Lyseth. And in 7, you have Daniela Dixon from William Knibb, 12.74 seconds. And in lane 8, you have Marsha Lee Farquharson from Mount Alvernia, 12.68 seconds. You have to look in lane 4 for Gianna Murray, the form athlete. They're on their marks. Class 4, 100 meters girls final. We had the semifinals earlier this morning. Murray of Mount Alvernia in 4. Clean start from Murray on the inside of Murray Christie of Herbert Morrison. But Gianna Murray has bolting away from the rest of the field. Gianna Murray moves away. In second, it's going to be Parker of Magotine. But Gianna Murray taking the girls class 4, 100 meters in fine style. What a performance from this young dynamo. Gianna Murray of Mount Alvernia taking the gold in the girls class 4, 100 meters. So continue with the girls. So I'm assuming girls class 3 will be the next event on the track. Girls class 3, 100 meters. Tiana Powell of Rose Hall in 1, 12.84 seconds. In 2, Serena Reed of Herbert Morrison in 2, 13.09. In 3 is Shane Godfrey of Petersfield, 12.39 seconds. In 4, Tishana McDowell of Lacovia, the time of 12.12 seconds. Charlotte Bell of Mount Alvernia, 12.48 seconds. You have Brianna Hawthorne of Herbert Morrison, 12.84 seconds. She is in 6. Robinson from Lacovia, she is in 7, had a time of 12.89 seconds, while Bennett of Stets in 8, 12.69 seconds. Have to look out for Lacovia's McDowell, the overwhelming favorite, though. Being a favorite on paper doesn't assure you a victory in the final. As we were stating earlier, though, for the girls class 3 100 meter semi-final, where Gooden got the red card, was disqualified for a false start, and we're discussing could the starter could have done something else. Well, we had a word with the starter in the luncheon interval, and what was said by the Mushet and other individuals that were there, the 100 meter start is alongside the start of the long jump, and the starter was to the right, was over by lane number 1. Now, the athlete in question was in lane 4. The clapping was going on for the long jump to the right. That's close to lane 8. However, the excuse that was used, that because of the clapping, the athlete thought that the clapping was the gun. So that actually sent her off before everyone, and I can understand that. However, what was explained by the starter, that it's funny that when an athlete is in lane 4, the clapping passed lane 8, 7, 6, and 5 to reach lane 4. So no one moved in lanes 8, 7, 6, and 5. However, the favorite lane 4, she moved, and the clapping was to the right of her, where lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8 were. And they were closer to the clapping than what she was. So I do understand both party, the Mushet party in terms of the clapping going on, and the starter's presentation or explanation of what transpired and why he made that decision. Next event, girls class 3. 100 meters. Powell, Reed, Godfrey, McDowell in 4. Bell, Hawthorne, Robinson, and Bennett. Great start coming out to lane 4. McDowell of Lacovia. Look at McDowell, blue and white supreme. But on the outside of McDowell is Bell. Bell is reeling her in. McDowell and Bell. And I think that Bell may have gotten it ahead of McDowell. Charlotte Bell of Mount Alvernia. Shauna McDowell on the inside, and Charlotte Bell on the outside. Well, Bell, we spoke about her in the semi-final. You have to look out for her. Well, I think McDowell did not. What a performance, what a finish from Charlotte Bell of Montalverde. I think she pipped her on the line from my vantage point. But it was close. It's a blanket finish for the girls' Class 3 100 meters final. McDowell and Bell. McDowell was leading for about 85 meters, and there came Charlotte Bell from Montalverde. We spoke about her and her performances so far this year, and she was cool and easy in the semifinals and the preliminaries, did what she had to do to qualify for the last 8, and she did just that, and it was right to the line. Wow, what a finish that was. Next event on the track is a girls' Class 2 100 meters final. In lane 1, Rihanna Rary of Montalvernia. In 2, Destiny Reed of Irwin. In 3, Briana Grizzle of Rossies. In 4, Lavanya Williams of William Nib. In 5, Shanice Ramson from Petersfield. In 6, Rassian Roach of Herbert Morrison. In 7, Amelia Thompson of William Nib. And in lane 8, Latoya Walters of Herbert Morrison. I'm a little bit disappointed that there's no clock down by the side, but that's okay. Hopefully by the end of the day we give you the official results before the end of the day. So going back to what happened earlier this morning. So Tara Shea Gooden of Mushet was given the red card, and not an excuse. What was said by the Mushet team was that the applause of cheering for the competitors in the long jump, that threw her off. However, the starter who was on the other side said he did not hear any applause, did not hear anything at all. And if you think about it, lanes 8, 7, 6, and 5, they were closer to the applause than lane 4, and no one moved from those lanes. Not saying that didn't throw her off though, but it was hard to make a decision. They said, okay, that threw you off, when no one else was closer to the clapping and the applause actually have bothered them. Well, so the cookie crumbled. There's another issue though. I had to speak to Shamir Blake, and we'll speak about that after this event. Shamir Blake, the winner of the 400 meters hurdles and 110 meters hurdles earlier this morning. Coming around the bend though, he was looking left and drifted right. We'll talk about that in a very short while. Let's go to now the girls' Class 2 100 meters final. Rary, Reed, Grizzle, Williams, Ramson, Roach, Thompson, and Walters. Again, Williams in lane 4 is the overwhelming favorite. Started out at Rossies, then drifted or moved with her coach to William Nib. Missed out last year because of moving from one school to the next. Well, let's see what will happen in this final. An excellent runner, excellent starter. Not the tallest individual at all, but certainly from 1 meter to 30 meters, the first 30, she's extremely, extremely swift. The breeze over the Stets ground where the meet is being held here in Santa Cruz. This is getting a little bit heavy though. We had a light breeze blowing in the wind, and soon in your picture you see a man in a yellow shirt running up to the starter. That's Wayne Long from On The Run. There's the starter having some issues or some with the mechanism. Athletes going into their respective blocks. Girls Class 2 100 meters. Rary, Reed, Grizzle, Williams, Ramson, Roach, Thompson, and Walters. Great start from Lavanya Williams. Oh, that was beautiful start from Lavanya Williams. Now she goes into another gear. She's stepping away from the entire field. Lavanya Williams from William Nib taking the top spot. Oh, what a performance from Lavanya Williams. taking the top spot. Ramson of Petersfield finishes in second. But Lavanya Williams, not the tallest at all in the stats on this day, but certainly in Class 2, she is the fastest. Lavanya Williams of William Nib, she takes the top spot. Out of the block cycle, but it did not hold her dry phase at all, but she was swift between the first 30 meters of the girls' Class 2 100 meters. Getting ready for Class 1 for the girls. There is no semifinals this morning. It'll be interesting though. In Class 1, Siobhan Beckford from Herbert Morrison. Solange Clark from Green Island into Morrison Clark 13.16 in the qualifiers on the weekend or the week. Solange Clark of Green Island 13.37. Janelle Jones of Stets 12.73. Alexis James of Petersfield 11.85 seconds. Carletta Bernard of Montalvernia 11.99. Shanna K. Bennett of William Nib 12.76 seconds. You have Dejana Campbell of Stets 12.90. And Jovan Guthrie of Petersfield 12.80 seconds. This is going to be a cracker. Alexis James, who won the girls' Class 1 100 meters hurdles this morning, who looked in superb form. She is in lane 4, while on her outside, Carletta Bernard was gotten a bit stronger from when she ran 11.4 at Boys and Girls Track and Field Championships last year. Let's see what she has to do on the day. I was having a word with her coach earlier on. We'll talk about that in terms of her performance and others at Mount Alvernia. I did ask the question though, why Mount Alvernia have a plethora of ladies in Class 4 and Class 3, but when it comes to Class 2, half or three-quarter disappears. It's a Class 1. Clark, Beckford, Jones, James, Bernard. Alexis James, who also, she looks stronger. And last year, the world under 20, 100 meters hurdles, silver medalist. Carletta Bernard, who has been right in the mix from she was in Class 4. So let's see what she can do this year. Carletta Bernard, not much cheers going out for her. So, Stats supporters are started cheering on the day. Beckford 1, Clark 2, Jones 3, James 4, Bernard 5, Bennett 6, Campbell 7, and Guthrie in lane 8. This is going to be a cracker between Bernard of Mount Alvernia and James of Petersfield. Athletes on their marks. Horn blowing in the wind. Great start for Alexis James. What a start from Alexis James. She's gone to the front, but here comes Carletta Bernard. Alexis James holding off Carletta Bernard. James and Bernard is cutting the deficit. It's going to be James and Carletta Bernard. Wow! Alexis James got out brilliantly. Carletta Bernard had to do some work, but she ran out of real estate. She was cutting the deficit, but it was not enough. Alexis taking the 100 meters for the first year Class 1. Carletta Bernard finishing in second. Not a great start from Carletta Bernard. And Carletta Bernard outstanding from both athletes on the day. She's not happy, Carletta Bernard, but she should be happy with her performance. So too, Alexis James, a double champion so far for Alexis James. The 100 meters hurdles and the 100 meters flat in the Western Championship, the 2023 edition. Great start for Alexis James from she left the blocks. Many may say it was all over, but with about 20 meters to go, the long legs of Bernard was cutting the deficit set by James of Petersfield. But guess what? The distance, real estate, everything ran out for her. Alexis James celebrating as the boys getting ready for class 4 at the 100 meters. Wow, that was a swift, that was close. Boys class 4, 100 meters. David Campbell in 1. Joe Dane Dawkins in 2. Ajani Kelly in 3. He's from Stets, 11.94 seconds. Dawkins in 2 from Irwin, 12.81. Campbell from Assis in 1, 12.57. Now Adrian Houston from Herbert Morris in 4, 11.74 seconds. Jermaine Hilton from Sets, he is in 5, time of 11.75. From William Nibb, you have LJ Smith in 6, and the time of 12.22 seconds. Amelia Scott in 7. From Herbert Morris at 12.57. Linford McKenzie from William Nibb, 12.28 seconds. But you have to look out for Kelly of Stets, Houston of Herbert Morrison, and Hilton of Stets. They are in lanes 3, 4, and 5. Adrian Houston is sandwiched between Kelly and Hilton from Stets. They're at home. If you look at the little man in lane 4, that's Houston. He's the smallest of the pack, but he's certainly quick from what we saw earlier this morning. Boys class 4, 100 meters. Great start for Houston. On the inside of Houston, you have Kelly of Sets. Houston between the two, but on the outside of Houston is Hilton of Sets. Hilton pulls away from Houston. It's going to be Hilton from Sets, head of Houston of Herbert Morrison. That's the top 2. He points to the stands where his fans are celebrating his performance to win the boys class 4, 100 meters. Served up by Sir Hilton. Jermaine Hilton, pardon me, offset taking the top spot over Adrian Houston of Herbert Morrison. Gold for Sets, silver for Herbert Morrison. That's the boys class 4, 100 meters. The record held by Dexter Lee, 11.40 seconds. Will that be challenged? I think it will. However, we don't know about the wind just as yet. Amir Khan. Next event on the track, boys class 3, 100 meters. In 1, you have Shadane Lewis from Petersfield, 11.62 seconds. In 2, Javane Distin, Little London, 12 seconds flat. In 3, Thomas Daly from Cornwall College, 11.06 seconds. In 4, Sean Lewis from Stets with a time of 10.77 seconds. In 5, Radiki Walters, he's from Stets, 11.27 seconds. And in 6, you have Raquel Reed of Cornwall College, 11.50 seconds. Fitzroy Harris, he's in 7, he's from Herbert Morrison, 11.84. And in lane 8 from Tishane Garvey, he's Tishane Garvey, pardon me, from Herbert Morrison, 11.40 seconds. So that is the top 4. Or the top 8, I should say. Or the top 4 will feature Garvey in lane 8. The Stets duo of Lewis and Walters in 4s and 5. And in 3, you have Daly of Cornwall College. And those are the top 4. The red flag was being used at the end of the finish line, but now the white flag is being used. athletes going into their respective blocks. Boys class 3, 100 meters, 10.94 seconds. That's a record held by Dexter Lee. That's what specially was in class 3. Done back in 2005 in Montego Bay. A cool start that was for Distant and Daly. But Lewis, but moving away, the man from Cornwall College, Daly. But here comes Lewis. Lewis has caught Daly. Lewis ahead of Daly. Lewis looks on Daly. But Lewis of Stats gets a better of Daly of Cornwall College. Daly and Distant got a brilliant start. But then came Lewis, who covered Daly and took the top spot in the boys class 3, 100 meters. Oh my word. Lewis of Stats first, Daly of Cornwall College second. I think though that Walters of Stats finishing in third. Unofficial placements I'm giving you, but I do know who finished first and second. That is the boys class 3. Now let's switch to boys class 2. Record holder, Dexter Lee, 10.40 seconds. Dexter Lee holds a record in class 4, 3, and 2. Kaim Reed in 1, he's from Cornwall College. Dondre Johnson, Green Island, he's in 2. Well, Reed qualified the time of 11.26 seconds. Johnson, who is in 2 from Green Island, qualified with a time of 11.47. Tavane Stewart of Herbert Morrison, 10.83 seconds. He is in lane 3. Tremaine Todd of Stets, 10.60 seconds. Ramaldo Smythe Johan. The time of Johan Romaldo, pardon me, Smythe. So Johan Romaldo Smythe from Mushet, 10.91 seconds. Malik Cardice from Stets, 11.15 seconds. Kimani Hemmings, Herbert Morrison, 11.46. And Romario Blake from Sydney Pagan, 11.09 seconds. He is in lane 8. So Todd with an excellent time in the semi-finals, 10.60 seconds. He is in lane 4. He is overwhelming favorite. But Tavane Stewart of Herbert Morrison ran 10.83 seconds. Stewart looked relaxed in the semi-finals. Both were in the same semi-finals and Stewart looked relaxed. Is it going to be the same Stewart that we saw in the semi-finals in this final? Big question sign over that statement. So Reed in 1, Johnson in 2, Stewart in 3, Todd in 4, Smythe in 5, Cardice in 6, Hemmings in 7, and Blake is in lane 8. Class 2 100 meters final.
We're asking the persons adjacent to the 100 meters track to just step back a bit. You're both at the 30-meter mark.
So some young men are there.
Coaches, we're asking you to step back.
So some of the officials need to come on close to the field though. And allow the ladies and gentlemen there to vacate where they are. Great start it was for Stewart of Herbert Morrison. Beside Stewart, it is Todd. Todd sprints away from Stewart. He now slows down. Todd looks to his left. Todd and then Stewart. Oh my word, what a performance from Tremaine Todd of Sets. Gets the better of Tavane Stewart of Herbert Morrison. Stewart got out well. However, Stewart stepping up in class. Now his first year in class 2. And Tavane Stewart is outstanding. Tremaine Todd of Sets to the top spot ahead of Stewart of Herbert Morrison. Class performance. I'd love to see that time. And he was slowing down. And he was slowing down. We're going to take a picture beside Mr. Smith. The picture of Mr. Smith. That's the boys class 2. Now this is the big one.
Girls, please report to the marshalling area now. That's competitive
This is the big one. This is the big one. Santonio Samuels in one. From Raciz, 11.03 seconds. Fashana Reed of Petersfield in two, 11.08. Deshauna Dennis of Stets ran 10.52 seconds in the semifinals earlier this morning. DeAndre Daly of Herbert Morrison, 10.26 seconds this morning. Are you crazy? Javon Dunkley of Stets, 10.27. Lansford Cunningham from Cornwall, 10.59. Javon Thompson of BB Coke, 10.85 seconds. And Dermot Campbell of Lacovia, 10.78 seconds. DeAndre Daly, 10.26. And Javon Dunkley, 10.27. Now these times will be questioned because we don't know. I don't see any wind gauge on the day. But we know that DeAndre Daly has a personal best of 10.2. He is the Carifta champion, placed third at the Boys Championship last year. When he placed third last year was 10.3. Has had some injury issues all through his career at Champs and at the Western Championships. But he has worked with a great coach at Herbert Morrison, Mr. Grant. Oh my word. But Deshauna Dennis and Javon Dunkley, they want to make a name for themselves. Again, we see another Herbert Morrison athlete, another athlete sandwiched by two from Stets. So Daly, it's a mustering happening from Dunkley to Daly. This is a hot one at the West. Woo! Lansford Cunningham in 6. 10.26, 10.27. Is that time correct? We'll know in a very short while because many persons are predicting this man, DeAndre Daly, to run 10 teens at least this year if he is healthy. Boys Class 1, 100 meters final. County of Cornwall Athletics Association Western Championships 2023 edition. This is a cracker. Samuels, Reed, Dennis, Daly, Dunkley, Cunningham, Thompson, and Campbell. Great start for DeAndre Daly. On the outside of Daly is Dunkley. Dunkley now hits it front, but here comes DeAndre Daly. Striding away from Dunkley is DeAndre Daly. Looks across at Dunkley and says, young man, you're in my house. This is the West where I rule and I belong. DeAndre Daly, the Carifta champion, is once again the Western champion. I would want to know the time. DeAndre Daly, as we saw early on, but the athlete is going across the line, making monkey faces. DeAndre Daly says, hey, no monkey faces around here. Deshauna Dennis finishing in third, but Javon Dunkley in second, and the man from Herbert Morrison, coached by Mr. Grant, DeAndre Daly, he takes the top spot in the boys class 1 100 meters final. What a performance from this young man. Did not get a great start at all. Dunkley got out well. Daly was behind. After 30 meters, he had to do some work, and that he did. Passed Dunkley, and then looked around and said, oh, it's me, not you. No monkey faces today, as they made the monkey faces in the semifinals, but they can't make the monkey faces in the final as they're beaten second and third. Congratulations to this man, this young man, the Carifta champion, the man who has graced 10-2 before and looking to go even faster this year in 2023. DeAndre Daly of Herbert Morrison, the Class 1 100 meters champion here at Stitz. So some events going on. We don't know what tweak happening because after the break was supposed to be the 200 meters, but I don't think it'll be the 200 meters right away because some of the individuals who ran the 100 will be competing in that 200 meters. We'll see the starter going around, taking his chair, going around to the start of maybe the 200 meters. I don't know. It will be interesting though. Hubert Lawrence in the house, well-known track in the field, analyst and historian. Earl Bailey, the bald eagle, also in the house, well-known journalist, a long-time journalist. Knows a little bit about Spanish though, so I'm a little bit confused of what's going to be happening next. Because on my schedule, after the break will be the 200 meters. And it will be difficult for the 200 meters to be happening now. Maybe what they'll do, the 3,000 meters open, maybe they will actually have the 3,000 meters open before the 200 meters. That would be smart on their card. So 10.50 for 10.50, 10.55, 10.87. So 10.50, 10.55, and 10.87. So Dennis, Daly, Dennis. 10.87, Dunkley. 10.55, Dennis. 10.87. All D's though. And normally you go to school and you tell your mom you got all D's. Not a great thing to say. But all D's finishing first, second, and third in that final. Daly, Dunkley, and Dennis. The 200 meters coming up. The 3,000 meters, I think they'll run right now. On the 3,000 meters, well, we have 9 competitors for the 3,000 meters. Grant and Henry from Mount Alvernia. Doyle, Magarty, Kiara Williams, Hall of Petersfield. We have Howell from Black River. Bauer from Magarty, Bennett from Stets. Those are the athletes. There. Interesting. And there's some comments rolling in. Keep your comments coming in though. We don't mind at all. Not at all. As we try to improve every single time we broadcast the track alert. 3,000 meters on the cards, the next event on the track. What they have done though is brilliant, because the 200 meters should have been next, but they wanted to get rid of the 100 meters. So they had the 100 meters final after they had the semifinals earlier this morning, and a lot of the athletes who do the 100 will be down for the 200, so they're giving them a rest, giving them a break, and be running the 3,000 meters right away. As I know that Anthony Foster was down on the infield doing some work, doing some interviews with some of the athletes who took part in the 100 meters. And hopefully we'll give you some of those interviews. As soon as possible. A little bit disappointed though in terms of the point standing. Can't give that to you just yet. Hope that action or that will be worked out very soon. We were hoping from this morning. But let's go back to having some discussion with some of the coaches on hand. Lunch and interval. And it's so funny though. We were speaking about Shamir Blake, the winner of the 110 meters hurdles and the 400 meters hurdles earlier this morning. And something struck me when he was coming around the bend into the home stretch. And I don't know if not literally struck me, but he was looking around to his left, and then he looked back to his right, and he shifted over to the right. So in my mind, I was wondering if he ran in on the inside lane or on the line or what. So I had a word with him, and I spoke to his coach also. And what she said, I'll get to her in a very short while. If you remember the coach of Tyrese Taylor, Edith Bennett, she's now the quarter mile coach here at Stead, starting from September. Yeah, if you remember Tyrese Taylor, Bog Walk, Edith Bennett was the 800 meters athlete. She'll tell me the story about him earlier on. So let me give you the 3,000 meters athletes: Bauer, Bennett, Montague, Grant, Henry, Doyle, Carey, Hill, and Saul from Black River. So those are the athletes. So all. So just looking on. Uvia Bennett out in front. Man, looks pretty relaxed though. Followed by William Nibbs. Carey. And two athletes from William Nibb in the mix though. But I'm looking to see what I have here. I have one from William Nibb on my sheet. So I'm not sure who the other is. Two from Magati. One from Lacovia. Petersfield also there. Mount Alvernia. Now we can tell you for sure that Bennett is ahead of the young lady from William Nibb. And there's Carey in second. And in third and fourth is from Magati. And looks like Bauer of Magati there. And Doyle of Magati. So that's the top four in the 3,000 meters. So we had a word with Shamir Blake. He said when he was coming around the bend, though, because I walked, so still Bennett of Stets, they lead. The duo of Magati in Bauer and Doyle, second and third, and going in fourth position from William Nibb is Carey. So moving well, the top four. And then from Lacovia in fifth is Montague. So Bauer of Magati in second. In fifth, going back to what we were saying from Lacovia, Montague. And on the inside of Montague, from Mount Alvernia, is Grant. So let's go back to the conversation we had with the coach, and she said that that has to be corrected, because what it does, it makes them run a little bit slower, and that's the case. That has to be improved. Has to be improved as they go forward. Now, Miss Lynn Gibson, who was a coach at Veer for about 3 years, that's her alma mater, went to Veer Technical, competed for Veer Technical back in the day. And then 3 years at Enid Bennett, 3 years at Veer. Now she's here. And Stet started late last year. So she's responsible for the middle distance program and sprint program, actually, for straight up to 800 meters. But she was telling me, though, that she coached at Time and Patience years ago when Tyrese Taylor, formerly of Bog Walk, has gone on to the United States now. And Sandra Davidson, the national 100 meters champion last year. And Kev Roy Benson, who went to Calabar and known for the 1500 meters while he was attending school. All three were coached by her at Time and Patience. All three. And for that is outstanding. That is outstanding by this young lady. Because three 3 different events, one on 100, one 1500 meters, and one noted for the 800 meters. And all three, are very strong in their specific event as youngsters. Sanjay Davidson went to the World Under-20 Championship, got injured. He's now a professional athlete, training over with Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce's group, Mr. Walcott group, who Walcott was a head coach at Stets for many years before going off into the international arena, professional arena. He is the coach of Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce. They call him journalist. He was at MVP for some years though. So Walcott, as a youngster, learned from him. He has learned from Glenn Mills, racers coach. He's an individual who is very informative, very informed, I should say, but he has very good discussions. He loves the craft. He loves his art. That's Walcott, formerly of Stets. When Stets won all the classes, the 100 meters, he was a head coach here. Had been a head coach for many years before stepping out a different arena. That's why when Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, she left the MVP group, she was training done by Stets, because that's where Mr. Walcott was. And she knew Mr. Walcott from when he was a junior coach at MVP. He's certainly not a junior coach anymore. He has brought her to higher heights, something that no other coach has ever done. Has brought her on a 10-7, 10-6, running it like it's an everyday event. Like she's walking to the shop to buy goods for the home. So 3,000 meters still continuing though. And from Stets, defending champion Bennett, leading over Bauer of Malati. That's the top 2. And Bauer has moved away from her teammate, Doyle. She's way behind in 3rd. Not the greatest pace at all for this 3,000 meters. But still holding the top spot. So this coach actually, speaking about this young lady, who is now the coach of Stets, she is a very good coach. And I like her prayer this morning. We're actually up in the stands where we are broadcasting from. We were down below, or they were down below, and they're having a prayer this morning. And I'd love for her to say that here, because that prayer is special for the Stets athletes. And they're trying to build their program. So 2 laps to go for these 2 ladies. Defending champion Bennett out in front ahead of Bauer of Magati. Lapping some of the athletes here. Both are lapping some of the athletes here. Lapping Grant from Hotel Vernia and from William Nib. Carey now being lapped by Bennett. Brewer also lapping the young lady from William Nib. As Carey on the back stretch. But let's go back to our discussions earlier on. And we're having a discussion with the coach of Mount Alvernia. Just to say though, what he is saying now is that since one particular individual has gone on to international ranks, finishing in the college arena, it has given a renewed interest to the sport in the school Mount Alvernia. That's all they want. That's all the impetus they wanted. But interest to be gained and not waned. So the defending champion, Bennett of Stets, is approaching the bell lap. For the closer by Bauer of Magati. Well, trailing by about 8 or 9 meters. You hear the whistle, I hope you do. Or you hear the horns. So Bennett feeling the horns be blown by her classmates, her schoolmates, her friends of Stets. The adrenaline rising in this young lady from Stets, the defending champion, Bennett is extending her lead over Bauer. Where did this energy come from? You may ask the question. But she is moving well on the back stretch, extending her stride. Begin to pump her arms with 240 meters to go. Still Bennett with a gigantic lead over Bauer of Magate, who is in second. Followed by Doyle of Magate, who is in third. But now, another gear had chipped in for this young lady, Bennett of Stets. Arms going harder and longer, pumping around into the home stretch. The cheers going out in adoration for this young lady. Bennett, the defending champion of the girls 3,000 meters, cruising home to take another title. She'll not relinquish the crown. She'll defend her title in an absolute manner, in a commanding way. She goes across the line, taking the top spot. This girls 3,000 meters. It's this woman from Stets. Yuvia Bennett of Stets taking the gold. And here comes Colleen Bauer of Magate is heading home. And she sees the home as it becomes brighter in her sights. She begins to up her pace and approaches the line. And she goes across, finishing in second. And she falls over, exhausted on the ground. Then for third, looks to be Doyle of Magate. She comes around, and for third, she gets the bronze, repeating her performance what she did last year. Doyle is cruising home to take the bronze and finishing in third for Magate. She falls over as she went across the line. However, other athletes have to go around her because they are not finished just yet. Well, they wish they were.
So we welcome them home as they turn into the home stretch.
3,000 meters still continuing though on this glorious Saturday afternoon. I was walking on the infield earlier. Not that hot though, as persons would imagine. I've been here a couple of times and it's been steaming hot. It's not steaming hot today. Not cold either. As the 3,000 meters winding down, only 3 persons coming in out of the 9 that were entered. Everyone getting the final lap. This young lady from Mount Alvernia, looks to me, Samantha Grant, using along. And from Lacovia coming around is Montague. Shanna Kay is her first name. Shanna Kay Montague. The top spot has gone long before. First, second, and third. Shanna Kay Montague is looking back to say what position she is in. She don't know. So should she stop? Should she go around one more time? But she finishes. And then from Petersfield, it's Hall of Petersfield coming in. And a William named Dewar, they've been battling it out for boasting rights. And she comes home. Oh my word. So Carey. William Nib. So the line finishing up. So from Mount Alvernia, Henry. Oh, pardon me. The Grant is on the track. I thought she had finished already. No, she did not. But let's go back to what we were saying earlier on, though, with Blake. That needs to be adjusted in terms of going over the hurdles. He's a talented individual, tall, strong, and he's ready. DeAndre Daly, what we saw of him today, he looks pretty good. He looks pretty strong. Coach Grant of Herbert Morrison knows what to do. As the athletes comes right in. Grant of Mount Alvernia. Going across the line strong though. Not falling over like the rest of the other athletes. Untying her shoelace. She's strong enough to do that. Exhausted. So they're not running the 200 meters just yet. I'm seeing them going out. There is a meet by Jamaica College, so if you like mid and long distance, you can journey over to Jamaica College for the inaugural meet. Sorry I couldn't make that meet. All of this. So the 400 meters. Girls class 1. $400 Have to look out for Sabrina Dockery though. Question is, will she be taking part? As athletes are just coming on the track. Getting ready for the next event, the 400 meters. Now, when will the 200 meters be run? Next question. So we have some interviews to give you after this race coming up with the 100 meter. We told you before that Anthony Foster was doing some work on the infield, doing some interviews with some of the 100 meters winners. So girls class 3 winner, class 2 winner. Class 1 second place. Class 2 boys winner. And class 1 boys winner. We give us some of those interviews later on. And girls class 1. Britannia McKenzie from Green Island. And 1, Janeek Williams Stets. Well, Shan Q Williams actually. I don't see her on the track. Is this class 1 though? I don't think this is what I have for class 1. It's not what's on the track. So I'm looking on in 7. Tatiana Cook from Herbert Morrison. Anderson from Magati is in 6. Foster from Mount Alvernia in 5. Foster is there. Brissett of William Knibb. Anika Brissett, the favorite, in 4. In 3, Albert of Petersfield. In 2, that's incorrect. Unless there's something else. There's Sean Q. Williams of Stets, who should be in lane 2. We see another athlete in lane 2. So Alia Foster. I'm looking at Green Island, Mackenzie. And it's
Representing Green Island, let's make welcome Britannia McKenzie.
So Shan-Q Williams, a little bit confused though. I guess they didn't realize that the 400 meters would be happening next for Shan-Q Williams. Stacey Williams, the Olympian, who is now training as a professional. Her younger sister, Stacey Williams, who attended States also, also national junior representative. Was outstanding, was part of the outstanding States 4x4 team with Bromfield. Part of that team. Although she was younger than the trio that were there. That's Stacey Williams. She gained a scholarship. And now finishing school, graduating. Now back home and training at Old Hope Road. So Shan-Q Williams saw for the first time back in 2021. Does not have the speed like her sister, but she has a heart, and that is important. Want to start allowing her to get dressed, get adjusted, get her spikes and her top. Now she's asking for some water. Allowing her to get refreshed. So, I'm going to change again in the field. Athlete now put to lane 1. So, an adjustment. The girls class 1. Because Brittanya McKenzie, though, was well, that is not William Knibb in lane 8. And in lane 1 from Green Island, McKenzie. It's a little bit. So let's see what will happen. But Anika Brissett, the favorite in lane 4, wearing a heavy strap on her left thigh. So Alia Foster was outstanding earlier today with a record in the long jump. After that has been started or sorted on. So you hear the cheers. Well, 6.19 meters, that's what she jumped earlier to register a new mark in Class 1 long jump event. Foster of Mount Alvernia was in 5. Alia is her first name. Athletes on their marks. Girls class 1, 400 meters. Anika Brissett gets out well. Foster on her outside from Mount Alvernia has gained at Anderson of Magarty. She has gone past Anderson of Magarty. And also is Cooks of Herbert Morrison. So Alia Foster, who claimed the long jump title earlier on. Here comes Anika Brissett in the purple top and the green tights, has gained on Alia Foster of Mount Alvernia. So it is Anika Brissett of William Knibb is trying to gain on Alia Foster, begin to lengthen her stride and push again. She pushed for the first 120 meters, cool off, and now she's pushing again. Does she have anything left? Alia Foster, this for Mount Alvernia will carry the field in the home stretch. On the inside, Onika Brissett of William Nib, but Alia Foster of Mount Alvernia is trying to cause an upset. Sean Q. Williams of the inside from sets is streaking in on the inside. Oh, it's going to be Foster ahead of Sean Q. Williams and Onika Brissett. This is an upset. Many may say Alia Foster getting 2 gold medals on the day, a record in the long jump, girls class 1, and a 400 meters class 1. A wonderful performance from Alia Foster. Ran the first 120 meters and then shut it down. And then with about 150 meters to go, she started to run again, went into another gear, lengthened her stride. That did the difference. That was the deal crusher for Nika Brissett on her inside. Could not reel her in, could not catch her. And Shanku Williams of Stets was sneaking through, may have gathered that second position. It was close for second between Shanku Williams of Stets and Onika Brissett of William Nib. But no one can say the winner isn't this young lady from Mount Alvernia, Alia Foster, claiming her second goal of the championship. Thank you, Williams, doing a fantabulous job. Girls class 1, 400 meters. Class 2 coming up. Lena Simons, Natanya Cornwall of Sydney Pagan at a time of 105.08. She's in 1. Shavanisa Griffiths of Stets, 105.35. Sonia Palmer of Bushet, 102.68 seconds. Sabrina Dockery, the overwhelming favorite from Lakovia, 58.76 seconds. Her first year, class 2. No, Mariah Taylor from Magati, she is in 5. 101.35 seconds. Briana Wing from Petersfield is in 6. 102.68 seconds. And that's Ming, not Wing. So Ariel Lindo from BB Coke in 7. 103.00 seconds. And Ariana Atkinson from Mount Alvernia, 102.84 seconds. So, as we get ready for the start of this 400 meters, this is class 2 on the cards. You have to look out for pink top, pink sleeves, and pink socks. Normally wear white, but she's wearing pink today. Sabrina Dockery in lane 4. She is a major talent, ran 54 seconds in class 3. What can she do in class 2? She has shown speed, running 11.7 seconds, not once but twice this season in the 100 meters. Dockery in 4 on the inside is Palmer, Griffiths and Cornwall. Great start for Dockery, who is in lane 4 on the outside of Dockery is Taylor from Magati. But she has covered Taylor from Magati. Sabrina Dockery has covered Taylor, Ming, and Lindo. She is on the backstretch. She's also covered Atkinson of Mount Alvernia. Sabrina Dockery, oh my word! She is pouring on the backstretch, hitting the final bend, and she'll be heading into the home stretch in a very short while. But Sabrina Dockery is cruising around in the pink sleeves on this Saturday. What a commanding performance from this young lady. Sabrina Dockery, first year, class 2. Sabrina Dockery, a class act, and certainly showing her class and certainly putting down that she is the real deal at first year class 2. Sabrina Dockery taking the Western title. First year class 2, Sabrina Dockery of Lakovia taking the top spot. I would like to know the time. She traveled well on the backstretch and finished strong. Sabrina Dockery, who has looked very well in the 100 meters earlier this season. Let's see what will happen when we get the times for this event. Dockery may be labeled, although first year, may be labeled as the favorite or one of the favorites when it comes on to the 400 meters. And 2, the showdown will be between herself and Lavanya Williams in the 200 meters if she gets enough time to rest. The 100 meter champion and the 400 meters champion. that will be on the cards. Extremely good. Now 400 meters on the girls' side to close out the girls' section in the 4. Natalia Smith, Amagati in 1, 105.59 seconds. Sharian Foot of Froome in 2, 106.84. You have Sakini Robinson of Magati, Sakoy Robinson, pardon me, of Magati, 101.59. Douglas of Mushet in 4, 59.13. You have Lewis of Rosal, 1.00.62 seconds. Tiffany Watson, Lacovia, 1.02.37 seconds. And Marika Williams, Stets, 103.09. Ashika Byfield has a record of 56.13 seconds on the day. Let's see. So in the meantime, you have to look out for Douglas of Mushet and Robinson of Magati. Rhodes Hall, Lewis. Her first name, Rihanna. That's the top 3. Only 3 on the cards. Full field for the class 3 girls. 400 meters final. From 8, Williams, Lynch 7, Watson 6, Lewis 5, Douglas 4, Robinson 3, Foot 2, and Smith in 1. Great start we see from lane 8. Williams upstairs gets out well. On the inside, looks to be Douglas of Mushet is doing well. So moving now, covering the entire field. So Douglas of Mushet is gone ahead of everyone. What a performance from Douglas of Mushet. She's covered the entire field, hitting the 180 meter mark. Douglas of Mushet, what a commanding lead she has. She's slowing up somewhat. She had a time of 59.13 seconds heading into the final. But now she's slowing down only just a bit because the momentum has swung her around. This young lady in 4, Samoya Douglas of Mushet. She has left the field in her wake, in her smoke, in her incredible performance to take the girls class 3 400 meters. She slows down before going over the line. What a performance from her. And in second from Stess Williams, and third coming through from Lacovia is Watson. In third. So that's the top 3. But certainly Shanoya Douglas of Mushet with a performance that you would love to see for years to come. Remember, we have some interviews to give you though. After the 400 meters on the boys' side. And then after the 400 meters, we'll have the 1600 meter sprint medley relay. And hopefully they go back to the 200 meters at that time. So the next event on track, the boys' class 1, 400 meters. You have Shoy Clayton from Petersfield. He's in 1, had a time 52.31 seconds. Nepal Freighter from Monroe 2, 52.59. Tyrese Banks, Green Island, 51.17. Ola Sheffern De Pass, William Nib, 50.39 seconds. Santev McPherson from Magati, 50.70. Enrica Webster Stets, 51.25 seconds. You have Morgan from Lacovia, 52.19. And Asana Dennis from Stets, 52.16 seconds. And it's running the 100 meters earlier on. Let's see what he'll do in the 4. 1 and 4. So athletes the standing and awaiting on the starter to get things cracking. Clayton of Petersfield in 1, Freighter of Monroe in 2. Have to look out for Tyrese Banks from Green Island with a 51 seconds clocking. Tyrese Banks. There is a story behind this young man, Tyrese Banks. Can he tell the story today? He may be a spoiler though. Many persons don't know this young man, Tyrese Banks. But he may be flattering to deceive. Remember his name. Well, what would he do today though? He's young to the sport. Started track in the field. A little bit late. He has been improving all season. Will the improvement continue in this Western Champs final? The big question mark over lane 3, Tyrese Banks. So the son of Dennis, the son of Dennis of Stets in 8. He's listed as one of the favorites here today. Athletes. If you look, all the competitors, or most of the competitors, most are using our blocks. Athlete in lane 3, Banks, is not. There is a reason why. We have to look out in lane 8 for the son of Dennis. Also Webster in 6. Oh, lane 7. Morgan was nervous. Let's see what the starter will do. He takes up his flags. He'll be walking over to the assistant starter who's standing beside him. He has set the precedence already. Let's see what will be shown. The discussion. And it's a yellow flag. If it's a yellow flag though, or it's a red flag, he's on the sidelines, not walking on the field. He's walking now on the track, going up to lane 7. And let's see what color will be shown to him. He walks across. He has to stand in his lane. He's not standing in the correct lane. No, he stands in the correct lane. Red, he's out. They have already set the precedence. They have set the precedence already. Earlier, we saw that in the 100 meters. So he's out. So the field now down to 7. Morgan of Lacovia is out. Clayton, Freighter, Banks, DePass, McPherson, Webster, and Dennis. Oh, clean start for the second time of asking. Great start for the son of Dennis in lane 8. Is splitting away from the rest of the field. Also moving well. It looks to be the pass of William Knibb. He's got it extremely hard. The pass of William Knibb has covered McPherson of Magati. Now the movement is being made by Banks of Green Island. He goes into his running, but the son of Dennis on the outside. It looks like he has covered the entire field with about 150 meters to go. The son of Dennis on the outside. Here comes the man we spoke about, Banks. Yeah, he's coming on the inside. Now on the outside, the son of Dennis maintaining the top spin. But the son of Dennis out in front. We'll fight it for that second spot. The national representative, the son of Dennis, takes the top spot. But here comes Banks. Banks on the inside will be Webster second. And Banks finishing in 3rd. Well, guess what? No surprise there for 1st and 2nd. But major surprise for Banks, who is just learning the craft, just learning track in the field. And yes, he's a new one to the party. The one called Banks, who finishes in 3rd. If he learns a little bit more, he will get even much better. Wow, this young man from Green Island, but certainly over in lane 8. The son of Dennis taking the top spot. The national medalist at the World Under 20 in the relays. Webster from sets 1-2 for sets at Green Islands. Banks finishing in third. First and second for sets. They take the picture beside Eldemar Smith, their former vice principal, their former coach. Gone, but many say will never be forgotten. Boys class 1. 100 meters champion. As we get ready for the class 2. We have some interviews to give you, as we stated before. As we said before, we do have some interviews to give you. And we're going to play one for you at the end of this race. But we do have a couple though, so we want to hear what the athletes have to say. And Anthony Foster is doing some more interviews on the infield. So they'll be coming with some more. So the boys class 2 400 meters. Matthews of Mannings in 1, 55.20 seconds. Kimani Phillips of Stets in 2, 55.73. You have your Shane Bowen of Magachi 3, 52.68 seconds. Wint of William Nib, he is in 4, 51.55 seconds. Matheson William Nib is a 5, 52.46 seconds. Mario Birch of Cornwall College, 53.14. And Dante Chambers of Froome, 54.55. He is in 7. And you have Elaine Thompson from Stets, 54.16 seconds. So let's see.
From Cornwall College, Mario Birch. Lane 7, 54.55 seconds.
As we get ready now for the next heat, next final, pardon me, not heat. Boys class 2, 400 meters. So Mannings, Matthews in 1, Stets Phillips in 2, Magatis Bowen in 3, William Nibs, White and Matheson in lanes 4 and 5. You have Birch from Cornwall College in 6. You have Froomes, Chambers in 7 and Stets Thompson in lane 8. Boys class 2 have to look out for Wint of William Nib. Matheson also there in the mix. And Mario Birch on the outside from Cornwall College. Ran the 400 meter hurdles earlier today. Clean start and great start. This from Wint of William Nib. He got out well. Also on the outside from Cornwall, Mario Birch. We spoke of the two. Birch has gone across Chambers on his outside and is now gaining on Thompson of Stets. Now in the middle of the pick, Wint of William Nib. Birch and Wint, based on the stagger, is leading the entire field. Now it is Wint from William Nib in the purple top and the green shorts and green tights in the middle of the field. Will try to carry the field in the home stretch. On the outside from Seth is Thompson, still maintaining the top spot on the outside. Mario Birch on the inside and Wint on the inside. Also on the inside of Wint looks to be Brown. But now, not from Seth, it's Thompson maintain the lead. Here comes Wint, but Thompson of Seth, he will take it. He has held out the entire field. Thompson of Seth takes it. Head of Wint of William Nib and Birch of Cornwall College. Thompson on the outside in lane 8. From Seth takes the top spot. Wint from William Nib in the middle of the field. He takes second. And Cornwall College's Birch was on the outside of Wint. He finishes in third. First, second, and third. The boys class 2, 400 meters run. So the next event, boys class 3, 400 meters. I'll give Elaine assignments in a very short while. So 2 more races for the 400 meters to be completed, and then we'll go to the interviews right after. Elaine assignments. Blake of Stets, he's in 1, 59.92 seconds. This is class 3. Reed of Stets in 2, 100.06 seconds. In 3, you have Johnson of William Nib, 57.74 seconds. In 4, Honeygun Magaty, 57.04. Murray in 5 from Petersfield, 57.34 seconds. Wallace of Herbert Morrison in 6, 58.71. And then Ricketts from Monroe in 7, 59.33. And Brown of Monroe in lane 8, 59.11 seconds. That's looking on from Magaty. And question will be posed about Wallace of Magaty, who is in class 2, missing in action. So Stets taking that class 2, 400 meters. Thompson of Stets staying in lane 8 and taking the top spot. Blake of Stets in 1. Reed of Stets in 2. But Johnson of William Nib in 3. Honeygun Magaty in 4. Murray of Magaty of Petersfield in 5. From Herbert Morrison, Wallace in 6. Ricketts of Monroe in 7. And Brown of Monroe in lane 8. I see 2 different jerseys. That's the 2 different jerseys that they have. Monroe in lane 7 and 8. The dark blue and the yellow top, both repping Monroe. Boys class 3, 400 meters. This is the final. County of Cornwall Athletics Association Western Championship. Hush comes over the ground for the start of this final. Clean start for the boys. Now 3, 400 meters final. Great start that was for Petersfield Murray. Also doing well. Looks to me on the outside from Herbert Morrison is Wallace. Wallace has now gone by Ricketts of Monroe. And on the heels of Brown of Monroe, who's in lane 8. Moving well on the inside, William Nib Jackson. William Nib Jackson is sizing up the crowd on the outside. Looks like from Petersfield is Murray. So Murray in the middle of the pack. So Murray now is slowing down somewhat on the outside. Looks to be Brown of Monroe. But Murray seems like he is slowing down. But coming through Ricketts of Monroe. Ricketts, who seemed like he was wallowing in the back of the stretch. But it's going to be Murray on the inside of Murray. Here comes Honeygun of Magaty. Honeygun of Magaty trying to go by Murray. It is Murray and Honeygun. It's going to be Murray. Honeygun on the outside is Ricketts. Wow, a 3-man field, but Petersfield Murray gets it ahead of Honeygun of Magaty, and in third, Ricketts of Monroe. First, second, and third repeats gold, silver, and bronze in the boys' class 3 400 meters final. From Petersfield, Demar Murray takes it ahead of Honeygun of Magaty and Ricketts of Monroe. So the final 400 meters of the cards, individual that is.
All coaches on the infield. Again, we're asking you to return to your designated areas.
Look for the next event, the final 400 meters, class 4.
Return to your designated areas.
In the meantime,
Please return to your designated areas.
Barnes from Received is in 1. At a time of 1 minute 04.40. This is boys class 4. Devontae Haywood, 2016. Remember that record that was done at the Montego Bay Sports Complex. I was there that night. Smalling of Monroe is in 2. 1 minute 04.42 seconds. Powell of Stets in 3. 101.00 seconds. Kevona Green of Petersfield in 4. 100.30. You have Dimitri Johnson in 5 from Received, 100.38. Omar McLeod of Cornwall College in 6, 101.01. You have Foster Nadre of Herbert Morrison. He is in 7, 104.38. And Deandre Grant from Monroe, 104.33. 8 competitors.
Second fastest in the field at 1 minute 00.38. From Received, Dimitri Johnson.
in this event.
101 from Cornwall College, Kevona Davis.
The final 400 meters right after this race will give you some interviews of what was done by Anthony Foster with some of the winning athletes or the athletes that finished in second for respective events. Barnes 1, Smalling 2, Powell 3, Green 4, Johnson 5, McLeod 6, Foster 7, and Grant from Monroe in lane 8. Clean start for the start of the boys' class 400 meters final as Grant from Monroe gets out hard. Seems like he's running at 200 meters so far. So Grant of Monroe is sprinting away. Well, is it the right thing for him to do? So McLennan of Cornwall College has slipped into that second position. Petersfield Green in that third. Petersfield Green is following the man from Cornwall College, McLennan. But here comes Petersfield Green into that second position, but still out and slowing up. Out in lane 8, Grant seems like he's hit a wall. Now coming through from Racines, it'll be Johnson. So Johnson off Racines, trying to carry the field in the home stretch. Johnson off Racines, on the inside of Johnson is Green of Petersfield. So it is Green on the inside, Johnson on the outside. Johnson maintaining the lead over Green, the man from Racines. Racines first win on the track. Johnson from Racines take the top spot. Grant Green in second from Petersfield, and Paul from Stets finishing in third. But the first win for Stets on the track for Racines, pardon me, not Stets. That's Johnson taking the top spot. It's boys class 400 meters. So we said before we have some interviews to give you, and we go to that as we're going to start with class 3 girls.
Don't talk to me. After class 4, class 3, 2 victories for Mount Alvernia so far. First, tell us about your performance and overall the kind of program that you have at Mount Alvernia.
My performance, I can say that I start really bad, but I just have to hold my dry face, get out, straight down to the line, fight, because you know when you come here, it's war. We come to war, we have to bleed in training to win a championship, and our program, you know, it's very complicated at times. Sometimes I vomit a lot, I cry, but you just have to push through.
What does this picture at Western Champs mean for you?
Very, very much. I just wanted to make my mother proud, my whole family. Really and truly, I come out here to do it for them.
So at this time, at this stage of the season, how confident do you feel going into boys and girls champs?
Well, I think I'm not really ready as yet, but I'm working towards it. Working towards being ready.
What's your ultimate aim for this year?
To run level 9.
Today, how do you feel with the end result?
I'm feeling happy. I've been training towards Western champs and trials. So it's coming on. I'm happy about my performance today.
Coming in, of course, the aim is to win, but did you want to, fix work on anything in particular?
Not really. Not really.
Where you are now in terms of where the season is, how confident are you preparing and getting ready for champs?
I'm confident about champs, to be honest. I think I can medal at champs. I know I can medal at champs. I know.
What's your ultimate goal for this year?
Oh, my ultimate goal this year is to do well at Carifta and double at champs and to retain my class 3 title within my class 2 title.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
It is the Coca Grace Western Championships 2023 and it's Blue Ribbon event on track.
It was a good race.
100 meters.
Second place, maybe a little bit disappointed, but should not be really. How do you feel about that?
I don't know what to say, but I tried my best.
And you came in confident, of course, everyone wants to win.
I knew that Alexis would be competition and she did very well. So.
And you gave up your best here today. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you.
this victory for your Class 2 boys. How do you feel?
No, I feel great knowing that I've been training hard. No, I was injured last season, didn't get to perform, so I come back this season to do it again.
What does it mean for you now?
Listen, coming. Just come back and train hard and now I'm going to champs. I just want to do my best.
Where are you in terms of your preparation for champs?
So about 80%.
So I'm looking forward to do good this year. What's your ultimate aim?
My aim, don't want to talk my aim is in silence.
Are you hoping to deliver your best whenever time you go out on the track?
Yes.
All the best. So we're here with DeAndre Daly, winner, Class 1 boys, 100 meter. How you describe the run here?
It was a pretty, I would say, easy race. Just went out there, run the first 60, used my technique to carry me through.
And you're happy with the way you're...
Well, there saw some of the winners of the 100 meters. I did say girls, but we just gave you everything that we had and the great work that Anthony Foster is doing at the present time on the infield, interviewing some of the athletes. We'll have some more, though, at the end of this relay. He's doing some more interviews on the infield, so hopefully we can bring it to you during this broadcast. The next event on track is the girls' sprint medley open. And if you don't know the legs, 400, 200, another 200, then an 800 to finish the sprint medley relay. So in 1, Petersfield. In 2, Rhodes Hall. In 3, Stets. In 4, Herbert Morrison. In 5, Mount Alvernia. In 6, you have Magati. And in 7 is Mannings. So Stets are the favorites once again. They are the ruling queens in this event. So let's see. Urged on. Will Stets stamp their class from the gun is fired. Young lady running the first leg. Looks a little bit shy though. As the cheers, her name was mentioned by her schoolmates. And she smirked somewhat. Thank you very much for being a part of our broadcast here this afternoon. County of Cornwall. Athletics Association Western Championships, the 2023 edition. Right. And a clean start for the girls, a 1600 meter sprint medley relay. And again we see Stets going out well though, covering Herbert Morrison on her outside, so too Magati, and gaining on Mount Alvernia. So Stets on this opening leg of the sprint medley relay. It looks like they're way out in front. I use the term way for the first 200 meters. They hand over the baton. They are in lane 4. They are the top team in this event for this year in terms of the Western edition, or Western teams. Well, here comes Mount Alvernia on the outside, not allowing this young lady running the opening leg to go too far. They're coming right back, pegging away the lead. Mount Alvernia on the outside, Sets on the inside on the first leg. Sets slowing up, but Mount Alvernia will hand over the baton in the top spot. Mount Alvernia hands over first. Stets in second. Poor exchange from Mount Alvernia. Stets in second. Remember, the second leg is at 200 meters. She has to cross over in the first lap. She is ahead of Stets, who is in second. Petersfield is in third. Magati fourth. Herbert Morrison fifth. Rhodes Hall is in sixth. Mannings in seventh. But it is Mount Alvernia ahead of Stets on the second leg. Now, for this penultimate exchange, another 200 meters looms or beckons. So Mount Alvernia collects the baton ahead of Stets. No, they're striding away from Stets. Stets now trying to reel them in. Boy, it's not happening at all. The reel has broken away. Here comes Stets, but can't catch Montalvernia. They're into the front stretch. Montalvernia still maintaining a 3 or 4 meter lead over Stets. The gap is not being closed at all. The door is opening even wider. Montalvernia slowing up. They'll hand the baton in the top position. So it's Montalvernia, followed by Stets. And in third, looks to me like Petersfield. And then Magating, Herbert Morrison, Rhodes Hall, and then followed by Mannings. They're going back to the top on the back, the final leg. This is 800 meters leg. Montalvernia leading by about 9 or 10 meters over Stets. Stets, they're the holders of this title. Can they do it as they did last year? Petersfield off the pace in third. About 30 meters behind Petersfield is Magaty. 20 meters behind Magaty is Herbert Morrison. And 10 meters behind Herbert Morrison, followed by Rhodes Hall. And 20 meters behind Rhodes Hall is Mannings. But going back to the top of the pack, here comes the move by Stets, trying to overhaul the ankle leg runner from Montalvernia. Did I say try? The try has been successful. She's gone into the front of this leg, the final of the sprint medley relay, and she's moving away from Montalvernia. The Montalvernia athlete seems like she has nothing left. She's looking behind to see if anyone is coming to remove her from second. But with 1 lap to go, Stets extending their lead over Montalvernia, who is in second. 30 meters behind is Petersfield, and they're gaining on Montalvernia for the second spot. Magaty, Herbert Morrison, and Mannings, followed by Rhodes Hall at the back of the pack. 1 lap to go. Stets are cheering because their anchor leg runner is on the backstretch for the final time and has extended their lead over Montalvernia, who's in second to about 45 meters and so, and even counting with every step she takes. 220 meters to go to close out this sprint medley relay. Still the defending champions. The team that romped home in 2022 is trying to repeat the feat in 2023, and they're doing just that, extending the lead now to 60-70 meters over Montalvernia, who was slow enough, seems like she has hit a wall. 5 or 7 meters behind Montalvernia is Petersfield, who are in third, but certainly with about 60 meters to go, you will hear the cheers from the Steps compatriots, or should I say schoolmates and classmates and teammates, as she cheer on the ankle leg runner from Stets. She goes home to take the cake in the sprint medley relay. They take the gold. The sprint medley 1600 meters, repeating their feat from last year. Petersfield has slipped into that second spot, going by Montalvernia, but Montalvernia trying to fight back, but she's coming on the outside. She has found something, and she goes by Petersfield. So Montalvernia is second, Petersfield third, and then Herbert Morrison coming in fourth, followed by Magaty in fifth, and Mannings finishing in sixth. And then we have one more team left. They're on the back stretch. They'll be coming around in a very short while. That's Rhodes Hall, but Mannings will be coming through now. The penultimate team in the sprint medley relay on the girls' side. Mannings goes across the line now, and then one team to go. It will be Rhodes Hall as they make their way, hitting the 200 meters mark. Then she starts to walk. Oh my word. She begins to walk, and now she realizes that everyone is waiting on her, so she has to run again. So she's jogging again, and some of the competitors by that side were applauding her efforts with 150 meters to go to end this race, and some of the athletes who ran in that race has gone on to change while she comes around. She has stopped again, and you hear Donald Smith, the track commentator, is urging her on and trying to rally up the patrons here at Stets to applaud her home and getting some motivation. So she's coming home, hopefully, thankfully. She heads towards the line for Rhodes Hall. So the track is still live when she is on the track. Next event on the track is the boys sprint medley relay. And she slows again. And she was about to walk off though. But now she is. What happened there, the cone that was there, she thought it was the finish line. So she stopped running at the cone and was about to walk off. And she realized the finish line was further down. And she started to run again. Sprint medley relay, exciting from Stets. Retaining their sprint medley title on the girls' side. Let's see what will happen on the boys' side. They're in lane 1 though. BB Cook in 2. In 3, Green Island. In 4, Rose Hall. In 5, Monroe. In 6, Cornwall College. In 7, Herbert Morrison. And in lane 8, you have William Nib. So the ambulance is on the grounds. Medical personnel also here. Young lady at the finish line. Seems that she's in a bit of pain. And they've asked the stretcher bearers to walk around. But he's not doing that. He's walking the shortest route because he has a stretcher in his hands. What if he puts her in the stretcher? Is that the other stretcher bearer? I know it won't be him alone carrying this young lady. So maybe that's the other stretcher bearer that's there in the red cap. Or she been stretchered off. That's a job I would not like to be doing at the present time. Hopefully she's okay though.
So the boys are on track now.
And the boys' time to rock and roll. We had the girls a short while ago.
In lane 1, the defending champions.
So sets once again. BB Cook. Green Island in 3. In 4, Rose Hall. In 5, Monroe. In 6, Cornwall College. In 7, Herbert Morrison. In 8, you have William Nib.
Lane 7, Herbert Morrison Technical. And in lane 8, the bronze medalist from last year, William Nib. The lineup for the boys sprint medley relay open. On your marks.
Athletes. Getting ready for the first leg, which is the 400 meters. Second, 2. Third, 2. And the final leg, 400. Started not happy with something. And there's an individual walking across the track. So they need an assistant starter to make the signal, because the starter that was there has left his post to do something else. Making sure all hands are behind the line from a frontal view. It's a start of the boys sprint medley relay, 1600 meters. Defending champions, Stets moving well on the inside. They are covered BB Cook and Green Island for the first 50 meters. Cornwall College set as well, but Stets flying around the bend on the back stretch. Now doing a lot of covering. They've gone by Monroe and also Rhodes Hall. What a first leg from Stets. Now they're covered Cornwall College on the outside. Now they're gaining on William Nib. They've gone by William Nib, gaining on Herbert Morrison. But Stets will carry the field in the home stretch. He is competing in lane 1. They've gone by Herbert Morrison, who's on the outside. But Stets, the defending champions, on the inside. But Herbert Morrison is stepping high, is stepping tall, but still they're right alongside Stets for the first shade. Handing over at the same time, but Herbert Morrison went ahead of Stets. This is 200 meters. The second leg. Stets in front. Herbert Morrison second. BB Cook third. Cornwall College fourth. Rhodes Hall then fifth. William Nib sixth. Monroe seventh. Going back to the top of the pack. Stets sprinting away from Herbert Morrison and BB Cook for this penultimate exchange. That's not the greatest exchange at all, but they have extended their lead on this penultimate leg. The final leg comes up with the 800 meters for the final exchange, extending with every stride he makes in lane 1 over Herbert Morrison, who's into BB Cook, is in 3, and then in 4, Carver College, Monroe making a challenge, but Stets handing over for the final time. It's the 800 meters, followed by Herbert Morrison, BB Cook, Monroe, Cornwall College, Rhodes Hall, and then Green Island and William Knibb to close out the field. So Stets out in front, about a 30-meter lead over BB Cook, who's in second, and moving away from Herbert Morrison in third. So in fourth, you have Cornwall College, and then Monroe in fifth. That's the top 5. So BB Cook has closed the gap on Stets. Stets now leading by about 4 meters over BB Cook in second. Trailing also Herbert Morrison in the mix. Remember, this leg is an 800 meters leg. Stets on the inside, BB Cook on the outside, and then followed by Herbert Morrison, and then Cornwall College and Monroe. So 1 lap to go. Stets feeling the presence of BB Cook. He says he's not having it, so he has stepped up the ante somewhat. But BB Cook is saying, oh, no, you're not going too far from me this afternoon. That's the top 2. Stets out in front. But BB Cook, if you look at the athlete from BB Cook, right arm is not pumping at all. Seems like he's tiring and down in the winds. Stets now on the back stretch is moving away from BB Cook, who looks like he's struggling with 230 meters to go. The defending champions in this event, the boys sprint medley 1600 meters, wanting to retain their title as the girls did in the race before. The boys are trying to do in this event with about 120 meters to go. It is Stets is moving away from BB Cook, who's in second. They're all alone on the home stretch. Stets, the team from the Breadbasket Parish, will take the boys 1600 meters medley relay. BB Cook is trying to garner some weight, is trying to cut the deficit, but will not. Stets points in the stands, beats the chest, and BB Cook is in second. And look right here, it is Herbert Morrison and Monroe for the third spot, and followed by Cornwall College. Well, they'll finish in lane 8. What happened? Monroe should be disqualified. What he did was that Herbert Morrison was trying to pass him. He went outside from lane 1, carried him to lane 2, carried him to lane 3, carried him to lane 4, carried him to lane 5, not allowing him to pass. He kept on pushing him on the outside lane, and then they finished in lane 7 and 8, and I think that Herbert Morrison still got it, the third, ahead of Monroe, the fourth. Wow. That wasn't carry go bring me. That was carrying you away. And both shake hands, Herbert Morrison and Monroe. Of course, I'm quick to say that by seeing the rules book. So, wow, he drifted him, carried him extremely wide, though. It's my opinion, though. It's not stone and concrete. But to think about it, it's all fun and games. But I think that Herbert Morrison got the third ahead of Monroe. But who can speak about Stets' performance on the day? They retained the girls, I retained the boys, sprint medley relay titles. So, the 200 meters should be coming up very soon. And then we have the 4x1. After the 4x1s, we have the 5,000 meters open, and the 4x4 to close out proceedings. It's a great going here at the Western Championship. County of Cornwall Athletics Association. That was an exciting race from first through to the end. The Herbert Morrison Monroe fighting and tossing for that spot.
For the girls class 4 centimeter hurdles, the winner, Ronde Arnold, the Mannings, 12.21 seconds. But there's a tie for first, rather.
So, getting some results coming in.
12.21 seconds. And third is
Hopefully.
12.24. For the girls class 1, 800 meters, the winner, Anika Brissett, William Nick, 2 minutes 27.
So, in any case, going to take a quick break here. And come right back, though, because a lot of action left. We have the 200 meters, we have the 4x1s, we have the 4x4s, and the 5,000 meters. So those events to come on the day, 5,000, 4x1, 4x4, and 200 meters to close out the Western Championship. We take a break here from the grounds of Stets.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157.
Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157. Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or
Carletta Bernard, who finished second. The girls class 1, 200 meters, romps home to take the top spot. For Mount Alvernia, Carletta Bernard takes the top spot. Williams of Stets finishing in second, but Carletta Bernard in this girls class 1, 200 meters takes the top spot. So hard start there for the 200 meters. It was scheduled for earlier, however they did some adjustment by making the 100 meters the first event after the luncheon interval. So now they're doing the 200 meters, getting that out of the way. Carletta Bernard, Shanq Williams. Shanq Williams, who ran the 400 meters a short while ago, finished second in that 200 meters. That is class 1. I'm thinking class 2 will come up on the girls' side. Roach of Herbert Morrison with a time of 26.03 in 1. Campbell of Cedric Titus, 26.25. Navania Williams of William Nib, 25.10. Abiba Harris of Stets, 24.29. Sabrina Dockery of Lacovia, 26.09 seconds. Grizzle of Proceeds is in 6th, 27.80. Ming of Petersfield in 7th, 28.18 seconds. And Ramsey of Petersfield in lane 8, 25.33 seconds. So guess what? Lavanya Williams, the 100 meters winner and the 400 meters champion, will face off in this 200 meters. This is a sight to see. Sabiba Harris separates both. Lavanya Williams, Habiba Harris from Stents, and Dockery. At a time of 26.09, Habiba Harris 24.29, and Lavanya Williams from William Knibb 35.10. You have to look out for those three. This will be interesting. I have not seen any 200 meters from Dockery all season. Saw her run 11.7, not once but twice. And she has run 54 seconds in the 400 meters last year. Lavanya Williams running 11.8 this season, winning the 100 meters earlier today. So too Dockery winning the 400. Habiba Harris. That's a 3, you may say. This is a cracker, the girls' class 2, 200 meters final. We just had class 1. Now it's down to class 2. Has she recovered? That's a big question for Sabrina Dockery, who is fast and who is swift. Williams was the last to go into her respective blocks. Hush comes over the grounds here at Stets. A light breeze blowing over the ground. Getting a great start. Dockery moves away from the feed. She has no cover. Grizzle, Ming, and Ramson. Here comes Habiba Harris on the inside. Lavanya Williams, but Sabrina Dockery will carry the field in the home stretch. So Williams trying to sneak through on the inside, and Habiba Harris, but Dockery moves away from both and shows her class. Sabrina Dockery taking a 4 and taking a 2, and then finishing in second, Habiba Harris, and in third, Lavanya Williams. So Sabrina Dockery, who has increased her speed this season, has certainly looked efficient, has certainly looked fast, has certainly done well in this girls' class 2 200 meters final. Her second gold of this championship, one in the 4 and the other in the 2. Sabrina Dockery of Lakovia. Wow. Did I add she's first year class 2? Did I add she's first year class 2? So Terry Long is actually in class 3. So a lot of persons don't realize it was first year class 3 last year. But Terry Long is repeating class 3 this year from Eden Island. So she was first year class 3 last year. Surprised me also. When I had a word with Coach Dyke, I thought Terry Long was moving up in class 2. But she's staying in class 3. So, getting ready now for 3. Girls class 3, 200 meters. Godfrey Petersfield is in 1, 27.43 seconds. Morgan of Herbert Morris in 2, 27.98 seconds. You have McDowell of Lakovia in 3, 26.08. You have Samoya Douglas of Mushet, 24.56. You have Gooden, who got the red card from Mushet, 26.11 seconds. Charlotte Bell of Mount Alvernia in 6, 26.70. And Tiffany Watson of Lakovia, 26.97. Williams of Stets in 8, 26.55. Remember, the young lady who received the red card in the semifinals, who had the fastest time going in, Gooden of Mushet. She's back. She's in the 200 meters. She's in lane 6. I'll give us some results in a very short while. Athletes are standing behind their respective blocks awaiting the instructions from the starter and the officials. You see people commenting about Western Champs being held on grass. It's a travesty. Well, the greatest thing is being held. That's the best possible thing. Although they'd want it in another area. God has sent them away. Brilliant start it is by Bell of Mount Alvernia. Bell has gone by Watson outside of Lacovia and gained somewhat on Williams of Stets. It's going to be Bell of Mount Alvernia trying to carry the field in the home stretch. Also there from Mushen and Douglas. Douglas now goes in front. Oh my word, has left Bell behind. But Douglas is turning and cruising home. Douglas takes the top spot. So Douglas, the 400 meters champion, dismissed Bell after came around the bell like she wasn't there. So Douglas of Magaty takes the top spot ahead of Bell of Mount Alvernia. But what a performance from this young lady, winning the 400 meters now, winning the 2. 4 and 2 in class 3, 4 and 2 in class 2. Those are the winners, Bell and Dockery. And the girls class 4.
So the class 4 girls, 200 meters next on track.
So Dixon of William Knibb in 1, 27.18 seconds. Christy Herbert Morris in 2, 27.32 seconds. Parker Magaty in 3, 26.28 seconds. Murray of Mount Alvernia in 4, 25.72 seconds. Pang of Mount Alvernia in 5, 26.02. Jarrett of Magaty in 6, 26.82 seconds. You have a passment of Stets in 7, 27.04. And 8 of Lyseth Herbert Morrison, 26.81. So you have to look out for Murray. Let's see what will happen. Gianna Murray of Mount Alvernia is the overwhelming favorite. She is in lane 4 of this event. So after this event, you have the 5,000 meters, 4x1s, 4x4. Let's see what will happen. White flag being waved or raised. Athletes on their marks. Clean start for the girls class 4, 200 meters. Going out extremely strong. The favorite Murray of Mount Alvernia has gained alongside Pang of Mount Alvernia. Jared Parchment and Lyseth on her outside. Cruising around the bend is Murray of Mount Alvernia. Her schoolmate, her teammate is right beside her, Pang of Mount Alvernia. They want to go 1-2, but it's going to be Murray of Mount Alvernia ahead of Pang. Murray takes it, the girls class 4, 200 meters. Pang is second on the inside, like Parker of Magaty finishing in third. First, second, and third, Mount Alvernia, and Magaty. Time for the boys, 200 meters. Will they start from class 1? Making sure. This is where it gets a little bit confusing though. As athletes over by the 200 meters mark. Just looking on. And sees they have fallen from grace. And a little bit confused though. There's some athletes on the track. Which one will they use? 4 classes to come in the boys 200 meters. And at the time. So class 1 they'll start from. But it was not class 1 on the track. So in lane 1, for the boys, Adante Morgan in Lakovia, 21.96. Thompson of BB Cook is second. In lane 2, 21.98. You have Rashawn Smith of Lakovia, 21.51, pardon me. Javon Dunkley of Stets in 4, 20.74 seconds. DeAndre Daly from Herbert Morrison, he is in lane 5, 21.29. Enrica Webster of Stets, 21.80 seconds. Chevron DePass of William Nib, 7, 21.81. And Osman Holt of Mushette, 21.58 seconds.
In lane 6, second at the 400 meters, 21.80 coming in from St. Elizabeth Technical. Let's make welcome Enrique Webster. Lane 7, 21.81 seconds. This time coming in, look very good.
So
400 earlier.
it is
William Nib, Chevron DePass.
Morgan, Thompson, Smith, Dunkley, Daly, Webster, DePass, and Holt.
The lineup for the class 4 boys, 200 meters final.
200 meters final record here is 20.30 seconds, set by Usain Bolt back in 2003. He represented William Nib. Athletes on their marks. God has sent them away. Brilliant start. DeAndre Daly on the inside of Daly is Dunkley. Dunkley has covered DeAndre Daly. Oh, Dunkley with a brilliant 100 meters. It's going to be Dunkley carrying the field in the home stretch. Daly has a lot of work to do, but it's Dunkley. Here comes DeAndre Daly, but Dunkley gets the better of DeAndre Daly, who slows down. And DeAndre Daly is second to Dunkley, who points over to DeAndre Daly and looks in the crowd. DeAndre Daly goes over and congratulates him. What a start from Dunkley. Javon Dunkley was beating the 100 meters. DeAndre Daly was no match for him going around that bend. Not at all. He's not great around the bend, DeAndre Daly, but Dunkley was. And he made up ground in the first 50 meters. And there was no looking back after that. Second in the 100 meters, but first in the 2. DeAndre Daly, second in the 2, but first in the 1. Boys class 1, 200 meters final. Javon Dunkley of Stents taking the top spot. Down to class 2, 200 meters. Great performance from Dunkley. Hemmings, Herbert Morrison in 1, 22.44 seconds. Sinclair Mannings in 2, 22.71. Wint of William Nib is in 3, 22.14 seconds. Carr of Stets in 4, 21.95. That's Wayne Carr. Omar Blake of Sidney Pagan in 5, 22.10. Seymour from William Nib is in 6, 22.36. Stewart of Herbert Morrison in 7, 22.86 seconds. And Riley of Stets is in 8, 22.15 seconds. So that is the start lineup for the boys class 2, 200 meters. Record here 21.24 seconds, held by Antonio Watson. That was done back in 2018. Antonio Watson, he's from Petersfield. Hemmings, Sinclair, Wint, Carr, Blake, Seymour, Stewart, and Riley. Great start for the boys class 2, 200 meters final. On the inside, you have Carr of Stets. Carr sets doing well on the outside, and Stewart of Herbert Morrison Riley offsets. But now Carr offsets. He will carry the field in the home stretch. Carr offsets, trying to stride away, and he's doing just that. The man from William Nim, that is Seymour, trying to reel him in, but Carr sets ahead of Seymour of William Nim. Stewart of Herbert Morrison third. Riley of Stets is fourth, but certainly from Stets, Wayne Carr taking the top spot ahead of Sanjay Seymour of William Nim, who held his head, holding his face, thought he made the move a little bit late, but nevertheless he's on the podium, finishing second. Being congratulated, doesn't want it though, but he has to take it, gaining the silver in the boys class 2 200 meters final.
The class 3 boys are next on track.
Class 3 boys up.
In lane 1 from Petersfield, 23.97 coming in, Shemaine Lewis. Lane 2, 24.61 his time coming in from Herbert Morrison, Sean Aaron Spence.
We have Lewis of Petersfield in 1, 23.97 seconds. Spence, John Aaron, Herbert Morrison, 24.61. We have Sean Lewis of Stets in 3, 23.57 seconds. Raquelme Reed of Cornwall College in 4, 23.23 seconds. Having a name like Raquelme, you know that he was not down to take track and field football was supposed to be his path. Thomas Daly of Cornwall College in 5, 23.66 seconds. You have Damar Murray of Petersfield, he's in 6, 23.96 seconds. And Amar Lee from Magati is in 7, 24.31 seconds. David Wallace of Herbert Morrison in lane 8, 23.96 seconds. Boys class 3, 200 meters. So in terms of the field, 4x1, 4x4, and the 5,000 meters. Also the 3,000 meters we had earlier for the girls. The 3,000 meters final. So later on, and 5,000 meters. Wow, that's a lot. Clean start for the boys. Class 3, 200 meters. Doing well on the inside from Cornwall College, like is Daly, doing extremely well. On the inside, it is a Reed of Cornwall College. He's left behind. But now, Lewis of Stets carried the field in the home stretch. On the outside, Daly hitting second. But Lewis of Stets will take the head of Daly of Cornwall College. Cornwall College second and third with Daly and Reed. But the young man from Stets, Sean Lewis, taking the top spot in this boys class 3, 200 meters. In second, you have Thomas Daly. In third, Raquelme Reed. Both are from Cornwall College, while the winner, he's from Stets, Sean Lewis. Class 4 is the next in line, or on the track. Justin Brown of Cornwall College, he is in 1, 25.42 seconds. In 2, Tyree Anderson from Herbert Morrison, 25.90. In 3, Dimitri Johnson from Mercedes, 25.20. Jermaine Hilton Stets in 4, 24.18 seconds. You have Smith of William Nib, 25.48 seconds. You have David Campbell, Mercedes, in 6, 25.87. Amelia Scott of Herbert Morrison, 26.17. And Linford McKenzie from William Nib, 25.34 seconds.
From Herbert Morrison, Emilia Scott. Lane 8 from William Nib, Linford McKenzie. The lineup for the class 4 boys.
So this is the final 200 meters on the cards. Class 4 boys 200. Now what will happen next? Will it be the 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters? But the 4x4 will be closing it out. 4x1s also there. Athletes on their marks. It's the start of the boys' class 4. It's in the 200 meters. Great out well from William Nebb. Mackenzie of William Nebb on doing well is Hilton of Sets. But now Hilton of Sets will carry the field in the whole stretch. So Hilton is cruising around. On the outside is Mackenzie. That's the top 2. But the young man from Sets, Hilton, will take the top spot. It's going to be Hilton of Sets taking the head of Smith of William Nib, and third Mackenzie of William Nib. William Nib second, William Nib third, but in first from Sets is Jermaine Hilton taking the top spot. It's boys class 4, 200 meters final.
100 meters, the winner, Gianna Murray, Mountain Vernia, new record of 12.02 seconds.
So in the meantime,
Parker Magazine, 12.21, and third.
as end of the 200 meters, we're going to see what event. Remember, they made some adjustments. They made some adjustments in this event, so hoping we can get some results soon and give you the point standings. As we're hoping some point standings can reach your way very soon. So the fact is, defending champion Stets over overall champion and boys and girls champion. Stets in the wings. As we'll see, will it be the 3,000 meters or the 5,000 meters next? I don't think the 4x1 or the 4x4 will be up for the cards. Interesting one though. We want to give you some results though. And hopefully we can give it to you very soon. As said before, though, the most important thing is the results and the point standings. On the run in the house, tabulating the points and give you updated results. At the 200 meters, 100. So they're getting the results and the point standings coming out. So let me give you some points on the girls' side. In 12th position, Herbert Morrison and Sidney Pagan. In 10th, 12 points apiece. BB Coast and Green Island. Black River having 13 points. 8th position. 7th with 18 points. Rose Hall. 6th position with 32 points. Lacovia. 5th position with 38 points is Magotty.
So 6th position, Lacovia with 32 points. 5th, Magotty with 38 points.
So in 4th position, 55.5 points. Mount Alvernia 3rd at 57 points. 7th with 113 points. And leading with 137 is Stets, leading in that department on the day. On the boys' side of things, after 18 events scored, 16, Lacovia having 2, Mushet having 3 points, Godfrey Stewart having 5 points, BB Cook with 7 points, Mannings 16 points, 19 points, Black River. Sidney Pagan with Green Island at 22 points. 8th position, 24 points, Rose Hall. William Nib with 47 points. Petersfield with 57 points. Sidney Pagan, Herbert Morrison, pardon me, with 67 points. The top 3, 71 points, Magotty. 120 and a third points. In second, the defending champions, Stets, they're leading 136.5. That's after 18 events scored. after 18 events scored. Stets, they're leading in both departments. On the girls' side and on the boys' side. As we look on the field now to see what event is coming up.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157. Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157. Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157.
Welcome back to the grounds of St. Elizabeth Technical High School. This for the County of Cornwall Athletics Association, the Western Championships, the 2023 edition. Sean Grant and the entire team right here from Track Alert, and we're happy to broadcast this championship to you. Though we were having some issues getting some results and also the point standings, but seems like we have ironed out or found another way of getting it. The official site is not working though, so we have gone used another avenue of getting it to you. So we have the point standing. Let me give you the point standing first and foremost. I was trying to list it down to give it to you, but in terms of the top 15, after 15 events scored, is on the girls side. Herbert Morrison, they are in 12th position alongside Sydney Pagan, both having 11 points apiece. Now in 10th you have Green Island and BB Coke, they have 12 points apiece. In 9th you have Black River with 13 points. In 8th, Mannings, they have 14 points. In 7th, Rhodes Hall, 18 points. Now in 6th, you have Lacovia with 32 points. In 5th, Magalty with 39 points, or 38 points, pardon me. William Nim, they're 4th with 56 or 55.5 points. In 3rd, you have Mount Alvernia, really pretty good though, 57 points. In 2nd, Petersfield, coached by Woolry, 113 points. And the defending champion Stets, they're out in front with 137.5 points. That's after 15 events scored. Now on the boys' side, after 18 events scored, Lacovia High, they're in 16th position. They have 2 points. Mushet, they're in 15th position. They have 1 more point to 3 points. In 14th, Godfrey Stewart, they have 5 points. BB Coke, they're in 13th position with 7 points. Mannings in 12th position, they have 16 points. In 11th position, you have Black River, they have 19 points. In 10th, you have Sydney Pagan Agricultural, they have 21 points. Green Island, they follow in 9th position with 22 points. And the Sydney Pagan, they're in 10th. Green Island 9th. Rhodes Hall 8th position, 24 points. William Nib, they're 7th position with 57 points. In 6th, Petersfield, they have 61 points. Herbert Morrison Technical, they're 5th. They have 66.3333 points. Oh, my word. Cornwall College, they are 4th. They have 68.8333 points. Magotty, they are third with 71 points. In second, you have Monroe College. They have 120.33 points. And the Stets at the top of the pack, the defending champions, with 136.5 points. So there you have it, 136.5 points. So some results coming through. See what we have here. The 110 meters hurdles, class 1 boys, was won by Shamir Blake with a new mark, 13.81 seconds, erasing the old mark by Brighton Senior, 14.05. That was done back in 2018. Shamir Blake, he finished in the top spot. He is from Stets. And in second, you have Rajon Brooks of Stets. He had a time of 14 seconds flat. In third, Omaria Stewart of Petersfield had a time of 14.22 seconds. In the boys class 2, because that was class 1, you have Kimani Gordon of William Nib, 15.28 seconds. He took the top spot. Rickoy Hunter of Stets was second, 15.31. And in third, Kaheem Reed of Cardwell College, 15.50 seconds. And then the 100 meters hurdles, class 3, that's for boys. You have Anwan White, Stets, 15.14 seconds. He took the top spot. Shea Johnson of William Nib was second, 15.46. And Stefano Stewart of Mannings, he was third, 15.94 seconds. Then the girls class 1, 100 meters hurdles, was won by Alexis James of Petersfield, 13.51 seconds, a record, erasing the old mark of 14.42 held by Adriana Brown from 2012. In second, Dejanay Campbell from Stets. He had a time of 16.03 seconds. George Adams of Petersfield was third, a time of 19.33 seconds. In girls class 2, 100 meters hurdles, Habiba Harris of Stets, she was spectacular. She to the top spot, 13.52 seconds, a record on the day, erasing Alexis James' mark of 30.73. 2021, Alexis James set that mark. Dania Coldstock of Green Island was second, 14.83 seconds. Crystal Salmon of Stets was third, 14.88 seconds. In the girls' class 3, 80 meters hurdles, was won by Akima Smith of Petersfield, 12.90 seconds. Sabrina Horton of Stets was second, 13.37. And Rihanna Taylor of Magotty third, 13.38 seconds. In the 8 meters hurdles, this is class 4 for boys. Drayden Knight, boys. Drayden Knight of Cornwall College, 12.44 seconds. Jelani Winter of Stets was second, 12.76. And Jamal Graham of Herbert Morris the third, 13.08 seconds. Some results coming through. Then we have the girls, 100 meters, class 4. The dash. Let's check in, making sure though, is the 100 meters for all classes and all winners on the day. So 100-meter winner, class 4, Gianna Murray of Motel Vernia, a record 12.02 seconds. Kenna Park of Magotty was second, 12.21. And Janice Christie from Herbert Morrison, third, 12.63. Now in class 3 for girls, Tashana McDowell from Lacovia, 12.12 seconds. And just to make sure, though, this is the correct one, because I think this was more so the qualification to the final, more so than the final itself, as I look through for the 100 meters. Then these are the qualification through to the final. Indeed, they are, because you didn't have a timed final, just had qualification. 100 meters are incorrect. So, Michaela Pang of Mount Alvernia, centimeters hurdles, class 4, 12.21 seconds. Ronde Arnold from Mannings was second, 12.21. And Charlie Ramsey of Petersfield third, 12.24 seconds. Anika Brissett of William Nate, she to the top spot in the girls class 1, 800 meters run, 2 minutes 27.72 seconds. Acelia Jones of Magotty, she was second, 2:28.58 seconds. Rihanna Johnson of Stets was third, 2:32.09 seconds. In the 800 meters boys class 1, it was Bahrain Smith of Stets. He to the top spot, time 1:56.09 seconds. Rodreem Robinson of Stets, he was second, 158.52 seconds. Sante McPherson of Magati third, 2 minutes 00.19 seconds. Girls class 2, 800 meters. Shavanisa Griffiths of Stets, she took the top spot and the bacon, 228.94 seconds. Petersfield Nashere Barrett was second with a time of 232.56. At Malta Alverna's Ariana Atkinson, she finished third at a time of 232.96 seconds. In the boys class 2, 800 meters, it was won by Usain Bolt of Magati with a time of 205.32. Kieran Connolly from Magati was second, 205.42. And Rashid Green of Stets, he was third with a time of 205.99. In the girls class 3, 800 meters run, Danae Hodges of Sydney Pagan won, 222.44. Jamila Gooden of Stets was second, 231.68 seconds. And in third from Magati, you have Dina K. Doyle, 231.93 seconds. Jaden Brown won the boys class 3, 800 meters. He's from Magati, 206.33 seconds. And Magati's Honeygun Akeem is his first name, was second in that event, 214.84. And in third, Alden Reed of William Nib, 215.02 seconds. Some results coming through and the point standings. Latest 15 on the girls' side. Stets, they are leading with 137.5. Petersfield, they're second, 113. Montel Werner, they're third with 57. William Nib, they're fourth, 55.5. And Magati fifth, 38 points. Top 5 on the boys' side. Stets, they're out in front, 136.5 points. They're followed by Monroe College, 120.33 points. And Magati in third, 71 points. In fourth, Cornwall College, 68.83 points. In fifth, Herbert Morrison, 66.33 points. And in sixth, Petersfield with 61 points to the name. So the 4x1s are coming on the cars. The next event on the track. Then you have the 5,000 meters for boys. And then the 4x4 to close out. I think they'll scrap the 3,000 meters. To the 4x1s. All classes will be on the cards. And the young ladies are coming out now. As we see Rhodes Hall coming out. Petersfield. Stets. Herbert Morrison. As we get ready for the start of the next event on track. And persons are asking again for the interviews that was played earlier on. Montel Vernia also coming out there. Seems like they're in lane 1. And hoping that they are ready as we see the athlete who won the long jump and the 400 meters, Miss Wright, coming out to lead in class 1. She is a talented athlete, having a record in the long jump, the first record on the day, taking the top spot in that girls class 1 long jump event. Alia Foster, not right, pardon me, as Foster is running that first leg. I don't know why I was calling her right. Four by one on the cards. Montalvernia in 8, Rhodes Hall in 7, Petersfield in 6, Stets in 5, Herbert Morrison in 4. Girls Class 1, 4x1. And it's looking on the setup here. Sets will be right in the mix though. Montalvernia may start as favorites with two outstanding athletes. Foster, who won the 400 meters, and the long jump.
So the track now, the Class 1 girls 4x100 meters.
And Carletta Bernard won the 200 meters and finished second in that 100 meters. To Alexis James. I'm looking around if James will be running the 4x1. And that is be a big ask from her. But in the meantime, lane 8 is Montalvernia. 6 is Petersfield. Lane 4, so they put lane Rhodes Hall in lane 7, what they're saying. 2 should be Rhodes Hall. So the adjustments are going to be made in respective legs. Boxes 1, 2, and 3, and also on the start. So 2 for Rhodes Hall. Herbert Morrison in 4. Stets 5. Petersfield in 6. And lane 8 is Montalvernia. So Foster on the first leg for Montalvernia. As they look around the track though, the Montalvernia team. And the boys are coming out for the 4x1. As the track is live.
So we're asking the athletes on the infield to quickly get into position and sit or stoop, please.
In the meantime, the slope in the Western Championship here. Hopefully we can get things on the way.
On your marks.
Rhodes Hall in 2, Herbert Morrison in 4. In 5, Stets in 6, Petersfield, and in lane 8, Montalvernia.
Set.
God has sent them away for the start. Class 1, 4x100 meters relay. Montalvernia, Alia Foster goes out extremely fast to the inside. Looks to be Stets. So hands of the battle in the top spot. Montalvernia on the back stretch. Looks like Carletta Bernard. High step and stepping away. And Alexis James for Petersfield on the back stretch also. So it is a Montalvernia. Petersfield is in second. Poor exchange for Montalvernia. But here comes Sets on the inside. Petersfield have cut the deficit on Montalvernia on the third leg for this final exchange. Petersfield have gone by Montalvernia. Great exchange for Petersfield. Not a great exchange from Montalvernia, and it's going to be Petersfield, followed by Stets and Montalvernia. Petersfield takes it ahead of Stets, and it's Montalvernia finishing in third, and Herbert Morrison in fourth. Rhodes Hall will be fifth, coming around the bend now. So great backstretch from Carletta Bernard, and great backstretch we saw for Alexis James on for Petersfield. With the exchange for Carletta Bernard on the penultimate one for her team, Montalvernia, was not great at all. Alexis James was better. Stets on the inside was also good. And that exchange, I thought, messed up everything for the Montalvernia team. And on the third leg was a superb leg from Petersfield. And they were the baton in the top spot. Girls Class 1, 4x1. The Petersfield taking the top spot. As we're waiting now. The boys Class 1, 4x1. Mushet should be in 1. Monroe 2. Stets in 3. Lacovia 4. Herbert Morrison 5. Cornwall College in 6. In 7, looks to me like it's Petersfield. And in 8, Green Island. Full field for this boys. Class 1, 4x1. Stets will start out as favorites. Herbert Morris will be right in the mix. Well, Stets, they have a strong team as per usual. Looking on anchor for Herbert Morrison. DeAndre Daly is on anchor. Around the 200 meters was beaten by Dunkley. Not a great corner runner, DeAndre Daly. So Green Island in 8, Petersfield in 7, Cornwall College in 6, Herbert Morrison 5, Lacovia 4, Stess in 3, Monroe in 2, and in lane 1 you have Mushet.
Name 3, the defending champions, also finalists at champs last year, St. Elizabeth Technical. In lane 2, Monroe College. Again, lane 1, Mushet. Again, we're asking athletes on the infield, please get into position quickly. And when you do, please sit or stoop. And we're also asking athletes to not run across the track when the race is in progress.
The blocks now brought out for Herbert Morrison. For the start of the 4x1, this is Class 1 boys 4x1. I think still walking across the track though. Need to realize the track is live. All individual events except for the 5,000 meters, which comes after this. Are completed on the track. Has been a wonderful championship so far. A little bit delays here and there. I slowed it up a bit. And results not forthcoming as we wanted it to. We've gotten some results though. And the latest point standings that were posted puts Stets in front in both categories, the boys and the girls. Athletes going into their respective blocks. The boys class 1, 4x1.
Set.
And the gun has sent them away. For the start of the boys, class 1, 4x1. On the outside, Green Island. Also, Herbert Morris have gained on Cornwall College. Sets on the greatest start at the top with a great man chain from Sets. On the back stretch, they've gone across Lacovia. No, Sets gone across. Almost all on the outside. Herbert Morris. Oh, what exchange by Sets. That's a brilliant penultimate exchange by Sets. They're coming around the bend. Lacovia now comes into second. But for the final exchange, it's all Sets. They are the favorites and they take it. Into Lacovia second. And Herbert Morrison there in third. DeAndre Daly sitting into second. As Herbert Morrison slows up and goes in second. But Sets goes across the line in the top position. Showboating as per usual. What they've done all day. Taking the top spot. Stets slowing down before going across the line was Stets, Herbert Morrison, DeAndre Daly anchoring and doing extremely well for second. The first and second, Stets taking the top spot as expected in the boys class 1, 4x1. Hug from Daly with the teammates of Stets. As he has some of his friends, the national team at the Carifta Games. Got injured, did not go to the World Under 20. Petersfield girls celebrating. Stets, on the other hand, celebrating on the boys' side. It's now for class 2, girls 4x1. Mannings in lane 1. In 2, you have Green Island. In 3, Mount Alvernia. In 4, Herbert Morrison. In 5, Magati. In 6, from Stats. 7, Rossies. And in lane 8, William Nib. 4x1 on the cards. Girls class 2. Box 1 seems to be ready. Box 2, white flag was up earlier on for box 2. And box 3, so too the flag was up. It's a good performance from Stets. I like the baton changes. The first, the second, and the third were excellent from Stets. Athletes getting ready for the start of this event. Under 17 boys, Jamaica football team qualifying for the round of 16. We'll be playing the home team, Guatemala. I think it should be today at 8 p.m. Tonight, this evening. Do or die now for the Marangon coach unit. The CONCACAF Championship in Guatemala. A lot of sports going on around the globe in Jamaica and beyond. But one thing is happening this side of the island. It's the Western Championship where the Class 2 girls 4x1 going off and going up hard. What a start from William Nib. William Nib and Sets. William Nib on the outside, Sets on the inside. Brilliant first leg. Now the greatest exchange from William Nib on the back stretch. Sets on the inside. They're in second at the present time. But William Nib motoring on the second leg. So William Nib going away from the baton. So William Nib on the outside, Sets on the inside, on the third leg for that penultimate exchange. Trying to come through is Bagati on the inside, in there in third. But certainly, William Nib on the outside, Sets on the inside, in between the two. It Sets, now hits the front like a runaway train. William Nib is then left behind. It is Sets, followed by William Nib and Herbert Morrison finishing in third. And in fourth is Bagati. Mount Alvernia, and coming through is Rossies. So Stets taking the girls class 2 4x1. After William Nib were in total control for the first 3 legs. However, the band change were not as slick as Stets. I'm liking from what I'm seeing from Stets with the band exchanges. Boys class 2, Green Island in 1, Petersfield in 2, William Nib in 3 though, Herbert Morrison 4, Mushet in 5, Stets in 6, and City Pagan 7, and Mannings in lane 8. In the meantime, blocks are coming back out for the respective athletes. So looking on, Green Island in 1, Petersfield 2, William Nib in 3, in 4, Herbert Morrison in 5, Mushet in 6, Stets in 7, City Pagan, and in lane 8 you have Mannings. Boys class 2 4x1. The event started this morning at 9 o'clock. So getting ready for this event. Boys class 2 4x1. So we get ready
in lane 1, Green Island. The lineup for the class 2 boys, 4x100 meters relay. Boxes.
Athletes standing behind their respective blocks.
On your marks.
In the meantime, boys class 2, this is 4x1. Green Island 1, Petersfield 2, William Nib 3, Herbert Morrison 4, Mushat in 5, set 6, Sinapig 7, Mannings in lane 8. This is the start of the boys class 2, 4x1. Stets gets out well. They've covered Sinapig on their own side and gaining on Mannings, who is in lane 8. What a start this from Stets. Not the greatest performance in terms of exchange from Stets on the inside. Looks to be William Nib, but certainly it is Stets on this back stretch for the penultimate exchange. That was better. That was brilliant. William Nib in that second position, trying to come round. They're trying to reel in Stets on the outside for his fine exchange. Stets on the outside, William Nib on the inside. William Nib will carry the field in the home stretch. Stets on the outside, and William Nib, but Stets holds off William Nib. It will be Stets. William Nib second, Herbert Morrison third. Top 3 in the boys class 2, 4x1. Stets, William Nib, and Herbert Morrison. Oh my word. Stets holding off William Nib for the top spot in the boys class 2, 4x1. Class 3 coming up for the girls' side. Boys and girls 4x1, pardon me. Froome should be in lane 1. We don't see any of the athletes are coming now. At a time of 34.77. 54.77. Magati in 2, 53.48. Mushet in 3, 52.19. Rosal in 4, 52.60. Montel Verne in 5, 51.11. And Herbert Morris in 6, 53.23. Stets in 7, 53.05. And Lakovia 8, 52.88 seconds. Girls, this is class 3, 4x1. Red flag being shown at box number 1. Adjustments being made. Montalvernia, one of the favorites here to take the top spot. They're in 5 though. Class 3 and class 4.
Here we go. In lane 8, Lakovia.
Impressive as per usual.
Lane 6, Herbert Morrison. Lane 5, silver medalist last year.
So let us see.
Lane 4, Rhodes.
Can they turn the table, Montalvernia, this year? As many persons expect them to win this event in its girls class 3, 4x1.
4x100 meters relay final.
Hush comes over the grounds here at Stets. Froome, Magati, Mushet, Rhodes Hall, Montalvernia, Herbert Morrison, Stets, and Lakovia.
Boxes, did you copy that? Lakovia in 8, Stets in 7, Herbert Morrison in 6, Montalvernia in 5, Rhodes Hall 4, Mushet in 3, Magati 2, and Froome in lane 1. On your marks.
Will it be Montalvernia in 5? Will it be Stets in 7? Or will it be a surprise in lane 6? Herbert Morrison. Rose Hall putting a good show there in 4.
Set.
It's the start of the girls club 3, 4x1. The record is 47.1 some seconds ahead by Ruiz. Yeah, brilliant start from Lakovia. Also going well is Herbert Morrison. They've gained on sets. What a start from Lakovia out in lane 8. Herbert Morrison now on the heels, trying to move away from sets. But here comes now Mount Alvernia on the back stretch. They've gained on Herbert Morrison and sets on the outside. Well, Lakovia hands over the baton in the top spin. They're in lane 8. Now, Mount Alvernia, the favorites, they make up ground on this third leg. Mount Alvernia and Lakovia on the outside. You'll ask the question, who'll hand over the baton in the top spot? It's Mount Alvernia over Lakovia. They'll carry the field in the home stretch. It is, red flag goes up, the red flag goes up, but Mount Alvernia continues, and they'll carry home. Rose Hall is second, and Herbert Morrison coming through for third. So, the red flag goes up, and the red flag on that third leg, coming around the bend, went up a while ago on the final leg, pardon me. The red flag is still up, so someone will be disqualified in this event. Girls class 2, 4 by class 3, pardon me, 4 by 1 on the cards. Mount Alvernia getting the top spot in class 3. Next event I see here is girls class 4, but I see no one on the infield. Pictures are being taken of all the respective winners. On the day, on the cards. Conversations having. Hopefully we get some more point standings to give you. Well, these results coming in. Sets has a firm footing in gaining another hold on the Western Crown. The girls are coming out now. They're coming around now. And this class 4, Mount Alvernia, is the fastest team in the country in class 4. I don't see anything much happening. And that is a little bit disappointing, but that's okay. He wanted things have settled down somewhat. Athletes still on the infield, but no one going into their respective boxes, respective start. And bleak conditions coming over the ground here at Stets.
So the class 3 boys, 4 by 1 should be next on track. To be followed by the class 4 boys, girls.
So we don't see any class 3 boys, don't see any class 4 girls. I'm looking a little bit confused as some of the athletes here are still just enjoying the moment and savoring the time they spent here at this Western Championship under the County of Cornwall Athletics Association's umbrella. It's a little bit quiet here. I'm wondering what's happening, but whether that is happening or not, hopefully we can get some more results and point standings. So latest point standings we had to give you a reminder of what took place earlier on. And remember, we played some interviews earlier on. So I wonder if we can replay some of those interviews now. Some of the athletes, as nothing is going on the track, and we don't see any athletes coming out. Let's go to some of those interviews we played earlier on.
Don't talk to me.
After Class 4, Class 3, 2 victories for Mount Alvernia so far. First, tell us about your performance and overall the kind of program that you have at Mount Alvernia.
My performance, I can say that I start really bad, but I just had to hold my dry face, get out, straight down to the line, fight, because you know when you come here, it's war. You come to war, we have to bleed in training to win a championship, and our program, you know, it's very complicated at times. Sometimes I vomit a lot, I cry, but you just have to push through.
What does this picture at Western Champs mean for you?
Very, very much. I just wanted to make my mother proud, my whole family. Really and truly, I come out here to do it for them.
So at this time, at this stage of the season, how confident do you feel going into boys and girls champs?
Well, I think I'm not really ready as yet, but I'm working towards it. Working towards being ready.
What's your ultimate aim for this year?
To run level 9.
Today, how do you feel with the end result?
I'm feeling happy. I've been training towards Western champs and trials. So it's coming on. I'm happy about my performance today.
Coming in, of course, the aim is to win, but did you want to, fix work on anything in particular?
Not really. Not really.
Where you are now in terms of where the season is, how confident are you preparing and getting ready for champs?
I'm confident about champs, to be honest. I think I can medal at champs. I know I can medal at champs. I know.
What's your ultimate goal for this year?
Oh, my ultimate goal this year is to do well at Carifta and double at champs and to retain my Class 3 title within my Class 2 title.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
It is the Coca Grace Western Championships 2023. And it's Blue Ribbon event on track.
It was a good
the
race.
100 meters.
Second place, maybe a little bit disappointed, but should not be really. How do you feel about that?
I don't know what to say, but I tried my best.
And you came in confident, of course, everyone wants to win.
I knew that Alexis would be competition and she did very well. So.
And you gave up your best here today. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you.
Victory for your Class 2 boys. How do you feel?
No, I feel great knowing that I've been training hard. I was injured last season, didn't get to perform, so I come back this season to do it again.
What does it mean for you now?
Listen, let's come back and train hard and now I'm going to champs. I just want to do my best.
Where are you in terms of your preparation for champs?
So about 80%.
So I'm looking forward to do good this year. What's your ultimate aim?
My aim, don't want to tell my aim is in silence.
Are you hoping to deliver your best whenever time you go out on the track?
Yes.
All the best. So we're here with DeAndre Daly, winner, Class 1 boys, 100 meter. How you describe the run here?
It was a pretty, I would say, easy race. Just went out there, ran the first 60, used my technique to carry me through.
And you're happy with the way?
Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-41. Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4156.
Welcome back. This is the country of Cornwall. This is all about the Western Championship, all about track and field athletics association happening on this glorious Saturday afternoon. Well, we'll see some athletes back on the track. The boys class 3, 4x1. And then we have the girls class 4 right after. So hold up in a call room a short while ago. So let's hopefully that can be ironed out. So stats in 3 for Cornwall College. Green Island in lane 5, in lane 6, pardon me. Herbert Morrison in 5, Petersfield in 7, and Monroe in 8. Not to forget about William Knibb in 1. 7 facing the starter, and the boys class 3, 4x1. So on final here at the County of Cornwall Western Championship. We're glad to get things back on the way. So looking at respective boxes, making sure they're in the right order, right position. I'll give you the lane assignments again. So Monroe in 8, Petersfield in 7. You have Green Island in 6, Herbert Morris in 5, Cornwall College in 4, Sess in 3, and William Knibb is in 1.
On your marks.
Athletes going on their marks. Track and field in the West. It's the Western Championship, the 2023 edition. It's a start of the boys class 3, 4x1. Monroe gets up well. Petersfield on the inside of Monroe. Also going well is Stets. They've gone past Cornwall College. So handing over the baton. Petersfield, a poor battle change. Monroe on the outside of gain on Petersfield. But here comes Stets. They're gaining somewhat of Herbert Morrison on the second leg for this penultimate exchange. What an exchange this from Stets. They're cruising around. But here comes Herbert Morrison once again on this third leg. It's Herbert Morrison gaining on Petersfield. Herbert Morrison on the inside. It's boys class 3, 4x1. They're all alone. Herbert Morrison moving away from the rest of the field. It's Herbert Morrison will take the boys class 3, 4x1. Sets in second. Cornwall College third. Monroe fourth. And Petersfield in fifth. William Knibb finishing in 6th. And Green Island 7th. So, taking the top spot. Coming through. All about Herbert Morrison. Sets was right there. Cornwall College was there. Petersfield was in the mix. But certainly the boys class 3, 4x1. Girls class 4, 4x1 going on the track. Now the lights are coming on inside of the stands or outside the stands on the track, the grass track. The girls class 4, 4x1. E.B. Coke in 1, Mannings in 2, Stets in 3, Magati 4, Mount Alverna in 5, Herbert Morris in 6, Petersfield in 7, and Raciz in lane 8.
So the class 4 girls. 4 by 100 meters today on track. The main assignments, we're starting in lane 8. Lane 8, Recedes.
So lane 8, Recedes.
Lane 6, Reverend Morrison. Lane 5, the defending champions, Mount Alvernia.
So Mount Alvernia in lane 5. If and they are the favorites, so they have been dominant all season, not only in the West, across the island in this class 4, 4x1. Gibbs Relays coming up next weekend. Let's see how they'll do there. Seven facing the starter in the girls class 4, 4x1. Then after this will be the final 4x1 on the boys side and girls. And then move on to the 5,000 meters and then close off with the 4x4. Seems that we'll be here for the entire night. So in 1, no team is in 1. Should have been BB Cook. Manning's in 2, Stets in 3, Magarty in 4, in 5, Mount Alvernia, in 6, Herbert Morrison, in 7, Petersfield, and in 8, Recedes. Seven facing the starter. It's the start of the girls class 4, 4x1. Getting out well. It looks to be Mount Alvernia, but Petersfield here in lane 7. They've gained on Recedes. Also there. It is, looks to me, Mount Alvernia, not the greatest back next stage for Mount Alvernia on the back stretch. But Recedes and Petersfield. But here comes Mount Alvernia. What a leg for Mount Alvernia on this back stretch. They handle the baton in the top spot. Oh, a brilliant exchange for Mount Alvernia. They are the favorites. But here comes Herbert Morrison on the outside. But is Mount Alvernia handling the baton in the top spot. They have the lead. Herbert Morrison is in second. Recedes in third. But Mount Alvernia, the team that has not been beat all season, girls class 4, 4x1. Herbert Morrison second. Recedes third, and Magarty in fourth. Mount Alvernia taking the girls' top spot in the 4x1 girls class 4. The Mount Alvernia taking, as expected, not the greatest start at all. They have been dominant all season. Not only in the West, but the entire Jamaica.
So the class 4 boys 4x1 next on track.
So it's all about the girls class 4, 4x1. Boys, pardon me. So Cornwall College. Irwin in 2, Magarty in 3, Stets in 4th, Petersfield in 5, William Nib in 6, Monroe 7, and Recedes in lane 8. Don't see any Recedes though. Irwin, they're in the purple uniform in 2, Magarty in 3, Cornwall College. They are in lane 1. Stets in 4. Petersfield should have been in lane 5. Missing in action. William Nib in 6. Monroe in 7. And no Recedes. So 6 facing the starter. The boys class 4, 4x1. Let's see how they will do. Cornwall College in 1. Irwin in 2. Magate in 3. Sets in 4. William Nib in 6. And Monroe in lane 7. Check to see if all boxes are correct. Lights not yet been turned on inside of the venue here at Stets. Well, some lights I should say on the grandstand, but the lights around the track not yet turned on. Boys class 4, 4x1. Oh, in lane 1, Cornwall College athlete ran out of the blocks, and he was going over to the officials. They gave him the blocks though. He adjusted the blocks, came out of the blocks, and maybe precedent has been set. Maybe the red card will be given to the team. Yes, it has been. Cornwall, they're out. And all of the Cornwall College athletes, they have to come out of the race. Wow. Caused the mistake of one person. The team has to suffer. He's been consoled by some of the officials here. As tears rolling down his face. In the meantime, the field has now cut down to 5 for the start of the boys class 4. 4x1. Magate gets out well. So too William Nib. So it's William Nib and Magate. Is Magate handing over the baton in the top position. William Nib also there. But Magate on the back step. They're gone by Stets. They're trying to gain on William Nib, who are out in front. Magate. They hand over the bat in the top spot. They're on the inside. Great exchange from William Nib, but they'll be covered. This by Magate on the inside. They're in the maroon and gold. It's all Magate. They're all alone. And for the final exchange, he may run. Oh, he's disqualified. He has run out of the box. They will be disqualified. Seth will be the winner because the red flag went out. He ran outside of the exchange zone. And Seth is second. And it looks like it's going to be William Nib in third. So the flag went up. We saw the official looking on Magate. The runner running the ankle leg went out early and never stopped. Went past the official, never stopped. And as he received the baton, the red flag went out. So I'm assuming he went out of the exchange zone. Wow. So they will be disqualified, and Seth, who finished second, will be first. Wow. That is disappointing for Magate, who won their first relay on the day. $5,000 meters, next event on the track. And then we close off the 4x4. Lights not yet turned on. So do apologize. It will seem dark though, because even when the lights are turned on here at Stets, the lighting is not that great. So it won't be A1 quality. But we still continue to broadcast at the end of the championship. As we await the announcement of the winners before we end our broadcast this afternoon. Thank you for being a part. Has been a trying day when it comes on to the championship sometimes, but that's okay. It happens every now and again. Not the end of the world, but again we see some delays We don't see anyone coming out for the 5. Yes, they are there for the 5,000 meter. Pardon me. I thought they were not. For the 5,000 meter run. We have about 14 entrants. Smith from Stets, Graham, Monroe, Richards, Cornwall College, Coke of Black River, Campbell, B.B. Coke, Wallace, William Nibb, McGee, Cornwall College, Hibbert, Petersfield, McLennan, Black River, Clark, Aberdeen, and Tomlinson, Monroe, Campbell from Stets, and Witter from Magate. So we'll see 14 persons entered for the event. And hopefully we can get out. Lights are now coming on in the venue. That's a good thing. It has been a long day, starting from 9 o'clock this morning with the relays. Or with the hurdles part. I mean, I wonder why I'm saying relays. Has been an interesting day. That has been the difference so far. Last score we heard, Stetzer leading in both male and female categories. Let's see if they maintain the lead. I think they will, by the performances we have seen so far from them on the track, not necessarily in the field. So again, we see another hold up. Hopefully we can get this 5,000 meters off and running. A few hold ups throughout the day. As we look on, nothing much is going on. The 5,000 meters, still they're trying to organize for the start of that event. We had some good performances throughout the day. DeAndre Daly taking the top spot in the 100 meters. Everyone was happy. However, in the 200 meters, it wasn't the case. On the boys' side, he was certainly beaten by Dunkley in a wonderful, wonderful turn, a curve. He ran that curve blistering, Javron Dunkley. He never looked back as he went around the bend. He was in a dominant fashion. He destroyed Daly around the bend. So we know that the JC middle distance, middle and long distance meet is happening as we speak. Another meet by St. Andrew Technical is at the National Stadium. That's always also an exciting meet. So 3 meets on the cards today. Or whether 3 or not, track and field is up and running. As my son would say, up and up. And I would say, I wonder what you're talking about. Still, is there some mix-up happening though? I'm looking over by the start. There were some athletes there, now they've disappeared. Because on the schedule, you had a 3,000 and 5,000 meters. I don't hear it say anything about the 3,000 meters. So the 5,000 meters is being talked about a lot. Not the 3,000 meters. That's looking on. Individuals are still coming in the venue here. And the gowns of Stets. So now they seem that they're lined up. But they have to do better than this though, to be honest. They have to make the meet be continuous. If not, persons will lose interest. They have some long breaks in between, which was not down on the schedule. But I'm hoping that next time around, those will be corrected. Seems like they already know. On the 5,000. We have at least 14 competitors for this event coming up. And that's a start.
So that's the start of the 5,000 meters open for boys.
And hopefully
12.5 laps around the track to be followed by the 4x400 meters relay open, starting with the girls and then the boys.
Great out in front. Cornwall with just one representative though. In this event, on the list they have 2.
Leader here with 12 laps to go, the man from Cornwall College.
Cornwall with 2 reps. Richards and McGee. I think it's Richards, not McGee though. And they settle in second. It's like Campbell of BB Coke.
So 3 listed competitors absent from the field.
So 3 persons absent. Let's hear their names. So Cornwall College's Richards out in front, followed by Campbell of BB Coke in second. Interesting day we've had as we await the end of the 12.5 laps for this event. And then it's interesting though. And we'll William Knibb going into that second position. That looks to be Wallace of William Knibb. Now he goes to the front of the pack alongside athlete from Steds.
So the defending champion, Nathaniel Wallace.
Is in front of Steds. Montre Smith is in second.
Behind them is Omar Campbell of BB was third last year in this event. And then from Cornwall College is Akeem McGee. That's the leader.
So it's actually McGee of Cornwall College and not Richards.
Under 12 laps to run.
Thought it was Richards. It's McGee. Was dropped into that fourth position though. It's 5,000 meters. And coming around from William Knibb, Nathaniel Wallace. That's out in front. 5,000 meters on the cards. And in second, from Stets, looks to be Smith. And from BB Coke in third, it is Campbell. Top three, McGee from Cornwall College is in fourth.
10 laps to go now in the
From Magate, Witter is in fifth. So that is the top four I just gave to you. And yellow from Stets. Campbell follows in that sixth position. He's from Stets. 2 reps from Stets in this event. Well, it has been an interesting one though, interesting time on the cards in terms of this Western Championships. The defending champion still out in front. Wallace still maintaining the top position over Stets Smith, who's in second, or 8 meters behind. BB Coke. Campbell is in third. They're slipping into that fifth position. Trying to go into fourth. Looks to be Dejano Campbell of Stets. He's now gone into fourth. Has gone by Magate's Witter. So a lot of the athletes are going home as we speak. As we look on the lap on this event, the 5,000 meters. And that's cruising around though on the inside. Looks to me like Smith of Stets. Moving on the inside, Wallace on the outside. Also Smith bunched together. And just 10 meters behind. BB Coke is Campbell. Is in third. And the move being made by Campbell of Stets. He's in fourth. But now, just right behind him from Magate, looks like Witter. So Witter was gaining somewhat on Stets Campbell, who was in fourth and fifth respectively. Now the move has been made by BB Coke, so Campbell will gain somewhat on Smith of Stets, and the leader himself from William Knibb, that's Nathaniel Wallace.
So Wallace there glancing behind to see.
So Auntie has been up somewhat.
It's still the same 2 friends that he started with.
So the 3 are in the mix.
Smith and Campbell.
With 8 laps to go. With 5,000 meters. Let me give you back some results and the point standings. As a reminder, we had the point standings, last point standings that we got earlier today.
Seems to be Alex Graham and his teammate Deshaun Tomlinson.
Give you the top 5. If on the men's side, you're the top 10. Sidney Pagan, they're in 10th with 21 points. Green Island, they're 9th with 22 points. Rhodes Hall, they're in 8th with 24 points. William Knibb they're in 7th with 57 points. Petersfield, they're 6th. 61 points. In 5th, Herbert Morrison, 66.3 points. In 4th, Cornwall College with 68.3 points. In 3rd, Magarty, they have 71 points. In 2nd, Monroe, 120.3 points. Stets, they're at the top of the pack, 136.5 points after 18 finals on the boys' side. On the girls' side, the top 10, Green Island, they're 10th with 12 points. Black River, they are 9th, 13 points. 8th is Mannings, they have 14 points. 7th is Rose Hall with 18 points. Lacova, they're 6th with 32 points. They're 6th with 32 points, pardon me. Magarty, they're 5th with 38 points. William Knibb, they're 4th with 55.5 points. Mount Alvernia, they're 3rd with 57 points. You have Petersfield 2nd with 113 points. At the top of the pack is Stets in 1st, 137.5 points.
Courtesy of Nathaniel Wallace of William Knibb.
So Nathaniel Wallace going back to the top of the pack.
He's looking to upgrade from the bronze he won last year.
We go back on the track though before we give you some results we gave you earlier along. And from William Knibb.
So Wallace steadily taking his time to widen the lead in this fight.
Nathaniel Wallace. He said before though, I think he slowed down, allowed them to come to him, then he just let them go. So 6 laps to go in 2nd, BB Cook. That is Campbell. And in 3rd from Stets. You have Smith, 3rd position. In 4th, you have Campbell of Stets. And in 5th from Magarty, you have Antoine Witter. That's the top 5. And coming around the bend. So top 5. Again, what a move by Wallace. Is extending his lead, coming around the bend. After this lap, it will be 5 laps to go to complete the 5,000 meters. So in terms of results we're going through, boys class 1, 110 meters hurdles, won by Shamir Blake of Stets, 13.81 seconds. That was a record erasing the 14.05 seconds held by Brighton Seaton Senior back in 2018. Rajan Brooks of Stets, he was 2nd, 14 seconds flat. And in 3rd, you have Romario Stewart of Petersfield, 14.22. Kimani Gordon of William Knibb, 15.28 seconds. Rickoy Hunter of Stets, 15.30. And Kaheem Reed of Cornwall, 15.50. Antoine White of Stets, 15.14 seconds. He won the 100 meters class 3 for boys. Before we heard from the 110 meters hurdles 1 and 2, class 3 100 meters hurdles for boys. Antoine White, Stets, 15.14. Ashea Johnson, William Knibb, 15.46 seconds. And Stefano Stewart of Mannings, 15.94 seconds. So the girls, class 1 100 meters hurdles, won by Alexis James of Petersfield, 13.51 seconds, which was another record on the cards. 2 records in the field, 1 or more than 1 on the track. Just read you 2. Dejana Campbell from Stets, 16.03. And 3rd, Georgia Adams from Petersfield, 19.33 seconds. Abiba Harris from Stets, 13.52 seconds. Another record, it says the girls class 2, 100 meters hurdles. This is Colstack from Green Island, 2nd. Crystal Salmon, Stets in 3rd. The girls, this is class 3, 80 meters hurdles, won by Kima Smith of Petersfield. In 2nd was Sabrina Horton from Stets. And 3rd, Rihanna Taylor from Magarty. He had Smith's time of 12.90 seconds. Horton from Stets is second, 13.37. And Taylor third, 13.38. Is
BB is in second. Damontre Smith of Stets in third. Witter momentarily in fourth. He's now being passed again by
this is now the boys class 4 80 meters hurdles, won by Dryden Knight of Cornwall, 12.44 seconds. And Jelani Witter of Stets, 12.76. And Jamal Graham, Herbert Morrison, 13.08.
It's Nathaniel Wallace of William Nib.
So we go back to the track.
He holds the advantage. He is
Wallace
the defending
of
champion.
William Nib, now lapping the Monroe athlete. He's on the front stretch. Goes across the line. So the 3 laps to go. Of Wallace of William Nib. So everything looks strong. Coming around, should be BB Coke though. BB Coke Campbell is in second. And a few catching up on everyone. So they've also lapped those athletes.
Campbell now has 3 laps.
And then we see young man from Stets. Out in front, that is Smith. And then you see Campbell of Stets. But the man from Magotty, Witter, is ahead. Out in front, Wallace maintaining the top position and gathering some momentum, speed. Nathaniel Wallace has stopped. He has stopped the 150 mark. He's gaining some rest. Well, he stopped a short while ago, Wallace.
So into the home stretch once more.
I don't know if he's feeling some pain.
Wallace glancing around again. Neighboring a bit.
So looks on the time, looks on the clock.
2 more laps to go for Wallace of William Nib.
He's continuing his momentum.
Remind you that the 4x400
And extending his lead. He stopped a short while ago.
after the conclusion of the 5,000 meters open for boys.
And in second from BB Coke is Campbell. And in third, Witter from Magotty. So Witter of Magotty has gone to third. Has gone past Smith of Stets. And then he's in fourth. And in fifth is Campbell. So the man Witter of Magotty taking his sweet time to move up the ranks. So this is a penultimate lap of the boys. 5,000 meters. So coming around in the top spot from William Nib, Nathaniel Wallace, the defending champion. Coming around the front stretch. He'll be chaining the front into home when he goes around for the final time. Wallace, 1 more to go. The whistle is blown. So Wallace of William Nib is stepping away from the rest of the crowd. In second is Campbell of BB Coke is in second. Witter of Magotty in third, tossing for that second spot. And then Smith of Stets, he's in fourth. And followed by Campbell of Stets in fifth. So going back to the back stretch, the back on the top of the pack. It's Campbell of BB Coke. Omar is his first name, the defending champion. Nathaniel Wallace also there He is in front. Has he stopped again? Yes, Nathaniel Wallace has stopped again. A second time he has stopped. Nathaniel Wallace stopping twice. Come around into the home stretch and realizing that the man from BB Coke, Campbell, is gaining on him. So to Witter of Magati. Well, Nathaniel Wallace of William Knibb. And he looks around, seeing the deer and seeing the man from Magati, Witter, is in second. Here comes our Witter and Campbell. Campbell goes in front of Witter of Magati. It's going to be Campbell for second and Witter from Magati third. But the winner on the day is none other from William Knibb than Nathaniel Wallace.
The Montre Smith of Stets will come across the line now to complete his run. His teammate, Dejola Campbell, will also be finishing up his run now.
5,000 meters on the cards.
Top 5 of the boys open 5,000 meters. Still a few competitors left on the track.
So just to say though,
Thank you to all our sponsors who have made this year's staging possible of the Coca Grace Western Championships for 2023.
that this event has been superior.
On the track. Big thank you to all
The 4x400 meters.
all the fans, all the teams who have made it possible to travel here.
Is the next event on the track to close out the day's happenings.
Big thank you as well to our medical team.
And the Stets, the defending champions, seem like they're on their way home for another title, not only on the boys' side but on the girls' side, and also combined.
More competitors completing the 5,000 meters open.
So the track still more athletes are coming home and gather momentum.
And from Monroe College finishing up here as well.
A Monroe athlete finishing up, but it's still more athletes on the track though for this boys 5,000 meters. So the athletes are coming around. And the 4x4, the next event on the track. Woo! We are winding down for this Western Championship. We have 2 sections on the boys' side, 2 sections on the girls' side. Will it be 2 sections or will it be one race? In section 1, Green Island, Petersfield, William Knibb, Black River, and Mushet. Section 2, Mount Alverna, Stets, Magati, Rhodes Hall, Lacovia, and Herbert Morrison. So let's see. So the last competitor, a last athlete, coming around, and the track is live. So as he comes through, they will start the 4x4 right away. To close out the girls' performances at the Western Championships, County of Cornwall Athletics Association. And again, this should have been done while the 5,000 meters are going on. All checks should have been made, so the 5,000 meters is over. They'll be on the track. So looking on this heat, Petersfield in 1, Margaret 2. That's what I see. What I'm seeing on the track. Pardon me. Green Island is in 1. Petersfield in 2. I was rating the boys. William Nib in 3. They're missing. And Black River in 4.
In lane 1, Green Island. In lane 2, Petersfield.
And Mushet
Black River.
in 5.
In lane 5, Mushet. That's the lineup for the girls open 4x400 meters relay, section 1 of 2.
So 2 sections in the 4x4 on the girls' side and also on the boys' side of things. Green Island, Petersfield in the green and gold. Green Island, maroon and white. Black River, black and gold. Here in 4 and in 5 you have Mushet. Still in the lane start. Give your lane assignments again. In 1, you have Green Island. 2, Petersfield. In 4, Black River. And 5, Mushet. Still. Then a straight painting, the finish line, as has been worn out, as all the traffic throughout the day. Making sure all the athletes can see when they approach the finish line from way out. First of 2 sections, girls open 4x4. Final 2 races in the Western Championships on the girls' side.
On your marks.
Green Island, Petersfield, Black River, and Mushet.
Set. Stand up.
So Petersfield.
For the first section of 2, girls open 4x4s. Lane 1, Green Island. 2, Petersfield. 4, Black River. And lane 5 is Mushet.
Petersfield in 2. In 1, Green Island. Lane 4, Black River. And 5 is Mushet.
On your marks. Set.
And the guard has set them away. It's the first section of 2. 4x4 open for girls. Petersfield gets out well. Outside, Mushet looks pretty good. That's the top 2. Mushet and Petersfield. They're covered Black River. Remember, it's a timed final, so it matters not if they win. Doesn't mean that they'll win overall. Mushet on the outside, Petersfield on the inside. That's the top 2. As Petersfield now, they've moved past Mushet, and will be Petersfield coming into the front stretch. They'll be all alone though, an 8-meter lead. She has pushed away from Mushet, who is in second. But Petersfield is in first. So Mushet is in second. Who's cutting across her lane though. But on the straight, that's not a problem as long as you're not affecting or restricting anyone. Petersfield, Mushet in third. Green Island in fourth. Black River On the second leg, the girls 4x4. Young lady from Mushet should cut over. So on the back stretch, Petersfield. Mushet is in second. But she's extending the lead of Petersfield over Mushet, who is in second, for 40 meters behind. Green Island and Black River, they carry out the back of the pack. But going back to the top, Petersfield maintaining this top spot on this second leg. They're extending the lead and cruising around the bend, going back on the front stretch for the penultimate exchange of the girls 4x4 open. This is section A of, or section 1 of 2. But Petersfield will handle the baton now. Mushet, who is in second? It's Petersfield. His penultimate exchange. On this third leg, it's all Petersfield. I said before, with a 45-meter lead, but now it becomes a 60-meter lead. Mushet is in second. Green Island is in third, and Black River fourth. Petersfield extending the lead on this third leg. Mushet is in second. 40 meters behind is Green Island, and 40 meters behind Green Island is Black River. But with about 150 meters to close out the third leg of section 1 of the girls 4x4 open. Petersfield still extending the lead over Mushet, who is in second. But they're slowing up somewhat though, and the young lady from Mushet has cut on the inside of the track. I don't know if anyone has realized. She went on the inside of the track. When she was coming around the bend, came off the track and handed over the baton. They are in second. So in third looks to be Green Island, and in fourth is Black River. And we look now to see that Green Island will hand over the baton for the final time. And then here comes Black River. We'll collect the baton. You're not seeing it on the screen just now. We'll go back to the top of the pack. It's Petersfield, followed by Mushet, who's in second. Still Petersfield being dominant in this first of two sections. Girls 4x4 open. They have a 50-meter lead. Petersfield coming around the bend once again. Slowing up somewhat, heading into the home stretch. Petersfield, followed by Mushet, who are in second. They'll finish second. Petersfield will take the top spot in section 1 of the girls open 4x4. Mushet is in second. Green Island comes around. They're coming around the bend now, same time as Mushet goes across the line. And they're in second. Green Island now comes around into the home stretch. They'll be finishing in third. And Black River finish in fourth.
So Black River almost at the top of the straight.
Oh, they're starting to walk, Black River. Starting to walk, coming around the bend. Black River, the last team in this 4x4. This is section 1. Now she begins to run again. And now Black River on the home stretch, as she started to walk a short while ago. Now beginning to move, coming home, a bit exhausted. And she sees the finish line, the glory, and she slows down, goes across the line, and falls over.
Need some medical assistance by the finish line.
Section 2 coming up, the girls 4x4. Mount Alverna should be 1, Stets 2, Magate 3, Rhodes All 4, Lacovia 5, and Herbert Morrison in 6. Dockery of Lacovia is running the first leg. Give in. Lacovia trying to give Lacovia, a push. It's in lane 4. That's Rose Hall. Marty in 3. Stets in 2. No Herbert Morrison. I should have been in lane 6.
So the second section of the girls open 4x400 meters relay.
So 5 teams in this 4x4.
Mount Alvernia. Lane 2, St. Elizabeth Technical.
So Mount Alvernia in 1. Stets in 2.
And in lane 5, Lacovia. That's the lineup for the final section of 2.
So no box put on the track for Stets and for Mount Alvernia. They're in lanes 1 and 2. The final girl event in the Western Championships under the County of Cornwall Athletics Association. It's umbrella. So Dockery with 2 gold medals so far on the day. 4 and 2. Although leading off for Lacovia, though, they are not the favorites. But let's see what she can do, how far she can put them. That's a big question.
On your marks.
Mount Alvernia, Stets, Magotty, Rhodes Hall, and Lacovia.
Set.
Section 2 of the Girls Open 4x4. It's a clean start, and Dockery goes out well for Lacovia. And on the inside is Rhodes Hall. Stets also moving well. They're on the heels of Magotty. They are in lane 2. But look at that young lady go. Sabrina Dockery of Lacovia trying to move away from Rhodes Hall, who are in second. And Stets going into the third position, passing Magotty on the outside. With about 160 meters to go. Dockery of Lacovia out in front. She's trying to give her team a boost on this opening leg. So it's all about Dockery out in front. Her teammates is pushing her to the will. But Stets, they're in second. Road Hall, they're in third. And Mount Alvernia, they're in fourth. First, it is Lacovia first, followed by Stets in second. Rhodes Hall third. Mount Alvernia fourth, followed by Magotty at the back of the pack. Lacovia, we're out in front. So this young lady from Lacovia looks like a sprinter more so than a quarter miler. Can she maintain the space for Lacovia? Or can Stets cut the deficit on the second leg? But still Lacovia with this almighty lead on the second leg. Huge lead, you may call it. Stets in second. And Magotty, seeing that they've gone into third. And looks to me like Mount Alvernia fourth. Rhodes Hall, they'll drop back in fifth. But going back to the top of the pack. Still Lacovia maintaining the top position. They're coming around on the front stretch for this penultimate exchange. Magotty out in front. But here comes Stets. Here comes Stets. And then followed by Magotty, Mount Alvernia, and Rhodes Hall. It is Lacovia for this penultimate exchange on the third leg. Stets there in second. So Habiba Harris for Stets. She'll try to close the deficit somewhat. So Carletta Bernard from Mount Alvernia, she has moved into third. Carletta Bernard with 1 gold and a silver so far. Habiba Harris on the back stretch. Carletta Bernard from Mount Alvernia in third. They've cut the deficit, the lead by Lacovia. But Habiba Harris from Stets has cut the deficit, has cut the gap. No, they've gone into front. Now we're talking about Stets passing Lacovia. But here comes the young lady called Mount Alvernia. Carletta Bernard, she's in third. But my word, has she cut the deficit. Stets with Habiba Harris out in front, extending the lead. They've just taken over. Lacovia in second, and Carletta Bernard in third. Aviva Harris has over the button. And this to Williams. So it's Williams. Now will anchor 4 sets. Trying to bring them to glory. Lakova in second. And certainly Alia Fossa from out and further is in third. She's trying to reel in Williams, who's at the front of the pack. But what we can say about this 4x4 sets is moving away. Shanku Williams, the younger sister of Cecil Williams, is trying to bring home the butter, the anchor of the icing on the cake. This girl 4x4 are going to crown themselves champions again on the western side. Sets maintaining the lead, cruising around the bend. The cheers go on, the knocking of fences go on, because they know that Shanku Williams is going to bring home the bacon. This girl's 4x4. She turns, she's going home, and certainly front has turned into home. Shanku Williams anchoring the girls 4x4 to glory is Shanku Williams taking the top spot. Sets winning the girls 4x4, and certainly in second, Alia Foster, Mount Alvernia finishing in second, Lakovia getting the bronze in third. Magati in fourth, and where is Rhodes Hall? Rhodes Hall coming through in the fifth position. So 2 more races to go to close out the Western champs. But Shanku Williams of Sets bringing home the bacon. Rhodes Hall coming home to close out the girls 4x4. And that's it. Now it's time for the boys to take center stage. Rhodes Hall athlete sits down, exhausted, as the first heat, first section, time to final. Petersfield in lane 1, Magati in 2, Herbert Morrison in 3, Sidney Pagan in 4, Black River in 5, Monroe 6, and Conroe College, they're in lane 7. That's what we have here, is 4x4. Western champs winding down the 2023 edition. The defending champion, Stets. From what I've been told, my sources, is that they are the champions once again. On the girls' side and certainly on the boys' side. Overall champion taking the title in this edition. First of 2 sections. The boys open 4x4. Sidney Pagan in 4. Black River in 5. Monroe 6. Conroe College in 7. Magati, they are in 2. And Petersfield in 1. So no team is in 3. Should have been Herbert Morrison.
Black River, sorry, lane 5. Lane 6, Monroe College, apologies. And then lane 7, Cornwall College. So Petersfield in 1, Magati in 2.
That's a section 1 of 2.
Black River in 5, Monroe 6, and Cornwall in 7.
We'll get ready for the first of 2 sections.
On your marks.
Getting ready for the first of 2 sections. Open 4x4. And the gun has sent them away. On the outside, Conwell College gets out well. So too, Sidney Pagan with the yellow and blue. And Petersfield on the inside. They are in lane 1. Petersfield has already covered Magati. But Cornwall College going strong in lane 7. Sidney Pagan trying to cut the deficit somewhat. But the move has been made on the inside. It's by Magati. And Petersfield Cruising around, coming around the bend. Sidney Pagan there. Cornwall College, they're out in lane 7. And they carry the field in the home stretch. But Petersfield, they're in lane 1. They're now settled into 3rd. Or now moved into 2nd. But Cornwall first. Here comes once Petersfield on the inside. Cornwall, then Petersfield, then Magarty, Sidney Pagan, Monroe. And then Black River for the final exchange. So going back to the top of the pack. Cruising around the front stretch. Cornwall College, followed by Petersfield, who are in 2nd. Trying to move away from Magarty, who are in 3rd. And Sidney Pagan, they'll drop back to 4th. So Cornwall College in front. Here comes Petersfield on the 2nd leg. Moving around and trying to move around Cornwall College. So Cornwall College on the inside. Petersfield in the yellow on the outside. Trying to go through Magarty also there in the mix. So Petersfield has gone to the front. Magarty has gone to 2nd. And now they go into front. What a blistering leg. So Magarty hands over first. Followed by Petersfield. And then Cornwall College. Sidney Pagan with 4th. Monroe in 5th. And then Black River, they're in 6th for this penultimate exchange. So Magarty, Petersfield, half a meter lead. Magarty they have over Petersfield. 5 meters behind is Cornwall College. They're trying to cut the deficit. That's the top 3 at the present time. On this penultimate leg of this boys 4x4. This is section 1 of 2. Here comes Petersfield again, attacking on the outside. That's the top 2. Petersfield, Cornwall College, and Magarty. Magarty holding on Petersfield. But here comes Cornwall College. They have gone closer in that 3rd spot. But here, Magarty and Petersfield and Cornwall College. Petersfield on the outside. It is Magarty on the inside. It will be Magarty and Petersfield. Petersfield have gone out in front. Cornwall College in 3rd for the final exchange. And then coming for the 4th spot is Monroe ahead of Sidney Pagan. And then back in the pack is Monroe. It is Black River. So now going back to the top of the pack. It's all about Cornwall College gaining on this final leg. Cornwall College, they've gone in front passing Magarty and Petersfield. Cornwall College with about 180 meters to go. Can they sustain this pace they have laid down on this final leg? Cornwall College have the half a meter lead over Petersfield. Here comes Magarty once again. So Cornwall College, here comes Magarty going on the outside. Cornwall College on the inside, but Cornwall College hanging on. Petersfield is there, but it's going to be Cornwall College, Magarty and Petersfield. 1st, 2nd and 3rd in section 1 of the boys 4x4. Coming home, Sidney Pagan, they'll finish 4th. Monroe in 5th, and then followed by Black River, who finishes in 6th. Sidney Pagan goes across the line now. Monroe, they finish. And then here comes Black River flowing in the last position. One more event to go. One more race to close out the 2023 County of Cornwall Athletics Association. It's all about Western Champs, the 2023 edition. And I may say the big guns are coming out. In 1, Rhodes Hall. Rhodes Hall is there. In 2, Mushet. In 3, Lacovia. 4, Stets. 5, William Nib. And 6 is Green Island. Rasis missing in action. Big favorite is Stets. We saw the girls putting the icing on the cake to walk away with the crown, overall crown on the girls' side. Will the boys do it? That's a big question. So we look. And look at who's running that first leg for Stets. As we get ready to rock and roll, we give you this in a very short while. Like Shamir Blake on that first leg for Stets. They have a great 4x4 team. So stats, although some of the athletes have left and spectators have left the ground, the little that are here, or not say the little, what is left, they know how to make noise and they know how to celebrate. Boys, open 4x4, section 2. Rhodes all in 1, Mushet in 2, in 3, Lakovia in 4, Stets in 5, William Nib, and in 6, you have Green Island. A clean start for the boys, 4x4. This is section 2. Shamir Blake has gone out extremely strong. Blake, the man who has won the 400 meters hurdles, the 110 meters hurdles in record time, is now running the start, the opening leg of the 4x4 for the Stets team. Oh my word, what a wonderful performance from this young man, Blake, of this Stets unit. He's cruising around the bend, but still, cruising is one word I can use. He's traveling into the front stretch. So Blake, Lakovia is in second, but Blake of Stets, he has certainly extended or moved his team way out in front. Stets in first, Lakovia second, William Nib third, and in fifth. Also there is Rhodes All. Green Island at the back of the pack, but Stets way out in front. Lakovia settled in second, William Nib in third. That's the top 3. But Stets is still with a gigantic lead. You may call it a country mile on this Saturday afternoon, or evening I should say. Stets heading into the penultimate